To begin the video, we're going to take a look at one of the very first mysteries I ever came across on YouTube, the Frog Boys. This entry is about a group of 5 grade school boys whose names were Choi Won-woo, Hoyeon Jo, Young-yu Kim, Chanin Park, and Jonsig Kim. They were 13, 12, 11, 10, and 9 years old respectively. The South Korean missing persons incident gradually evolves into an infamous ongoing murder case. On March 26, 1991, the kids left home around 8 a.m. in order to hang out with each other for the day. Being that this was the first regional election in South Korean history, March 26 was a brief holiday. The day was like any other, and the kids were hanging out at one of their homes and just fooling around, making a lot of noise. But eventually, their ruckus got to someone in the home and the kids were kicked out and told to play elsewhere. At this point, there were 6 kids in total. One of the 6 kids, named Tae-ryung Kim, couldn't tag along since his mother was calling him back home to eat. He said his farewells and headed back, while the other 5 strolled around town gathering items to play with like tin cans and sticks. One of the boys got the idea to visit Mount Waryung to find salamander eggs, and I think this will be a good time to explain that the group of kids got the name Frog Boys because most of the residents in the area weren't familiar with salamanders, so the new staff decided to switch that with frogs. Not long after, Tae-ryung ran back to the group after finishing breakfast. He was able to catch up to them at the base of the mountain before they left onto the hiking trail. When Tae-ryung learned of the group's plans, he lit up a bit, but quickly grew discouraged as his mother had warned him not to play too far away. He decided to listen to his mom and stay behind while the group went off, and this decision ultimately spared him his life. The boys set out for the mountain and stayed there for the entire morning and eventually missed lunch. Their parents were a bit annoyed by this, but didn't pay it too much mind, expecting the kids to come back any moment. But as the hours continued to pass and there was no sign of the boys, everyone began to worry. They immediately decided that it's best to allocate the bulk of their time and people to searching Mount Waryung. So the parents divided up some routes amongst each other and headed out in hopes that they'd find the kids just fooling around somewhere, but no luck. It was nearly 8 p.m. when they accepted that they themselves couldn't do much else, so they had to call the police. The police also suspected that the kids were lost in the mountains somewhere, but after searching until 3 a.m., they too couldn't find any trace of the boys. News outlets were all over this case, and before you knew it, all of South Korea was aware of the Frog Boys. One of the many theories, and probably the most obvious one, was that the kids were kidnapped. The boys were known to be pretty playful and sociable, so it wasn't unreasonable to suggest that the boys may have been lured away. There were also rumors that the boys were forced into a business where kidnapped children begged on the streets for money. And some more far-fetched theories included the involvement of spies from North Korea who used the children for government testing and, of course, UFO abductions. As time went along with no updates, the rumors just got weirder and weirder. There was even one that proposed the idea that a victim of leprosy kidnapped and consumed the boys' livers because of some legend suggesting that raw liver would cure his disease. Like with most missing persons cases, this one also faded into obscurity over the years. At one point, there was a phone call made by what was assumed to be a child claiming that the boys were alive and that the caller was with them. The residents in the area lit up with joy after this news, but this happiness was only temporary as the call turned out to be a prank. The fathers of the boys dedicated every hour of their days to finding their kids. All of them quit their jobs and scoured the entire country, searching through all kinds of weather and terrain in hopes of finding them. There weren't many people in positions of authority that were willing to help the parents, so they had to resort to handing out paper booklets with information in hopes that some random person would have valuable insight. But as you could expect, these normal people didn't have the means to search for the kids non-stop. So after 3 years of searching, they had to return to their careers in order to support the rest of their families. And as if it couldn't get any worse for these guys, someone proposed the idea that one of the fathers themselves was responsible. Police did investigate this, but they were all deemed innocent. Authorities even went as far as to dig up one of their homes, believing that the bodies were buried underneath it. After over a decade since the boys went missing, an unassuming hiker who was foraging for acorns and fruits discovered all 5 bodies of the boys. And the shocking thing was, this location was actually searched extensively by law enforcement years ago. Additionally, this location was formerly the site of an army shooting range which was relocated in the mid-1990s. According to locals, there were a bunch of little items that the boys would have taken an interest in, such as leftover bullets and casings. This sparked a new rumor that the boys were accidentally killed by stray bullets fired off by the military personnel. After days of additional investigation post-discovery of the bodies, investigators said that the boys died of hypothermia. This caught a lot of people off guard and it triggered some pretty immense outrage in the public. Many residents claimed that the police had destroyed the site where the boys were found and only said that the cause of death was hypothermia as a cop-out. More or less, the public was saying that the cops were being lazy or trying to cover something up. Locals also added that it was impossible for the boys to have died of hypothermia since it would have been tough to get lost in the mountain. It resembled a large hill more than an actual large mountain. But let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say that the boys did get lost in the wilderness. Well, the mountain was close enough to town that the intense lights that brighten up the buildings at night would have still been visible from far away. So it was very tough to believe that the boys couldn't find their way back home. Investigators were confident in their hypothermia verdict and attempted to convince the public that this was indeed what happened. They pointed to how the children's clothes were tied in a knot and covered their bodies. Authorities claimed that this was evidence that the children were trying to keep warm, but the locals and residents of South Korea were still not convinced. Eventually, the results from forensic scientists were made public. According to the results, hypothermia was not the cause of death, nor was it a gun. The scientists determined that the boys had died from a blunt object and/or sharp weapon. There were several well-defined cuts on the skulls of the boys that were still in a decent enough shape for research. So now it's confirmed that foul play was involved. But who exactly did something so heinous? Was it someone that lived within the community, or was it some random nomad? Remember, there were 5 children in total, so many people believe this type of murder case can only have been carried out by a disturbed and experienced lunatic. So investigators began digging further back in history, trying to find similar cases. Most of the public thought that no first-time killer would be daring enough to take 5 lives at once. While the killer was never found, the families could at least rest just a slightly bit easier knowing that their children were found. The attorneys of the families filed a lawsuit against the police force for basically destroying the evidence found on the mountain, but despite going through 3 entire trials, the judge decided that the police did nothing wrong. There was a statute of limitations that came into play around the mid-2000s, but then in 2015, it was removed. So now any new catalyst could reignite the investigation. The Iron Pillar of Delhi has captivated many with its inability to rust over the last 1600 years. Initially, the pillar looks just like any other across India. It stands at approximately 24 feet tall with a weight estimated to be well over 6 tons. On the surface of the pillar, you can see inscriptions in Brahmi which reference King Chandragupta II of the Gupta Empire, which is a common detail on many of the pillars. However, this particular one has no rust. Some people suspect that phosphorus was used during its production, which assisted in its preservation over the centuries. However, historians like to point out that phosphorus was discovered in the late 1660s, while the pillar was created over 1,000 years before that. The pillar has since been categorized as an OOP art, or an out-of-place artifact. This term is used to classify historical objects from around the world that display technological advancement beyond the time when they were constructed. Chemists determined that the pillar was likely created by heating large pieces of iron, then combining them into one. But something that contradicts this theory is this particular method that was used was said to have only been discovered 200 years ago. Another aspect of the pillar that baffles historians is the lack of visible joints. The construction is basically perfect and is very tough, if not impossible, to replicate with modern techniques. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, Gamersupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors, and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Farts. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now, back to the video. It was August 30th, 1974 when the Cowden family went out for a camping trip near Carberry Creek, Copper, Oregon. The family consisted of Richard, the father, his wife Belinda, 5-year-old son David, 5-month-old daughter Melissa, and their dog named Droopy. The trip was only meant to last a few days at most, spanning across Labor Day weekend, but the family never returned home. About 7 months after their disappearance in April of 1975, the lifeless bodies of the family were found. They were resting about 7 miles from their campsite and were left in a questionable state. Richard and his family were residents of Oregon living in White City. The family frequently went out on trips, many of which revolved around camping outside. However, this particular trip on Labor Day weekend was spontaneous and not planned. Richard had prepared to work on his driveway over the holiday and move a load of gravel using his truck. But unfortunately for him, his truck broke down, so he made the impromptu decision for the family to go camping. It's pretty crazy to think that this simple mishap would result in the family's deaths. Who knows, if the truck never broke down, the family may still be alive today. The family decided to visit the Siskiyou Mountains, located in the northwestern region of California or southwestern area of Oregon. After their arrival, Richard brought his 5-year-old son to the Copper General Store on Sunday, September 1st. They were traveling by foot and reached the store at 9 a.m. where they proceeded to buy milk before returning to their campsite. This was the last confirmed sighting of Richard alive. Another detail that should be noted is Belinda's mom actually lived near the campsite. In fact, she was less than a mile away, and the family actually intended on visiting her for dinner, but the family never showed up. This prompted Belinda's mother to head out to the camping grounds to see if the family was okay. When she arrived, she was shocked to see that the family was nowhere in sight, despite the family's vehicles still being there and the keys resting on a picnic table. Along with the keys, the following items were also found strewn about. There was Belinda's purse, a diaper bag, camp stove, half-finished carton of milk, Richard's expensive watch and wallet, and a pack of cigarettes that matched the brand Belinda was known to smoke. Belinda's mother waited at the campsite for about an hour and roamed around hoping to find Richard and the family, but there was no trace of anyone. She proceeded to call 911 and the officers scoured the vicinity for hours but couldn't find a single clue as to where the family had gone. Lieutenant Mark Kazar later stated that they missed out on a crucial opportunity at finding the Cowden family since the search was delayed by a day due to the lack of any signs of violence. The very next morning, on September 2nd, the family's basset hound Droopy was seen in front of the Copper General Store that Richard took David to. The dog was scratching at the front door and barking, so investigators thought that one of the family members was nearby, but yet again, there was no one around. As the investigation went along, scouts, the U.S. Forest Service, the Oregon National Guard, and hundreds of volunteers assisted the police in finding the family. While the Forest Service scavenged over 25 miles of trails, helicopters were deployed over the campsite with infrared equipment. With only the family dog to show for, the search was officially called off on September 7th. Without much evidence, it was tough for investigators to form a plausible explanation as to why the family disappeared. Richard had a very successful career and made more than enough for his family, and the family had very little debt. So, with both of those points in mind, police ruled out the possibility of a voluntary disappearance. The next theory involved foul play, but it didn't seem like a robbery since, as we mentioned earlier, Richard's watch and wallet were still at the campsite. The nearby creek was searched extensively and there were no signs of any bodies. Fast forward to April 12th, 1975, a pair of gold prospectors were exploring the wilderness neighboring Carberry Creek, and that's when they stumbled upon the gruesome sight of a decomposing body tied to a tree. This tree was about 7 miles from the campsite where the Cowdens were set up at. Then, not too far from the tree inside a cave, the bodies of an adult female, a child, and an infant were also discovered. And the thing about this cave was that it was actually hidden away. Someone had placed large rocks in front of the entrance so that most people would never even see the bodies. Medical officials were able to identify the adult female as Belinda, the child as David, the infant as Melissa, and the man tied around the tree as Richard through some dental records. Additionally, it was determined that Belinda and David died from a .22 caliber firearm and Melissa died from severe head trauma. As for Richard, medical officials were not able to figure out how he died. Some of the authorities believed that Richard was actually the one responsible, but this was promptly ruled out. They thought that after Richard and David had returned to the campsite, the family agreed to go swimming in the creek. It was around here where the family was held at gunpoint and moved to the location where they were found. Once this news made its rounds, a family from LA who actually visited the same camping grounds on September 1st reported seeing 3 suspicious people. 2 of them were men and the third was a woman. This person said, "They acted like they were waiting for us to leave and frankly, they made us nervous so we moved on." Detective Kazar believed that the person responsible was a local due to the tucked away location where the bodies were left. Then a volunteer who was assisting in the search effort reported that they had gone through that exact same cave in September and did not see anything there. To confirm this claim, police had the man lead them to the cave just to make sure it was genuinely the same one, and indeed it was. In 2020, former Oregon State Police Detective Richard Davis revealed some info as to what it was like working on this case. He said that there were many strange and bizarre tips at the start before the family was found, claiming that they were in Seattle and San Francisco. One of the more notable suspects was a man named Dwayne Lee Little. While there were accusations that he was involved in the Cowden family murders, he was never charged. On November 2nd, 1964, he raped and murdered a 15-year-old girl. He was put on parole in May of 1974. Authorities were able to confirm that Dwayne was in Copper, Oregon on Labor Day weekend. Dwayne's girlfriend added that she saw him with a .22 caliber gun on the Christmas of the same year when the family went missing. And because of his possession of this firearm, his parole was ended. He was yet again paroled in 1977, and in 1980, he raped and beat a pregnant 23-year-old, but the victim did survive. Dwayne never cooperated with authorities when it came to openly speaking about his murders. Investigators believe that those 3 people that were seen at the campsite by that one family were Dwayne and his parents, but the parents denied being involved. Then, an inmate who was close with Dwayne claimed that he confessed to killing the Cowdens. Furthermore, Dwayne's father committed suicide just months after the bodies were found, and even though that may seem very suspicious, Dwayne's father was cleared of any involvement. So while Dwayne was never formally charged, most people believe that Dwayne is the most likely suspect. This entry refers to the missing persons case of Dora Ruth Smith, and although there is very little information out there regarding her disappearance, it is still quite an interesting case. Dora was a 47-year-old woman who went missing on April 24, 1977 in Florence, Alabama, and police believed that her life was in danger at the time of her disappearance. Apparently, Dora left her home in the middle of the night, leaving all of her belongings behind. She didn't bring her dentures, purse, house key, or any spare clothing. Dora's husband stated that he saw her step inside a green Ford LTD, and the case would go quiet like many other missing persons cases with no real leads. But in 2003, the new residents of Dora's home discovered a letter that was signed under her name. The letter was stuffed inside of an envelope along with $200 in cash, and the envelope itself was hidden underneath some wallpaper in her bedroom. The letter inside said, "They are trying to take my food away and kill me. Please help me." This letter suddenly made this seemingly standard missing persons case all the more intriguing. After this discovery, authorities thought that perhaps Dora hid other clues around the home. They searched almost every inch of it and even dug up the shed in the yard, but nothing else was found. Dora's husband, Wilbur, passed away in 1995, which reignited the interest in Dora's case. New investigators wanted to try their hand at solving it and, in turn, came upon many rumors that have haunted the neighborhood for decades. One of those rumors suggested that Dora was murdered and buried under the tin roof atop of the shed. And earlier I mentioned that the shed was dug up with no results, which is true, but I'd like to add that the cadaver dogs that were used in the investigation did give indication that something was there, which is what commenced the dig in the first place. To this day, no one has any idea what happened to Dora and what the letter meant. In the Doctor Who series, there was at one time over 150 episodes that were either lost or thrown out by the BBC in the late 1960s and mid-1970s. Numerous episodes have been recovered as the years went by, but nearly 100 from the first 6 seasons of the show are still not accounted for. For the majority of those still missing episodes, they have never been seen again since their initial airing. According to some experts that follow the show religiously, there are short clips and audio snippets from those lost episodes out there on the internet. At the time, BBC frequently erased the contents of old master tapes in order to repurpose them for new shows so they could save some money. During the production period of the episodes, both the BBC Film Library and BBC Enterprises were responsible for contributing to the show. But one thing that they disagreed with was who was responsible for archiving the Doctor Who master reels. One would assume that the film library would be the ones that had to take care of this, but they were not obligated to do so. So they ended up destroying all their copies of the episodes that were not recorded on film. At the same point in time, BBC Enterprises also erased their own reels since they deemed them as too voluminous. Then later down the line, when one side asked the other about the location of the archived episodes, they realized that neither side had saved them. Over the years, the BBC was able to recover some of the episodes from private collectors who had obtained copies from the film crews. In late March of 1922, a farmer named Andreas Gruber noticed some footprints that came from the woods and led towards the home on his farmstead, which was locally known as Hinterkaifeck. The small German town was known to be quite friendly, and any crimes would be very out of place. For those reasons, Andreas paid no mind to the footprints, but this would later turn out to become a grave mistake. On the final day of March 1922, an unknown killer took the lives of 6 people on that farm. These 6 consisted of Andreas himself, his wife Katzalia, their daughter Victoria, their granddaughter Katzalia Gabriel, the maid Maria, and their baby grandson Josef. Andreas, his wife, daughter, and granddaughter were discovered inside of the family barn, while the maid and Josef were found in the bedrooms of the home. Along with those previously mentioned footsteps, there were a number of other events on the farm that in hindsight were quite suspicious. One such occurrence was that the family's previous maid had quit her job because she felt something ominous in the house after hearing repeated noise from the attic. Then in that same month, Andreas came across a newspaper on his farmstead that he didn't recall purchasing. Initially, he believed that the newspaper was mistakenly left behind by the postman. However, it later turned out that nobody in town was subscribed to this particular paper. According to other residents, they recalled that Andreas also complained about these noises that resembled footsteps in the attic. But when he went to take a look and hopefully find a source to the noise, he found nothing. The family later hired a new maid named Maria, who began her first day of work on March 31st, 1922, the exact day that the family was murdered. She was dropped off by her sister and was wished a happy first day on the job. On April 1st, several residents made their way onto the Hinterkaifeck farm and knocked on the Gruber's home. After the first knock, nobody greeted them, so they tried again and still no answer. The locals knew that the Gruber family liked to isolate themselves and keep their lives private, so they simply thought that the family was dealing with some internal issues that would soon be resolved, so they just went ahead and left. But as the days passed, there were still no signs of life coming from that home. The Daily Mail began to pile up into a small hill, and the school noticed that the young Katzalia Gabriel had not shown up. Then, when Sunday rolled around, the frequent churchgoers noticed that the Grubers were missing. This was particularly strange as they attended church every single Sunday. Word spread fast about the absence of the family, and by April 4th, a group of 3 men visited the home with the intention of finding the family. The farm had an eerie atmosphere to it and seemed devoid of life. They looked through the windows and tried each entrance into the home, but they just couldn't get in. Then one of the men walked over to the barn. He pulled open its door, and as it loudly creaked open, he noticed these 2 out-of-place looking masses on top of the hay. He stepped inside and got closer to these objects. Then he realized that these were bodies, specifically Andreas, Katzalia, Victoria, and Katzalia Gabriel. The men fled the area and contacted police, who then discovered the bodies of the grandson and maid inside of the home. Authorities initially thought that the motive for the killings was monetary. The crime scene itself was heavily tampered with. For example, the bodies were moved to different places and the kitchen was even used. Then later on, the theory revolving around money was thrown out after police found a large sum of cash tucked away in a fairly obvious location within the home. Investigators believed that the killer lived inside of the home for a few days after killing the family. The animals were being fed and there was little food in the home, suggesting that the culprit had eaten much of it. To this day, there is very little known about the Hinterkaifeck murders in terms of the culprit or culprits responsible and the motive behind the crime. One of the primary suspects was Victoria's husband, who was rumored to have died in World War I, which for obvious reasons would make for some interesting theories. After a few decades, new details revolving around the family began to surface, one of which detailed Andreas' prison sentence in 1914 for having sex with his own daughter. Victoria was sentenced to 1 month in prison for this, and Andreas was sentenced to a year. 1914 was also the same year that Victoria's husband was rumored to have died. Katzalia Gabriel was born in 1915 and Josef in 1919. So more rumors began to make their rounds that these children were a result of an incestuous relationship between the father and daughter. And this is when Victoria's late husband comes back into play. Some theorists suggest that her husband never actually died in war, and so when he returned and learned about this relationship that Victoria had with her father, he went on a rampage which resulted in these murders. Other people suggest that something to this extent may have very well played out, but not with Victoria's husband. Instead, the culprit was a secret lover that Victoria was seeing. But to this day, there is nothing to confirm this theory. In 1943, there was a 55-year-old man named Patrick Brady who lived in Lansing, Illinois. It was April 3rd, around 5 p.m., when he headed back home after completing a standard 8-hour shift at the Inland Steel Company. When Patrick got home and stepped inside, he noticed a loud noise coming from somewhere deeper inside the home. He lived with his 14-year-old foster daughter, Gloria Sullivan. Patrick called out to her, suspecting that she was the source of the jarring sounds, but no reply. It seemed as though the noise was coming from the kitchen, so Patrick walked over and called out for Gloria once again. At this point, he was a bit irritated that he wasn't getting a response, but once he stepped into the kitchen, he understood why. Nothing in the world could have prepared him for the gruesome scene he was about to lay his eyes on. His daughter Gloria was lying on the kitchen floor lifeless. Her body was riddled with stab wounds as blood pooled around her. Patrick stood there for a few seconds, frozen, mouth agape, before rushing to contact police. Authorities determined that Gloria was stabbed a total of 20 times. 14 of the wounds were in her back, 5 of them in her chest, and the final one was at the base of her throat. But along with the stab wounds, she had defensive wounds running along her arms and hands. Investigators thought that she may have been raped as well, but this was later ruled out. Furthermore, they suspected that the assailant was equipped with 2 knives, one of which had been a paring knife which was discovered jammed into the hardware floor nearby, and not far away was the second weapon, a long-bladed butcher's knife. Patrick confirmed that both knives belonged to this house. Aside from the actual murder, the home was undisturbed. There was even a jar with a couple $100s in cash that was left behind in the kitchen. Additionally, there were no signs of forced entry. The windows had no damage, and the front door was unlocked when Patrick came home, and the back door was locked. To go along with the knives, police discovered a bloody palm print in the bathroom and a long strand of blonde hair in a hairbrush also located in the same room. This was strange because Gloria had brunette hair while Patrick had short gray hair. Then in another room, another bloody fingerprint was found on a wall, and then a stack of blood-soaked towels were located in a different bathroom. And before we proceed, there is some important background info that should be shared about Gloria. You see, she and her older sister were taken away from their parents and put under the supervision of the state. Their birth father, Clarence, had walked out on the family, leaving the mother, Viola, to fend for herself. Viola ultimately caved and gave up the children as it was just too much work for her alone. And just weeks after giving up those kids, Viola died. The eldest child, Theodora, was later moved to a new family located in Chicago, while Gloria was eventually placed into the care of Patrick and his wife in 1935. Patrick and his wife had tried to adopt Gloria several times before, but failed since the state could not locate her father, Clarence. In 1941, Patrick's wife tragically passed away after a long fight with cancer, and ever since then, Gloria took on more of a housekeeper role while Patrick worked to keep food on the table. Gloria was a tremendous child who excelled in school and even found time to babysit the neighborhood children. During the investigation, police learned that on the day of the murder, Patrick left at 8 a.m., but not before giving Gloria some money that she had asked for in order to go shopping. Around 9 a.m., Gloria called a friend of hers named Dorothy and asked if she would like to go with her to go shopping for new clothes nearby Hammond, Indiana. Dorothy said yes and took the next bus to meet up with Gloria at her house. And around the same time that Dorothy got on the bus, a local laundry delivery business just dropped off some clothes at Gloria's house. In case you're wondering, no, the delivery driver was not the killer. Then there was an elderly woman named Viola who lived across the street from Patrick and Gloria, who stopped by to pick up a vacuum that she had let them borrow earlier. This happened at around 9:30 a.m. and Viola reported that nothing seemed out of place and Gloria acted normal. By 10:20 a.m., Dorothy arrived at Gloria's. She knocked on the door several times and waited outside for about 5 minutes before wrapping around the side of the house to look through the window, but she couldn't see anything as the blinds had been shut. Furthermore, she said that she may have heard a radio playing inside, but she wasn't entirely sure if that's what she was hearing. After the continued lack of a response, Dorothy decided to get on another bus at 10:30 a.m. to go shopping by herself. The next person to visit the home was Patrick when he returned from work. Investigators quickly exhausted their list of suspects, but then one witness came forward and claimed that they saw 52-year-old Clarence Sullivan on a bus near the home around 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. on the day that Gloria was murdered. And remember, Clarence is Gloria's biological father. Authorities then allocated all of their resources on locating Clarence. Patrick informed police that Clarence was said to be living in Kentucky in 1935. Police also got in touch with Gloria's sister, Theodora, who was 20 years old at the time. Theodora said that it had been over 8 months since she last spoke with Gloria and that she had no idea where Clarence was. The police force was given an immense amount of resources to fund the investigation, but despite that, there was no significant progress made in the case. As for the police's major suspect, Clarence, he was never found and was later legally declared dead in 1950. The loss of Gloria was a massive hit for Patrick, and he went through the motions of his daily life the next few years without any sort of enthusiasm at all. Not only had his wife's life been cut short as a result of cancer, but now some monster had stolen Gloria's life. Patrick visited the police station several times a week consistently for 4 years, just on the off chance that they had some bit of good news. And 4 years after Gloria's murder, Patrick died of a heart attack at work. On Gloria's tombstone, Patrick requested that a particular word must go on it, that being daughter. Within Milton, Florida, there is a county known as Santa Rosa. One characteristic the area is best known for is its climate, having earned itself the title of Helltown due to its humidity and abundant pests, including mosquitoes. Another aspect of the county that is notorious is the rise in population who are severely addicted to illegal substances. On March 8, 2016, in Santa Rosa County, a 36-year-old man by the name of Chip Campbell went missing. He was last seen by a security camera at a Circle K gas station. Friends and family of Chip stated that he looked like a completely different man in the footage. His hair had gotten long and messy, and he had lost an immense amount of weight. Chip was seen hauling 2 backpacks at the time, but when the camera recorded him leaving, he was no longer holding these 2 backpacks. Chip's sister Laura stated that he was a quiet and kind man, almost like a gentle giant type of character. After leaving that gas station bathroom on March 8th, he was never seen again. Just 2 days prior, on March 6th, Chip's roommate Tanya returned home around 10:30 p.m. When she stepped inside, she found the house in a complete mess. There was mud all over the floors, the fridge doors were left wide open, and insulin vials, which were owned by Chip, were tossed all over the kitchen. Then in the bathroom, Chip's phone was found with his battery ripped out. Now, what makes this case all the more strange is the contents found within those 2 backpacks that Chip left behind. It is unknown whether he left them in the bathroom intentionally or if he just forgot them, but most investigators believe that he did purposely leave them behind, since you don't just forget your belongings like that. Inside of the 2 backpacks were food stamp cards, a social security card, a birth certificate belonging to Chip's dad, medical items for Chip's diabetes, some random clothes and food, and a first aid kit. For the most part, one would guess that these items were put together with the intention of going on a long journey, but we have no idea where Chip planned to go and for what reason. To make matters more confusing, why did he leave all of this behind? It was later revealed by friends and family of Chip's that he had recently started hanging out with sketchy people that may or may not have been addicts. One of the first suspects on police's radar was Tanya, Chip's roommate. Upon meeting, the 2 had great chemistry, and it didn't take long before they decided that they should live together. And after moving in, Chip started spending more and more time with Tanya. That's when family began to notice that Chip started to change. Not only did he start dyeing his hair, but he also wore drastically different clothing. His personality also took a turn for the worse. In December of 2015, it was rumored that Chip started receiving texts and calls from a mysterious individual that really worked him up. Chip feared for his life and said that he needed protection, so he went out and purchased a gun. Apparently, Chip owed someone a lot of money, but it should be noted that this money may have been a collective sum accrued by both Chip and Tanya. 1 month later, in January of 2016, Chip was involved in a car accident at the exact same Circle K that he later disappeared at. This accident induced a diabetic seizure within Chip, and he ultimately lost his license. His job followed since he now had no way to get around, and as you can imagine, no income caused him a lot of stress, which led to his weight loss. Back to March 6, when Tanya returned to a ransacked home, investigators realized that the home had basically been outfitted as a drug den. In the attic, there was even what seemed to be a meth lab. Further investigation into Tanya resulted in accusations that she had forged Chip's dad's signature on several checks after Chip disappeared. She was arrested but went on the run after she posted bail. Tanya was able to elude police for about a year before being arrested in California. Chip Campbell remains missing to this day, and he was last seen wearing a green camouflage long-sleeve shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. At the time of his disappearance, he was around 6 feet to 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed about 200 pounds. The Angel of the Meadow is the title given to an unidentified murder victim who was discovered in Angel Meadow, Manchester on January 25, 2010. The body was discovered at a site that was formerly a car park and had been nicknamed Hell upon Earth due to the poor condition that it was in. At the time, the site was actually under construction, and it was planned to be developed into an office for a company called the Cooperative Group, who specialize in wholesale. A construction worker was roaming the area when he noticed a skull. This later led to the discovery of an entire skeleton which was buried underneath a blue carpet. Medical officials determined that the victim had fractured her neck, clavicle, and jaw. It's also believed that she died in the 1970s or possibly the 80s, and was born in the early to mid 1950s. She was estimated to be about 5'1" to 5'5" inches tall and was likely Middle Eastern. It took 2 years before police were able to compile a list of 18 highly probable identities for the victim. victim. This list later increased to a little over 20 possible identities. One of the stronger ones was a woman named Tanzania. In March of 2015, her body was buried in an unmarked grave, and the 2 police officers who worked on the case were the only people to attend her ceremony. Then in 2018, investigators revealed that the victim may have been killed by a man named Christopher Hallwell. The Kentucky meat shower refers to an event that occurred on March 3, 1876, between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., where pieces of red meat fell from the sky near Olympia Springs in Bath County, Kentucky. The wife of a farmer, referred to as Mrs. Couch, was on her porch making soap when she heard a loud thud. She turned her head towards the direction where the sound came from, and she saw a large chunk of meat. Mrs. Couch looked around but had no idea where it came from. Then, not long after, another piece fell right in front of her. This meat was coming from the sky. The majority of the pieces were not all that big, about 2 inches by 2 inches. Some samples of the meat was taken to be tested, and the Newark Scientific Association shared that the meat was lung tissue from either a horse or human infant. There were other pieces of meat determined to be muscle and cartilage as well. There are several theories regarding how the meat fell, ranging from a plane accidentally dropping cargo to vultures dropping their food, but it seems that people cannot come to an agreement on what type of meat it actually was. Some said it was a cow, horse, bear, deer, or lamb, while others suggested it was human. On September 16, 2007, a farmer was tending to his field, which was part of a plot of land about 5 miles away from Watertown, New York. Specifically, the farmer was cutting hay, and as his field gradually cleared up, this object began to appear in front of him. It almost looked like a body. It didn't take long for the farmer to realize that what he was seeing was actually a skeleton still dressed in the clothing that he had on before his death. Law enforcement was promptly on the scene, and they pretty quickly found out the identity of the individual. The skeleton belonged to a man who went missing 6 months ago. He was a 24-year-old Army sergeant stationed at Fort Drum named Patrick Rust. Patrick was born on June 3, 1982 in Ogdensburg, New York. After graduating high school in 2001, Patrick planned to go on vocational school in order to pursue a career as a welder. However, the 9/11 event sparked something within Patrick that made him pursue a path in the military instead. So in May of 2002, he joined the Army, and after completing his training, he was assigned to the 10th Mountain Division, which was stationed at Fort Drum. And this location just so happened to be very close to the part of New York that Patrick grew up in. Fast forward to April of 2004, Patrick was deployed for the very first time to Iraq, where he stayed until November of the same year. About a year later, he would yet again be deployed, this time to Afghanistan, and this deployment lasted about another year. Patrick was finally able to return to New York in January of 2007, where he decided that he needed a break, so he took a 30-day leave. Now, Patrick wasn't facing PTSD or anything, he just wanted some time to enjoy his life a bit and explore. If anything, he enjoyed the experiences overseas. After 30 days, Patrick returned to Fort Drum, and he had befriended a fellow soldier there named Robert Van Velsen. The two eventually came up with the idea of moving to a different area of New York as roommates, since that would help lessen the amount each had to pay in rent. They decided on a particular location and moved in on March 14th. Everything seemed to be going as planned, and just as a reminder, this is currently in the year 2007, and if you recall, Patrick's body was discovered in September of this year. He also went missing 6 months before his body was found, so this is the part of the story where Sergeant Rust disappears. On March 15th, 2007, both Patrick and Robert got off work and decided to head back home. Patrick didn't have a driver's license, so he relied on Robert to get around. Robert recalled hearing Patrick taking a call on the phone at 5:30 p.m. from a friend who was visiting from Colorado. Patrick told Robert that they were just setting up a date so that they could hang out together. The duo arrived home and stayed there for a short amount of time before Robert decided that he wanted to go to the Salmon Run Mall. Patrick made the choice to go with Robert. The mall was less than 3 miles from their apartment, and while the two were there, Patrick purchased a PSP and a CD from the Best Buy store. The two also had dinner at a Wendy's located in the food court of the mall. And it's here where things begin to get a little interesting. Between 6:32 and 6:39 p.m., Patrick made and answered numerous calls. The people that he spoke to included another soldier named Dylan Rustmeyer, his father, and his father's girlfriend. Patrick spoke to his father about their plans for March 16th, which was his dad's birthday. While still in the mall, Patrick withdrew some cash at an ATM. This marked the 4th time he had withdrawn money that week alone, and each withdrawal was $200 each, which was the maximum per machine. Patrick and Robert eventually decided to leave the mall just before 8 p.m. Then all of a sudden, Robert said he wanted to get a tan, but Patrick was in a bit of a rush to get home, so he made the decision to walk the rest of the way back while Robert went off to a location called Totally Tan Sun Center. The journey back was about half a mile and it was starting to get pretty cold. That soldier that called Patrick, Dylan Rustmeyer, said he saw Patrick walking home. This meeting wasn't planned by any means and was just pure luck that they encountered each other. Dylan noted that Patrick didn't wear a coat despite the cold weather, so he offered to drive Patrick the rest of the way. They reached the apartment complex at 8:10 p.m. and according to Dylan, he didn't actually wait to see Patrick go inside the building. It took another 20 minutes before Patrick's roommate Robert returned from getting his tan, and according to Robert, Patrick wasn't in the apartment when he got back. Robert went to bed about an hour and a half later at 10 p.m. and took note that Patrick was still not back, which was very strange. I'd like to add that investigators would later report that it may have been possible that another soldier accompanied Dylan when he dropped off Patrick. If true, this soldier's name was Scott. Located near the tanning spot that Robert was at was a bar called Clueless, which was well known in the area for being accepting towards people of all sexualities. Employees of the bar said that they saw Patrick there between 9 and 9:30 p.m. The manager, Billy Ritz, stated that Patrick looked really anxious. This sparked debate on Patrick's sexuality. At the time, he was actually seeing 2 women, and all of his friends and family said that there were no signs that Patrick was gay. So it is unknown whether Patrick visited the bar to meet up with someone or for another reason entirely. Patrick was later seen talking with a man who was named Patrick Law, and for the sake of the entry, I'm going to be referring to the other man by his last name so we don't get confused. So Law was actually Patrick's childhood friend, and the two hadn't talked to each other in a very, very long time. Law was at the bar with his boyfriend, who was also a soldier at Fort Drum named Travis Walter. Law and Patrick spent a considerable amount of time catching up with each other's lives, which seemed to annoy Law's boyfriend. The bar's manager told authorities that the couple had a bit of an argument regarding the attention that Law was giving to Patrick. Before leaving, Law and Patrick exchanged phone numbers so that they could hang out again. Patrick hung around the bar a little while longer, but was denied further drinks. He eventually stepped out through an emergency exit as he looked like he was going to puke. Patrick never returned after passing through that exit, which was about 1 a.m. At 1:03 a.m., Patrick had a 21-second conversation with Law on the phone. Then they had another call lasting 11 seconds. Then, less than 30 seconds after hanging up on that call, there was another one lasting over 3 minutes. This was the last call between the two for about half an hour. A later call at 1:36 a.m. revealed that Law confessed his feelings for Patrick, and over the next couple of days, there would be several additional calls made to Patrick's phone. However, they all went to voicemail. When March 16th, Friday, came around, Patrick's father, Rodney, was ready to join his son for that guy's weekend out that they were planning for his birthday. But Patrick never called Rodney as was planned, so Rodney just thought that there was some sort of emergency at work. But Patrick never showed up to Fort Drum that day. Before Patrick was officially declared missing, his personal effects at Fort Drum were taken by a supervisor and stored after he was reported as AWOL. This issue became a hotly debated area within the police force as the army essentially took all of Patrick's possessions that may have served as useful evidence. A couple days passed with no sign of Patrick, so on March 18th, Patrick's superiors contacted the police to inform them that Patrick had not shown up for work. Authorities and Patrick's squad mates paid a visit to the apartment with no sign of Patrick, but the search for Patrick didn't officially start with earnest until both of his parents went to the police department to file missing persons reports, and by the time they did that, it was already March 20th. Several different people were questioned about Patrick's whereabouts, but the one statement that lingered in everyone's mind was made by Robert Van Velsen, Patrick's roommate. When asked where he thought Patrick may have gone, he said, "If I had $27,000 in the bank, I'd be in Canada if I wasn't already dead." This comment alarmed everyone, as this was the first time the idea that Patrick may not be alive was proposed. The investigation continued, but as the months passed, the police really didn't make much more progress. There was one Fort Drum soldier who told police that he saw someone who looked very similar to Patrick Rust and that it may have been him. The witness said, "I rolled my window down and called out his name. The person that I thought looked like Sergeant Rust then fled down Coffeen Street." The witness said that the person who appeared to look like Patrick stared at him for about 15 seconds before running off. On March 30th, someone attempted to log into one of Patrick's financial accounts to no avail. Then there was a second successful attempt on April 26th, where the person who logged in changed the address registered to the account. A consultant who worked for the company of the account stated that it would have been incredibly difficult to gain access to the account if it wasn't Patrick himself or someone close to him. And that was pretty much it for the investigation until Patrick's skeleton was discovered. Medical officials examined Patrick's remains, but because they had deteriorated so much, it was impossible to do toxicology tests. But they did state that the likelihood Patrick suffered a wrongful death was very high, although they don't know what caused it. It's also estimated that Patrick died anywhere between 4 and 6 months before being discovered. One of the primary theories was that Patrick had died accidentally. While intoxicated, Patrick may have wandered the city before ending up in the field that he was found in. From here, he likely may have succumbed to the elements as he did not bring a jacket and it was noticeably chilly outside at the time. However, there are some holes with this theory, one being that the field was exceptionally far from the bar if Patrick traveled on foot, and factoring in the weather, many thought that it was unlikely that Patrick actually walked all the way there. But then again, he was drunk, so it's possible that he had no idea what he was doing, which allowed him to make such a journey. By fall of 2008, investigators essentially exhausted their entire list of leads. One detective said, "We don't know that a crime occurred, so to say that there were suspects would be difficult. There's a lot of people we're talking to. We have a big push on trying to generate some more leads." Now, you remember that soldier named Dylan Rustmeyer? Well, one of the calls that he had with Patrick was a key piece of information that authorities believe can help the case. It was a short call where Dylan said, "Rust, I can't help you out, man, but call my boy and he will hook you up." There were rumors that this call was alluding to illegal substances. Another person of interest was named Scott Grant, who, if you remember, is the soldier that is rumored to have been with Dylan when he dropped off Patrick at the apartment. Both before and after Patrick's remains were found, Scott refused to give a sworn written statement. In June of 2008, Scott returned from the Middle East, where he then promptly hired a lawyer to invoke his right to remain silent. Not long after his return, he was discharged from the army while also divorcing his wife. Scott's now ex-wife Kristen avoided speaking with investigators about the matters revolving around Patrick, as she thought it was a mess that she didn't need to get involved in, as she was going to be leaving Scott soon anyway. But not long after separating, Kristen stated that Scott may have had a hand in Patrick's death. She informed police that on March 16th, the day that Patrick went missing, Scott had told her to say that he was with her all night if anyone were to ask where he was. Then about a month later, Kristen claimed that Scott said he sold cocaine to Patrick. At this point, Patrick was still missing. Then Dylan Rustmeyer was discharged from the army as well, and he told authorities that Scott had sold Patrick illegal substances. He didn't provide this information at the start of the investigation because he didn't want the negative light that the investigation brought to hinder his opportunities at work. Then in May of 2007, Scott began dating a woman named Becky Ferguson, who was a girlfriend of his in the past. Becky stated that Scott told her a story about how he and a few other soldiers committed a crime that would send everyone to prison for a very long time. In total, there were 4 men, including Scott. He said that at some point, one of the men began to feel guilty for the crime, which worried the rest of the group. Scott had the idea that they would lure the member that was beginning to feel guilty into the woods and beat him to death. Becky didn't take Scott seriously at first, but once she heard of the news that Patrick Rust was found on a farm in September, she started to think that maybe Scott was telling the truth. Scott was arrested in March of 2013 in Augusta, Maine for a domestic violence assault, and he was then sentenced to 3 years in prison in January of 2015. But he was released in November of 2017, and to this day, police have never questioned Scott in regards to Patrick's death. And there are surprisingly a ton of additional details in this case, but I don't think I've ever seen this event covered at all online. So for the sake of the video, I will cut this entry off here, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. In 1872, the Mary Celeste was found adrift in the Atlantic Ocean with no one aboard the ship. It was discovered by Captain David Morehouse. He noticed that the ship seemed to be unguided and stopped to offer help. He sent a boarding party over to the other ship, but upon searching, the group couldn't find a single person on board. The crewmen's quarters seemed to be normal with everyone's possessions in place, but they noticed that the lifeboat was missing and the bottom of the ship was flooded with over 3.5 feet of water. There was also about 1,700 barrels of alcohol left behind, as well as a 6-month supply of food and water. The Mary Celeste began its journey on November 7th, 1872 with 7 crewmen. On board were also Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, his wife Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter Sophia. The ship's final log entry was made on November 25th at 5 a.m. where it spoke about harsh storms. Then another 10 days passed, and that's when the ship was discovered by the De Gratia. The British ship sailed with the Mary Celeste for over 800 miles to Gibraltar, where the ship was assessed in a salvage hearing in an attempt to earn some cash from the ship's insurers. But the Attorney General in charge found the entire situation to be very suspicious and thought that this was part of some sort of scam. The investigation took over 3 months long, but the court officially determined that there was no evidence of foul play and the salvagers received a payment of $46,000, or at least they were supposed to. You see, the salvagers only got about 1/6 of that amount since the court was still iffy on whether or not the De Gratia crew was trying to pull a fast one or not. But we still have no clue as to what had happened to the crew on board the Mary Celeste. Despite the court's ruling, the idea of foul play lingered. One theory suggested that Captain Briggs and Captain Morehouse conspired to share the money obtained from the salvage payment, but there was no indication of any sort of friendship between the two men. Plus, if Briggs intended on disappearing after obtaining the money, why did he leave behind his son, Arthur? A different theory proposed that the crew abandoned the ship believing that it was going to sink or even explode, which may explain the missing lifeboat. A rope fastened between the boat and the ship was found to be cut and not untied, which may indicate a sense of urgency within the crew. Within the logs, there were details of small explosions coming from the hold, as well as ominous rumbling noises. One investigator suggested that a sailor went down to where the noise was coming from to investigate, which just so happened to be where the alcohol was stored. The sailor may have been holding an open flame or a cigar, which could have caused an explosion when interacting with the fumes. The true fate regarding the crew of the Mary Celeste continues to intrigue people to this day, but no one knows for sure just where the crew went and why they abandoned the ship. On November 24th, 1997 at 6 a.m., a mother named Marlene Eisenberg made her way to the kitchen. On her way out of the bedroom, she noticed that the door to the garage was left open. Marlene simply went over to close it before getting her 5-month-old daughter, and that's when she realized that her baby was missing. The Eisenbergs had unknowingly left their garage door open overnight, and someone had entered their home and abducted 5-month-old Sabrina Eisenberg. Investigators were able to find a shoe print and blonde hair that may have belonged to the culprit. Initially, authorities suspected that the parents had done the unthinkable to their daughter and had just made this situation up as a cover, but both of them denied this. One reason that made people suspicious was the smiling from the parents at a public appeal centered around Sabrina's disappearance. Both Marlene and her husband were asked to take polygraph tests, and Marlene's results were never released to the public. The sheriff said that the results were not inconclusive. However, due to Marlene's hysterical state, they would not publicly announce whether she had passed or failed the test. At this point, the couple were still the primary suspects, so they resorted to hiring a lawyer. According to the police, the Icebergs were far from cooperative when it came to answering questions regarding the event. And to go along with the strange smiling from Steve and Marlene, there was a video of Sabrina the day before she disappeared where her face was bruised and a patch of her hair was missing. In November of 1999, both Steve and Marlene were arrested and charged with conspiracy, lying to police, and providing false information regarding their daughter's disappearance. Authorities also claimed that they had a recorded conversation of Marlene saying, "The baby's dead and buried. It was found dead because you did it. The baby's dead no matter what you say, you just did it." And then Steve said, "I wish I hadn't harmed her. They don't know the truth, right?" But despite the apparent progress in the case, a judge dropped all of the charges towards Steve and Marlene. The judge stated that the recording was too garbled to be comprehended and therefore cannot be used as evidence against the couple. In April of 2003, police decided to revisit some previous leads on the case, one of which was from 1998, where an unidentified girl only known as Paloma Unknown was found abandoned in Mexico. She went on to be taken in by a family in the US and was raised in Chicago. Police suspected that this girl was actually Sabrina. However, the police were able to find this girl eventually and tested her DNA against Sabrina's, and it was found that the two were not the same. Paloma's identity was never revealed. Then in 2017, a woman got in touch with the Icebergs through Facebook saying that she thinks she may be Sabrina. The woman said she had no documents or photos to show the first 5 months of her life, and she bore a resemblance to the other Iceberg children. And as far as I know, the results of DNA testing were either never revealed or they just have not been completed yet. Official records within the Vatican share that the over 260 Catholic popes in history have all been men, but there is one tale that suggests that there was a single female pope at one point in time during the 9th century. This woman is known as Pope Joan. Supposedly, she disguised herself as a man before entering religious training, where she became an accomplished scholar. Through her hard work, she was elected as Pope in the year 855 and ruled for over 2 years. It wasn't until 858 where she abruptly went into labor during a procession. And from here, the details get a bit hazy. Some say that she died while giving birth to her child, while others claim that her followers tied her to a horse and stoned her to death after finding out that the Pope was a woman. Most historians seem to believe that Pope Joan is no more than a legend, as there are no reliable historical texts mentioning her. And 2 of the articles that I was reading when researching this entry mentioned in a quote-unquote abundance of clues supporting the idea that Pope Joan was real, but they failed to mention any sort of clues. In Arlington, Virginia in 2016, over the course of several months, an unidentified individual was defecating at the Fort Bernard Park. One woman named Megan Collins said, "It was inside the little stall over there," as she gestured towards some playground equipment. Authorities notified the public that whoever was defecating in the area was hiding the poop under something like a shirt or leaves, and any curious children who went to pick up said shirt would get a handful of feces. Another parent said, "To defecate outside is one thing, but then in a kid's park where kids can easily fall into it, that really shocks me." Authorities have had little success in figuring out just who is responsible for this disgusting act. They suspect that the person is going to the park after midnight when nobody is around. Police are still looking for whoever the man or woman is, and once caught, they will be charged with a misdemeanor. So that's going to end off layer 3, and this will be the first entry of layer 4 and the final one for this video. The 2003 ricin letters refers to 2 letters, one of which was mailed to the White House. And as you can probably tell by the name, the letter was laced with ricin, which, in case you do not know, is a very toxic plant protein that can be fatal even in small amounts. The CDC states that 500 micrograms is the minimum lethal dose of ricin in humans if it is inhaled or injected, and has been used many times in history as an assassination weapon. The second letter was found in South Carolina, however it did not have an address. The letters were sent in October and November and were signed by an individual who called themselves Fallen Angel. The first letter was discovered on October 15th, 2003 2003 at a mail sorting center in Greenville, South Carolina, and the letter was actually part of a larger package which also contained a small metal vial that housed the ricin. And on the outside of the envelope there was actually a label that said, "Caution, ricin poison enclosed in a sealed container. Do not open without proper protection." As for the actual letter, it was typed up using a typewriter and said, "To the Department of Transportation, I am a fleet owner of a tanker company. I have easy access to castor pulp. If my demand is dismissed, I am capable of making ricin. My demand is simple. January 4th, 2004 starts the new hours of service for trucks, which include a ridiculous 10 hours in the sleeper berth. Keep at 8 or I will start dumping. You have been warned. This is the only letter that will be sent by me, Fallen Angel." As I've previously mentioned, this particular letter had no delivery address posted on it. The second letter was received on November 6th, 2003 and was addressed to the White House. The White House mail processing facility encountered a small vial of white powder which tested negative for ricin initially, but later tests came back positive for ricin contamination. And despite being addressed to the White House, this letter yet again was meant to be written for the US Department of Transportation. It read, "Department of Transportation, if you change the hours of service on January 4th, 2004, I will turn DC into a ghost town. The powder on the letter is ricin. Have a nice day, Fallen Angel." The Secret Service took until November 12th to alert other agencies that the ricin tests came back positive, but fortunately nobody died. There was a third letter that was discovered on February 2nd, 2004 in the mailroom in the Dirksen Senate office building, but it isn't 100% confirmed whether or not this third letter was sent by the exact same person. And that is all for part 17. The next installment of this series is going to be diving into layer 4 and the mysteries will just get more obscure. If you made it all the way to the end, drop an envelope emoji in the comments and I'll try and leave you a heart. Thank you so much for making it to the end, and a very special thank you to all of my patrons and channel members for supporting me. Thank you to Greg, 4L60E, Adventure Ted, Coalescent Carnage, Chaz It Up, Cody Grandman, Courtney Von Schriltz, Emma, Flannery Rose, John Thomas, Maui, Owl Yoop, Saucy Sofa, Schmapton Schmerica, Steve Sharofsky, Aiden, Bad Baphomet, Beck Walls, Bennett Malillo, Bestial Darkness, Cam Haha, Chris, Commit Felony Feline, Coy Jones, Coyote Lord, Derek Waterbury, David Veltman, Dim Resin, Dip Shizzle, Edwill, Eileen McRudgery, Evil Dead Bread, Foley, Gary, Gino Johnstone, Giselle Sweet Moncour, Glitter Fleshgum, Grace, HaloFan234, Harley, Harley Deadman, Hide Worry, Jackson W, Jacob Adams, Jacoby Gilbert, J Record 22, Jay Huds, Joseph Mulligan, Joseph Virgin, Josh Falls, Kent, Kiana, King Mog, Lady Fang, Len, Liss Electro, Main Adam, Marco Espinoza, McLover, Me4, Michael Myers, Morgan Smith, Nathan Brown, Nathan Flagg, Nina Brown, Okami Fan 1 Productions, Pedro Elizondo Jr., Ray Booney, Ray, Roanch, Roto, Sally Bunce, Samili Moody, Sarah Kruder, Sarah Richardson, Shane Whitehead, Skylar Morris, Sophie Livingstone, Stuxinator, Subtle Spell, Taylor, Taylor Stone King, The Puff Lord, The Hidden Eye, Teresa Headlam, Tony Swanevelt, Typical Ethan, Victor Chamil, Wilder Than Mild, -5 stars, Sasha Wise, Jerome Reuter, Synth Runner, Astrid Yessing, Blasphemous Baphomet, Neve, Mam Shiba 101, Alan Amaro, Randvar, Aphotic Cthulhu, Emma Chacho, and Barely Living Dead Girl. Thank you all so much for your support every month. If any of you are still watching and are interested in supporting the channel, check out the description. There are links to the Patreon and the memberships. If you do become either one, you get early access, but if you become a patron, you get exclusive videos that are not available on YouTube. And I am currently in the process of making a pretty big video should be up at the very end of the month, but there may or may not be a couple fewer uploads this month because of that, because it's like 6 hours, 5 hours, something crazy. So anyways, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all so much for sticking through to the end, and I'll talk to you guys all again next time. The Heidelberg Project is described as an outdoor art environment created by Detroit artist Tyree Guyton that has been subject to a series of fires. Despite a $45,000 reward and surveillance footage capturing a suspect, the case revolving around these fires remains unsolved. The fires, which began in 2013, have destroyed several of Guyton's works. One of the incidents occurred on November 23, 2015, when a person was caught on camera starting a fire. Despite the substantial reward, extensive media coverage, and the presence of security cameras, investigators are making slow progress in solving the 12 arson cases that have plagued the Heidelberg Project. Head of Detroit Fire Department's arson squad, Charles Sims, said, "We're at a standstill. Without eyewitness accounts or a clear pattern with an evident motive, it's an uphill battle." An arson investigator named Patrick McNuddy said the following: "In an arson case, the evidence itself is often burned away. We don't have the luxury of finding easy clues like bloodstains or bullet casings." So investigators had to spend much more time meticulously combing through charred remains of the crime scene to try and uncover any evidence that might have survived the flames. A special agent with the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives named Donald Dawkins said, "Without eyewitnesses, arsons are notoriously difficult to solve." The Detroit ATF branch has joined the Heidelberg Project investigation. Studies have shown that less than 20% of arson cases are ever solved, making it the crime with the lowest clearance rates among serious offenses. Over the past 3 decades, Guyton has meticulously adorned a 2-block area with hundreds of discarded items once owned by former residents, including dolls, record albums, rusty bicycles, clocks, and car hoods. The entire neighborhood's streets have essentially been transformed into a canvas of colorful polka dots. In an effort to combat the ongoing arson attacks, the Heidelberg Project launched a crowdfunding campaign and sought assistance from foundations. They were able to successfully raise approximately $72,000 to fund the installation of surveillance cameras and security patrols. The newly installed cameras captured fleeting images of a suspect. They were seen setting fire to a taxi house, however, their face was concealed by a hoodie. The suspect was seen carrying a white plastic jug similar to a half-gallon milk container. The figure entered the rear of the small wooden house, and moments later, flames erupted. Despite the grainy footage and lack of facial recognition, investigators are hopeful that the images will provide crucial leads in identifying the arsonist. The fire quickly spirals out of control, forcing the suspect to flee. The video footage suggests that part of the suspect's upper body is engulfed in flames. Arson investigators were hopeful that the video would lead to a significant breakthrough. Investigators reached out to local hospital emergency rooms inquiring about individuals treated for burn injuries. Their hopes seemed realized when they discovered a burn victim who had received treatment shortly after the Heidelberg fire. However, their excitement was short-lived as they learned that the burn victim had suffered injuries while attempting to deep fry a turkey in a vat of oil. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, Gamersupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors, and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Fart. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now, back to the video. Alonzo Brooks's body was discovered in Lasinia, Kansas on May 1st, 2004, approximately a month after he was reported missing following his last known whereabouts on April 3rd, 2004. On the day that he went missing, Alonzo Brooks and 3 friends attended a party in Lasinia. During the party, Brooks reportedly faced racial slurs, which may have created tension between him and the other guests. As the night progressed, Brooks's friends left the party at different times, inadvertently leaving Alonzo behind due to a misunderstanding about his arrangements for returning home. When Alonzo failed to return home the next day, he was reported missing by his family. The Lynn County Police Department couldn't find Brooks, so they gave the case to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and they also failed in locating him. On May 1st, 2004, the Brooks family was allowed to look for Brooks on the property where the party was held. On the first day of their search, they found Brooks's body on the bank of Middle Creek, next to the house where he was last seen a month before. An examination of his body showed that he didn't have any broken bones, signs of being hit, or signs of drowning in his lungs. so the doctor couldn't figure out how he died. On June 11th, 2020, the FBI reopened the case and offered a $100,000 reward for information about Brooks's death. In July of that same year, Alonzo Brooks's body was exhumed and taken to Dover Air Force Base for a thorough autopsy and additional investigation by the Armed Forces Medical Examiner. The examiner's findings were conclusive. Brooks's death was a homicide, not an accident. U.S. Attorney Dustin Slinkard acknowledged that while the FBI had long suspected foul play in Brooks's death, the autopsy provided definitive evidence. He emphasized the FBI's unwavering commitment to pursuing justice for Brooks and bringing the perpetrators to justice. The autopsy report revealed injuries that could not be attributed to decomposition, further solidifying the conclusion that Brooks's death was a deliberate act. However, no one has been charged with his death just yet. On a scorching summer day in late July, Japanese authorities stumbled upon the preserved remains of Sogen Kato. He was still resting in bed where he had passed away 3 decades earlier. At 111 years old, he held the title of Japan's oldest man. Shockingly, his 81-year-old daughter had concealed his death and unlawfully received over 9 million yen in pension funds as per the police. This discovery raised concerns, leading local governments to dispatch teams to check on the well-being of their elderly residents. Upon visiting the residence of Fusa Furuya, who was a well-known 113-year-old woman in Tokyo, officials were startled to learn that her daughter had not seen her since the late 1980s. The Japanese media has been meticulously documenting the daily revelations of such cases, sparking widespread national concern. In a surprising turn of events, authorities discovered that a woman who hypothetically would be 125 years old if alive was listed as a resident living in a park in Kobe City. Equally confusing was the discovery in Yamaguchi Prefecture, where the official register suggested the existence of a resident who was supposedly alive and thriving at the remarkable age of 186 years. As this investigation went on and gained more interest, the Justice Ministry disclosed a startling finding of over 230,000 missing centenarians. This news left the country in a state of collective shock, especially since Japan is well known for its deep respect for the elderly. The huge number of unaccounted for people has a few reasons behind it. One main reason is the old way records were kept, especially in the family registry, which notes all births and deaths and is the basis for the 230,000 figure. The Justice Ministry explains that some of the missing individuals might have actually passed away a long time ago during World War II, and due to the chaos after the war, their deaths were never reported. Others might have moved to another country without telling local authorities. But the resident registry provides some interesting details. Based on their data and information about pensions and welfare benefits, we get more of a clear picture. According to the Health Ministry's data back in 2010, there were just over 44,000 people aged 100 or more who were alive. An editorial in the Asahi newspaper highlighted some deeper problems within this revelation. Traditionally, Japan relies on stable jobs and families, but both are becoming less secure, revealing unpleasant aspects of society. The editorial emphasized that the families closest to these elderly individuals often don't know their whereabouts. In many cases, they haven't even bothered to ask the police for help. This situation points to the existence of lonely individuals without family support, and their connections with those around them have been severed. According to analyst Jeff Kingston, the case of the missing centenarians suggests a breakdown in social unity, both within families and the broader community. In the past, it was common for parents to live with their children and grandchildren, forming a 3-generation family where women played a central role as caregivers. However, according to Kingston, this traditional family structure is becoming outdated. The burst of Japan's economic bubble in 1989 led to some very tough challenges which eventually played a profound effect on society. Kingston pointed out that in 55% of married households, both spouses are now working. This has resulted in an increased burden on women who find themselves overwhelmed with responsibilities, as they were traditionally expected to take care of the home as well. During the 2000s in Japan, minor offenses like shoplifting have seen a significant increase driven by economic necessity. But the most unexpected aspect of the situation is certain families purposely concealing the deaths of elderly relatives to claim their pensions. To address this issue, Japan's health minister has proposed conducting face-to-face meetings with all citizens aged over 110 to confirm their vitality. What exactly happened to all of these missing centenarians is unknown. The Badajoz UFO incident happened in Spain on November 12, 1965, at an airbase called Talavera la Real. Two soldiers, Jose Trejo and Juan Lujan, said they saw and shot at a strange being. They were patrolling the base's fuel storage area at around 1:45 a.m., about 60 meters apart from each other, when they heard a noise like radio interference. This noise turned into a high-pitched whistle that went on for 5 minutes. Worried about possible sabotage, Jose asked Juan to check the area with him. After about 5 minutes, the whistle stopped, and soon after, they saw a really bright light in the sky that lasted for about 15 seconds. Around this time, another guard with a guard dog joined the two. Together, the group swept the immediate area. When they reached a specific spot, they heard the sound of twigs breaking. They let the guard dog go, and it ran towards the spot where they heard the noise come from. The dog eventually came back, but it was seriously injured. Despite several attempts, the dog kept getting injured whenever he went back to that spot. Eventually, the dog began to circle around the three soldiers, which is a protective technique trained for guard dogs. Jose soon noticed a human-shaped green light towards his left. The figure was very tall, around 3 meters. It appeared to be made up of small points of light, with the brightness being more intense along its edges. The head was small and covered with something that resembled a helmet. Its arms were also extremely long, but it had no visible hands or feet. Jose fell to his knees and fainted. His friends took the opportunity to shoot at the creature, firing between 40 and 50 bullets. As the being was hit, its brightness intensified and it vanished. While Jose received assistance, the same sound as before was heard, lasting about 10 to 15 seconds. The following morning, around 50 men thoroughly searched the area. Surprisingly, there were no bullet casings from the shots fired, and no holes were found where bullets were supposed to have hit the wall behind the creature. Despite this, the Air Force concluded that the machine guns were indeed fired. Even today, there is no explanation for what the soldiers encountered, leading many to believe that this was entirely made up. However, others believe that the soldiers encountered some sort of extraterrestrial. On September 19, 2004, Robert Bugsy Springfield, aged 48, embarked on an elk hunting expedition to Black Canyon with his 13-year-old son Colton and his adopted son Brent Brooks. This adventure took them to the Crow Indian Reservation within the Bighorn Mountains in the southeastern part of Montana. Mysteriously, Bugsy never returned alive. Bugsy, along with his family, belonged to the Crow Nation Indian Reservation, and their hunting activities took place on tribal-owned land. Bugsy had roots deeply embedded within his community. His upbringing unfolded in the areas of Lodge Grass and Wyola. At 17, Bugsy joined the U.S. Marine Corps and served in different locations such as California, North Carolina, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines. After leaving the military in the late 1970s, Bugsy worked at the Sarpy coal mine as a diesel mechanic for 3 years. He even took on occasional jobs that involved heavy equipment operation and even firefighting. He got married to a woman named Veronica Burden Ground in July of 1979, and they settled in Lodge Grass. So on the day that the trio went hunting, Bugsy's two sons returned to the agreed upon meeting spot late in the afternoon, expecting to find their father. As night fell without any sign of him, the concerned children reached out to both the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office and tribal members for help. On the day he went missing, Bugsy was clad in thick winter attire and carried a bow and arrows. Despite an extensive search effort, including helicopters and search dogs and horseback searchers organized by the family and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there was no discovery of any equipment, body, bones, or blood. A little over a year into the future, in October of 2005, a hunter exploring the Black Canyon region heard the persistent screeching of a crow. The bird's loud cries led the hunter to a tree where, to their surprise, they discovered human remains below. What made the discovery even more unusual was the peculiar arrangement near the tree. A partial skull, a femur, a neatly rolled up men's belt positioned next to the skull, and a pair of boots. Additionally, a men's coat with a small tear in the back was lying on the ground, accompanied by a wallet containing money at the scene. However, noticeably absent from the location were the bow and arrows, which could not be located. Law enforcement was quickly contacted as foul play was suspected. But there were some investigators that thought otherwise. They initially theorized that a fallen tree caused Robert's demise, but the physical evidence at the scene contradicted this idea. The family speculated on the possibility of foul play considering Robert's background as an ex-Marine and Special Forces member. His wife Veronica expressed skepticism, stating, "If he was actually up there in that area, to put it bluntly, we would have smelled something. The animals would have been there. The birds would have been there." The FBI eventually transported the remains to Quantico, Virginia for DNA testing and identification. On November 16, 2007, the family finally received Bugsy's death certificate, listing the cause of death as undetermined. Another notable detail was that various items from Bugsy's wallet, including his ID and social security card, were returned to the family without evident signs of exposure to weather or water damage. This observation led the family to believe that these items hadn't been subjected to the elements for an extended period. To this day, the exact cause of death of Robert is still unknown. This mystery is a rather short one that refers to a call made on a radio show that was hosted by Art Bell. Art is regarded as one of the original hosts of a conspiracy theory radio talk show, with his show being a Coast to Coast AM. And probably one of his most famous incidents on the show occurred in 1977. On September 11th, 1997, Art Bell received a call from a man often described as frantic. This man claimed to be a former Area 51 employee. As the call progressed, the man became increasingly upset. Unexpectedly, the show temporarily went off the air due to a satellite failure. This event stirred speculation among Art Bell's audience, leading them to question if the call was genuine and if the caller had real information about Area 51. The same person supposedly called back on April 28, 1998, confessing that the initial call was a hoax. However, doubts arose about whether this was truly the same individual, considering differences in the second caller's voice, tone, and mannerisms. Some believe the second call was a government cover-up, especially given the abrupt end to the original call. In the early 1800s, something odd occurred at Christ Church Cemetery in Oistins, Barbados. The church had a special tomb which was referred to as the Chase Vault. This tomb belonged to the Chase family led by Colonel Thomas Chase. Thomas was an extremely wealthy man and he was regarded as a pretty cruel person, so much so that his slaves talked about wanting to harm him. It's said that Thomas mistreated them, and once he died, many believed that the slaves the family owned were the ones responsible for the events that we are going to discuss. However, there isn't really concise proof of this. The first person from the Chase family laid to rest inside of the vault was baby Mary Chase, who passed away in February of 1808. She was placed in a sturdy metal casket. Next was the teenage daughter, Dorcas, who was buried in July 1812 after starving herself to death. Colonel Thomas Chase, possibly having taken his own life, died in August of the same year. His metal coffin was so heavy that it required several men to carry it. When the vault was opened to lay the colonel to rest, they noticed that Mary's casket had shifted from its original position. Initially, people thought someone on the island had moved it, so it was put back in its place, and the vault door was sealed once again. In 1816, the Chase Vault witnessed 2 more burials, and once again, the coffins, including the extremely heavy one belonging to Colonel Chase, had shifted positions. This sparked a growing concern among the people. Despite the vault seal remaining unbroken, there were reports of horses behaving strangely near it. A woman visiting another grave in Christ Church Cemetery even claimed to have heard alarming sounds emanating from the Chase Vault as she passed by. By July 1819, another family member found their final resting place within the vault. Once again, all the coffins inside had been rearranged, none in their original spots. After restoring the caskets to their designated places and sealing the vault once more, the governor took a precautionary step. He pressed his signet ring into the wet cement to create an identifiable mark, ensuring quick detection if the seal was breached again. Despite these efforts, people still suspected foul play, believing that someone might be breaking into the vault to move the coffins, perhaps someone harboring a grudge against the family. To catch the individual, sand was scattered on the floor. By April 1820, the tomb was opened for the last time. The marks of the signet ring were still visible in the cement, indicating that no one had tampered with the vault from the outside. The sealed door remained the sole entrance. The men faced difficulties opening the door as if something heavy was blocking it. Once the door was eventually opened, it was revealed that Colonel Chase's coffin was the obstacle. All of the other caskets were scattered within the vault in different locations once again. The governor eventually reached a breaking point. He decided to take action by having all the coffins removed from the vault and reinterred in various parts of the Christchurch cemetery. Since then, the Chase vault has remained empty. Naturally, people began seeking explanations. While there were instances of earthquakes, none of the other vaults showed signs of disturbance. Occasionally, there were floods, but no cracks were found in the vault, and the weighty metal coffins made it impossible for them to float. And from here, all investigation into the events seemingly fell off, and the topic gradually faded into obscurity. In Indonesia, a group of bikers came across a strange scene. A half-naked person running along a dirt track near Banda Aceh on Sumatra Island. Some people thought he was from the Mont tribe, known for living in the forest. As the bikers journeyed along the track, a bald man unexpectedly leaped out from the trees, catching their attention. The recorded footage captures one of the bikers losing balance and falling to the ground, while the figure swiftly dashes away from the group. Unfazed, another biker pursues this man down the track. The mysterious individual, however, promptly dives into the tall grass at the roadside. The group stopped at the spot where the man disappeared and diligently scanned the area in an attempt to locate him. A couple of bikers go into the grass to find out where the man went and discover a big stick that he was carrying. Some believe that this person might be from a lost pygmy tribe in Indonesia. There's a story about the mythical Mant tribe being smaller than usual and running away when they see people from the outside world. The only known story about this supposed tribe goes back to the 17th century, where two Mant tribesmen were said to be captured and shown to the Sultan. However, there are many people that believe that the Mant people are just a legend. Banksy is the name of a street artist based in England whose identity is still unknown. Banksy became famous as a graffiti artist in the late 1990s, but he's kept his identity a secret. But we do know a couple of things about him. He's from Bristol, he uses stencils to create art quickly and without getting caught, and there is a good likelihood that he isn't too fond of authority. Who Banksy really is remains a mystery, and that mystery is a big part of what makes his art so special. As Banksy's identity continues to be a secret, more and more guesses and theories have come up about who he really is. Some of these theories seem believable, while others are kind of funny, but none of them have been proven to be true. These are just some of the names who people have suspected to be Banksy: Neil Buchanan, Robert Del Naja, Robin Gunningham, and Paul Goh. Of course, there are a number of other people suspected of being Banksy, but it seems that most conversations typically involve this group of names. One of the more likely suspects is Robin Gunningham. In the search for Banksy's identity, some criminologists from London's Queen Mary University pointed to Robin as a possible candidate. The university used geographic profiling, but he was never proven to be Banksy. One of the other people we mentioned was Robert Del Naja. A pretty believable rumor about Banksy's identity accidentally started with the DJ Goldie, also known as Clifford Price, when he mentioned a rumor in an interview. Goldie hinted that Banksy might be Robert, a member from the trip-hop group Massive Attack, who happens to be from the same city as Banksy. Even though Banksy's art has shown up in places where Massive Attack was touring, Robert has denied these rumors when asked publicly. As of now, despite the technological advancements in society, no one seems to have confirmation as to who Banksy is. On April 6, 1986, 9-year-old Antoinette Cayedito went missing. Her mother Penny and 2 sisters were surprised to find that she wasn't at home when they woke up that morning. After searching the house and checking with neighbors, they couldn't find any trace of her. Even the police and neighbors searched the nearby foothills, but there was still no sign of her. It seemed likely that she was kidnapped during the night, leaving authorities with little to offer in terms of hope to her worried parents. A year later, in 1987, there was a significant turn in the case. The Gallup police station received a call for help. A female voice on the phone claimed to be Antoinette, saying she was in Albuquerque. Before she could provide her exact location, an unknown male voice interrupted, saying, "Who said you could use the phone?" She screamed, and the call abruptly ended. When the police played the recorded call for Penny, she was certain it was Antoinette's voice. She particularly recognized the way the girl said her name. However, she couldn't identify the man's voice. Some people thought that the call might be a prank because the girl said she was in Albuquerque, but the call actually went to the Gallup Police Department. Despite the police's attempts to trace the call, they were unsuccessful. But nevertheless, this gave Antoinette's family a glimmer of hope that she might still be alive. In 1991, 5 years after Antoinette went missing, when age-progressed photos of her were released, a waitress came forward. She believed she had seen Antoinette at her restaurant serving a table with a man, woman, and a girl who seemed to be around 14 or 15. The waitress noted that they looked somewhat disheveled, possibly indicating a struggle. The girl deliberately dropped her utensils on the floor, and when the waitress tried to help, the girl grabbed her hand. However, the waitress didn't think much of it and continued with her work. The man, woman, and girl later left the restaurant. The waitress went over to their table to clean it up, and that's when she discovered a napkin under the girl's plate with a message. It said, "Please help me, call the police." A month later, investigators decided to re-interview people involved in the case. They spoke to Antoinette's sister, Wendy, who was 5 at the time of the incident. Now 10, Wendy revealed to investigators that she had witnessed Antoinette's abduction. According to Wendy, around 3 a.m., there was a knock at the door, and when Antoinette answered, the person claimed to be Uncle Joe. 2 men then grabbed her and took off. When asked why she hadn't spoken up earlier, Wendy explained that she was scared and afraid of getting in trouble. Investigators checked and found out that this quote-unquote Uncle Joe, who was married to Penny's sister back then, was not involved. But this made them wonder if the people who took Antoinette knew her family. In 1992, Penny visited a Navajo medicine woman to try and find out where Antoinette might be. The medicine woman did a special ceremony to connect with the spirit of the missing person. According to her, Antoinette might be alive, possibly with a child, and being kept somewhere in the southwest of the United States against her will. Investigators now indicate that Antoinette's survival is unlikely due to the amount of time that has since passed. Penny's life concluded on April 18, 1999. Before her death, law enforcement had aimed to inquire further about Antoinette's disappearance, but her death complicated the investigation. There was a theory that was going around that Penny may have sold off Antoinette into human trafficking. Towards the latter bits of her life, authorities suspected that Penny may have harbored some more information about Antoinette's abduction than she revealed. The failure of a lie detector test and significant purchases following Antoinette's disappearance heightened suspicions. There were also unverified claims of her involvement in illicit drug-related activities. If Antoinette is still alive, she would be in her 40s by now. Unfortunately, Antoinette's father, Anthony, also passed away in 2012. So this entry kind of confused me a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure why this is regarded as a mystery, but to my understanding, it seems that scientists heavily debate whether the Anthropocene is different from the Holocene, since the former is still not recognized as an official geological unit of time. Scientists have agreed that human activities have had such a massive impact on Earth that they should declare a new geological epoch, that being the Anthropocene. They presented this idea to the International Geological Congress in Cape Town. The scientists say that the Anthropocene should start around 1950, when nuclear testing began to spread radioactive elements all around the world. But they are also looking at other possible signs of Anthropocene, such as plastic pollution, soot from power plants, concrete, and even chicken bones, which show how much chicken farming has grown around the world. The Anthropocene would officially recognize that humans are now a major force shaping Earth's geology and ecosystems. It would mean that human activities are leaving a lasting mark on the planet's history. So again, I'm not quite understanding why this is considered a mystery. It seems just more like a debate that scientists have amongst each other. So if you guys do understand why, go ahead and let me know in the comments, because now at this point I am curious why this is even on. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, Gamersupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors, and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Farts. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now back to the video. Brianna Maitland was a teenager who disappeared in March 2004 after finishing her shift at a local inn in Montgomery, Vermont. At the time, she was only 17 years old. In Montgomery, Vermont on March 20th, 2004, the Vermont State Police received a call about an abandoned car near the Old Dutchburn barn. It was a green 1985 Oldsmobile Delta positioned at a peculiar angle. Its rear bumper had snagged onto the building's foundation, which lifted the rear tires upwards, making it impossible for the vehicle to drive off. When law enforcement arrived, they discovered equally strange details. There were no signs that the vehicle had veered wildly off-road before it collided with the building. Additionally, the vehicle was unlocked with no signs of the keys. There were also no signs of people in the immediate area, whether in the barn or just in the wilderness. When investigators took a look inside the vehicle, they were equally confused. There were 2 unopened paychecks from Brianna's place of employment, Black Lantern Inn, and obviously both of them were written out to Brianna Maitland. Police immediately determined that the vehicle belonged to Brianna and set out to locate her. The first stop was Black Lantern Inn, but when investigators arrived at the business, it was closed, so they had to return at a later point. Meanwhile, Brianna's Oldsmobile was being relocated to a tow yard. Brianna and her mother, Kelly, went on a shopping trip the day prior to her disappearance in St. Albans. The outing didn't last long as Brianna had to return home and get ready for her shift at the inn. Before she left that day, the people who last saw her reported that she seemed normal, if not even happier than usual. This may have been a result of her anticipation to get to work. Brianna's co-workers shared that nothing out of the ordinary occurred when Brianna was working. At about 11:20 p.m., one of the other employees took note of Brianna getting inside her car and driving out of the parking lot. This was the final time Brianna was seen officially. What exactly happened to her afterward remains a mystery. Fast forward to March 23rd, 2004, Kelly Maitland reached out to the Vermont State Police to report her daughter Brianna missing. Then, 2 days later, Kelly, accompanied by her husband Bruce, made their way to the state police barracks in St. Albans to submit some photos of their daughter to assist in the search/spread of information. This was when one of the officers noticed a photo matching the Oldsmobile they found. This officer decided to share some photos of the abandoned vehicle belonging to Brianna at the barn with the parents, both of whom confirmed that the car belonged to their daughter. Notably, the Black Lantern Inn where Brianna worked was located less than 2 miles away from where the vehicle was discovered. Initially, most investigators were of the opinion that Brianna had run away somewhere, but for what reason, they were unsure. She may have wanted to start a new life, or she may have been trying to get away from someone or something. The former seemed very unlikely, so police set their sights on the possibility that foul play was involved. 1 week after Brianna's disappearance, law enforcement returned to the site of the abandoned vehicle to allow their K9 units to search the location, and they discovered an out-of-place item nearby. After some DNA testing, officials could not determine who the DNA on the item belonged to, but they did compare it to about a dozen suspects. Additionally, it should be noted that police were not sure how long this item was left in the area. It could have been after or even before Brianna's vehicle was discovered. Come fall 2020, the Vermont State Police Major Crime Unit joined forces with Othram with the goal to extract leads from the same DNA evidence obtained obtained from the item. Othram scientists utilized forensic-grade genome sequencing to craft a DNA profile. Months of relentless follow-up investigation allowed the police to pinpoint, interview, and collect DNA samples from potential donors. These samples underwent comparison testing at the Vermont Forensic Laboratory, and surprisingly, officials obtained a match and made the information public in the first half of 2022. But it seems like investigators haven't released the identity of the match yet, but they did say that the match was one of the dozen or so suspects that they had been looking into prior. Detective Sergeant Angela Baker said, "It's important to note that this doesn't mean we have identified a suspect. We are continuing our active efforts to investigate every lead associated with this case, and we constantly look for new technological advances to aid in our investigation." The use of genetic genealogy to identify the DNA found 18 years ago is just one example of how detectives continue to track down every potential lead in this case. So this case seems to be making some significant progress, and who knows, maybe this mystery will finally come to an end this year and Brianna's family can finally get some closure. Dick Hansen was a former college football star living in San Jose, California, who died from a gunshot wound on April 29, 1991, when he and his friends visited a bar. Around 1 a.m., Dick and his friend Jean departed in her car, reaching the restaurant where Dick had left his pickup truck by 1:30 a.m. While in Jean's car, another vehicle pulled up behind them. Dick and Jean were blocking a mailbox, so they assumed that the person behind them was trying to get to it. They were considering whether to move to provide space. Despite Jean's desire to move, Dick felt there was sufficient room and remained in his car during their conversation. When they were ready to leave, Jean agreed to follow Dick as she was unfamiliar with the area. As they set out in their separate vehicles, the unknown man also started his engine and seemed to be following them. The driver would make the same turns at lights and swap lanes when either Jean or Dick did so as well. Dick took note of this first and signaled for Jean to follow him onto the freeway, hoping that would throw off the vehicle. Unfazed, the man continued tailing them for over 10 miles, persisting even as they merged onto the freeway. There, the driver continued to mirror Jean's moves. Jean attempted to get the man off their trail by swapping lanes sporadically and even brake checking him, but nothing worked. At this point, John was freaking out, so she pulled up to Dick and urged him to get the police. However, he couldn't hear her and instructed her to follow him to the next exit. Despite nearly missing the exit, Jean reported that the man continued following them off the freeway. Upon pulling over, Jean pointed out the man in his car, almost as if to tell Dick to do something. So Dick walked up to the vehicle, tailing them, and asked what was going on. Dick then stepped back and raised his voice, at which point the man shot him twice. In a panicked state, Jean rushed back in an attempt to assist, but found herself frozen in fear, staring at the man. The man glanced back at Jean before pulling off into the night. By the time paramedics arrived, Dick was dead. From the beginning, investigators have struggled with identifying a suspect and motive in this case. Some, including Jean, speculate that the killer's build, which was similar to a football player, and the license plate number 49R Hugs, which was a nod to the San Francisco 49ers, might have played a role in Dick's death, potentially at the hands of a fanatical fan from a rival team. Despite efforts, the killer remains unidentified and the case remains unsolved. Police released a composite sketch of the killer and described him as a white male with a dark complexion. At the time of the crime, the killer could have been in his late 30s to mid 40s. He had on glasses with thick black frames, and while there wasn't a concise description of the vehicle, it is believed to be a 1970 Pontiac GTO Le Mans. The vehicle also had a faded light gray/blue paint job. In 2014 in Ohio, mother Nicole Allen purchased a gift for her 2-year-old daughter 1 week after Halloween at a dollar store. The toy was a princess wand with flower petals, and the cardboard packaging showed off a sort of a female hero. The toy was recommended for ages 3 and up. To 99% of people, the toy seemed like nothing more than just some cheap plastic, the type of item you would glance at for 2 seconds and either buy it or forget about it. What Nicole Allen didn't realize was that the toy's lighthearted appearance masked a somewhat malevolent name. At the top, in a childlike font, read the official product name, Evil Stick. Nicole only understood why it was given the name when she got home. Opposite of the promise of playing beautiful music, pushing a button on the wand's handle triggered a maniacal laugh, which was made even creepier due to the cheap and tiny speaker within the toy. Simultaneously, pressing the button caused the flower top to illuminate, revealing a piece of foil showing a horrifying image of a woman with pupilless eyes mimicking the act of harming herself. Just why was there such a horrifying image in a child's toy? Not to mention the creepy audio that the toy played. Nicole made a complaint that quickly caught the attention of local news, leading to the story spreading across the nation. But no matter who learned of the toy, nobody knew who the manufacturer was. Was this some sort of bootleg, or was it holding some sinister secret? Many people believe the toy was some obscure Chinese import. For example, one Reddit user made the following comment under a post asking about the toy. Ah, the infamous evil stick. I know these odd toys first came to public attention around the early 2010s with that clickbait article you mentioned, but I have proof that their history in the US goes back at least 6 years earlier than that. I'm sure this comment is going to get buried, but my best friend Trevor and I stumbled upon these things while shopping at a dollar store in Nyack, New York in September of 2008. I uploaded 2 pictures of him holding the toy in the dollar store to my Flickr photo stream. In the first 2 photos, if you look in the background, you can see the rest of the evil stick toys hanging up on the wall behind him. We thought they were just quirky, funny toys at the time. We didn't realize the horrifying truth of what was laying beneath the foil flower-shaped cutout. Perhaps it is worth noting that the dollar store where we found the evil stick was owned by a Chinese family, and most of the toys and products sold in the store were Chinese imports. After further investigation, several internet sleuths discovered that these sticks had different variations. A YouTube video showing off the toy would go viral, eventually leading to the identification of the person who took the photo of the image. The photographer was named Butcher Ludwig. According to Butcher, the photo was taken in 2002 and it was part of a series called Macabre Muses. The series of photos was focused around a vampire theme where they feasted on blood. Furthermore, the model in that particular photo was 20 years old when it was taken, and it gets interesting when Butcher says that he never gave anyone permission to use the photo in the toy. He was surprised and a bit angry that someone had taken his photo and altered it with the demonic eyes. So it's likely that someone had come across his photo on the internet and just swiped it for themselves. But that begs the question, just who did it? Internet sleuths were able to track down the origin of the toy to a factory in China via the barcode. After contacting the manufacturer through Alibaba, they confirmed they created the toy. But as far as I know, the investigation sort of meets a dead end here and no further information was obtained about the toy. That's because the manufacturer, for whatever reason, stopped responding to emails inquiring about the toy. And it seems that the name of this factory has also faded into obscurity. This entry refers to a video apparently recorded back in the mid-1980s. It depicts a martial arts instructor named Bobby Joe Blythe sparring with someone who is apparently mentally ill. Now, I cannot show you the entire video, but it is available on Reddit. This session quickly turns into a one-sided beating where Bobby beats the man to the point where he is gasping for air.
Drag him out the back door. Drag him out the back door. Drag him out the back door.
Bobby takes it way too far and even starts striking at the back of the other man's head/nape area. I'm not sure if it's Bobby himself saying it or someone else, but you can hear "drag him out the back door." And apparently, the man was tossed into the dumpster. Some people believe that this man ultimately died, but there isn't exactly proof of this, but Bobby himself claimed that the man survived. So the mystery lies within whether or not the man died and his identity, because it doesn't seem like anyone knows who he is, besides maybe Bobby himself. There is a Reddit post that attempts to debunk the mystery, stating that it isn't unresolved. It was created by user Shinny Meggy and said the following: "To me, this isn't a unresolved mystery. It's only unresolved in far as why the police haven't taken steps to apprehend the man involved in the video. And obviously who Kung Fu Guy is also unresolved as far as being named is concerned. But maybe I've grown more soft over the years and this video is actually a well-crafted hoax. In a video claiming to be recorded in December 1984, a young black man approached 2 other men in a dojo. The man, unidentified to this day, was nicknamed Kung Fu Guy. He claimed Jesus taught him karate and wanted simply to demonstrate this to the leader of the dojo, Bobby Joe Blythe. I can't exaggerate how much we know this is BJB. We know it's his dojo, we know where and when he trained people in 1984, and we know from other videos that he's a violent homophobe even for the early 80s. He has threatened to stomp any pupils who were Fs. Regardless, his behavior up until this video has only been questionable for a teacher, not technically illegal. So in December, a man claiming to be taught by Jesus, a possible symptom of mental illness, though it is notable that he's quite well presented and shows no signs of delusions whilst he's actually in the building, offers to demonstrate around a pupil at the dojo. He makes it very clear he doesn't intend to touch or hurt the man. However, after getting BJB's blessing, he is kicked straight out of the block. After a while of quote-unquote sparring with some blows landing home on both sides, BJB decides he's had enough. He pushes Kung Fu Guy roughly into a pole so hard that he collapses and then stamps on his head, repeatedly until there's blood. I'm someone who can watch gore without flinching, it doesn't bother me. It's why I trained to be a social worker. It's why I'm training to be a mortician. But in even the censored video, it's the breathing that gets to me. It's a breathing that some people believe is a death rattle. Once he's on the floor and BJB has been talked down from his mindless attack by some of his students, he tells them to drag the guy out back. They do so, leaving a thin trail of blood in their wake. BJB then records the blood and the back door, which for people who think it's a hoax is suspiciously bright for early evening in December in Virginia, but he could have been back and recorded it later. Cup of Idiocy is a piece of lost media created by Doug Walker, aka Nostalgia Critic. It was essentially a compilation of sorts. The film contained a random assortment of shorts and skits. It was first shown in one of Nostalgia Critic's reviews, then it was shown again when he reviewed it himself. There is heavy speculation that a massive portion of the film had been cut and never shown, driving many fans to wonder if the full movie will ever surface. In 1991, Christopher Case, a 35-year-old from Raleigh, North Carolina, moved to Seattle after a stint as a radio broadcaster. Christopher was described as eccentric and adventurous. He went on a trip to San Francisco in April 1991 for a work conference. During the conference, Christopher met a woman who shared his interest in ancient music. This unidentified woman took a romantic interest in Christopher, but he declined her advancements. The rejection didn't sit well with her, leading to a rather strange subsequent event. The woman claimed to be a witch and cursed Christopher. With this curse, Chris was to die within a week. Most people would probably shrug this off as a random freak encounter, but Chris was genuinely disturbed by this. So he hit up his friends and told them about his recent encounter. One of the friends he contacted was Sammy Soder, a psychic. To her, Christopher appeared stable and had shown no previous inclination towards beliefs in witchcraft or the occult. On April 18th, 1991, concern for Christopher Case grew when a friend in North Carolina couldn't reach him. This prompted the friend to contact police, who then got in touch with Seattle authorities and did a wellness check on Chris. She shared Christopher's growing paranoia and fear, fueled by the alleged curse he faced. When the police entered his apartment, they were met with a creepy scene. Salt lines ran along the base of each wall, crucifixes adorned the walls, and a dozen burned down candles were arranged in such a way that one would think a ritual was held here. As investigators made their way into the bathroom, they discovered Christopher Case dead in his bathtub. The cause of death was eventually determined to be a heart attack, leading to speculation that Christopher Case literally scared himself to death. Investigators, especially amateurs from the internet, like to throw out wild, fantastical theories. But when you look at the situation objectively, there really aren't many possibilities to explain Chris's death. We also need to consider if the curse was truly genuine. For the sake of the theory, let's just say it was, and this mystery woman was proficient in witchcraft. Christopher engaged in various protective measures, including the salt, the candles, and the crucifixes, as a means to thwart its effects. It raises the interesting possibility that the curse, if real, became a self-fulfilling prophecy. The stress of anticipating impending doom might have triggered the heart attack. There is another possibility that isn't really spoken about much, but seemed somewhat reasonable. Carbon monoxide poisoning from the excessive amount of candles grouped up in such a small living space. However, it seems that there wasn't much evidence to support this from the autopsy. So in the end, there are many enthusiasts of the supernatural who believe that Chris was truly cursed to die, while skeptics are not so quick to jump on this theory. In Alexandria, Virginia, there is a local legend about a young couple who sailed to the city in 1816. They decided to spend time at Gadsby's Tavern and got a room there. Around this time, the woman fell ill, prompting the husband to seek out a doctor. He would find one. However, the husband had a strange request. He shared that he had a strict condition where the doctor could not ask about the couple's identity. The woman's health rapidly declined, leading to her eventual death on October 14, 1816. To bury her in town, her husband borrowed money from a local businessman, repaying the debt with a note from the Bank of England, which later turned out to be a fake. The presence of the couple eventually led to rumors and speculation among locals. The woman's grave is still located in the St. Paul's Episcopal Church section of the town's cemetery. The slab is also inscribed, "To the memory of a female stranger whose mortal sufferings terminated on the 14th day of October 1816, aged 23 years and 8 months. This stone was placed here by her disconsolate husband, in whose arms she sighed out her latest breath, and who under God did his utmost even to soothe the cold dead ear of death." Several theories arose in regards to the woman's identity, but it seems like the most commonly agreed upon one suggests that she was Theodosia Burr Alston, who was the daughter of former Vice President Aaron Burr, who was lost at sea in 1813. Today, the grave remains a tourist attraction for visitors. Near Melbourne, Australia, on October 21st, 1978, a lone-engine Cessna embarked on its journey from Moorabbin Airport. 20-year-old Frederick Valentic was the pilot. He had 2 years of experience and over 150 solo hours. His destination was King Island, which followed a 40-minute course along the Australian coast heading west. Upon reaching Cape Otway, he planned to change of direction, heading south for a half-hour flight over Bass Strait. Ken Llewellyn, who was part of the Royal Australian Air Force, had the following to say about the flight. "It was a fairly normal exercise. He had an appropriate instrument rating for the trip. It was a very straightforward flight, and I could see no reason why it shouldn't have concluded successfully. What happened 3/4 of an hour into that flight, I think, will be one of the great mysteries of Australian aviation." Frederick contacted a flight service center when he noticed a large aircraft zoom by him several times. This aircraft was at least 1,000 feet above him. According to ground control, Frederick was not panicking at this time, but he was a bit concerned. He also showed signs of confusion, which led to concern among ground personnel as well. According to Frederick, the aircraft was stationary and sort of hovered in midair. This is what the radio communication between Frederick and the personnel on the ground said. "Fred, it's got a green light that's sort of metallic, like it's shiny all over. It just disappeared. Is this some sort of military aircraft or what? Tower, Delta Sierra Juliet, is the aircraft still with you? Fred, Delta Sierra Juliet, now approaching from southwest. Delta Sierra Juliet, the engine's gone into half idle. I've got it set on 2324. This thing's just coughing. This strange aircraft's just hovering on top of me again. It's hovering, and it's not an aircraft." After that, a sound that's described as clicking could be heard on the radio, and it lasted for approximately 17 seconds. A search party was sent out to investigate the area, and after 4 days, they returned with no results. Frederick was now missing, and there were no signs of another aircraft. There were also no signs that a collision had occurred. Then one day, an alleged witness came forward and said, "I looked up and saw this long green light about 1,000 or 2,000 feet above the aircraft. So we sat there and watched it for a few seconds, and the green light crept closer to the plane. That plane is coming down pretty steep. It's at a 45-degree angle. I think it's going to crash." At this point, rumors of an alien UFO were spreading. This witness requested to remain anonymous, but they said that they never actually saw a crash. Then, about 2 months after, an amateur photographer came forward with additional information. His name was Roy Manifold, and he claimed to have taken a photo of the UFO Frederick had reported. After he developed the photo, he said, "I observed this mark on the print that looked like a developing error or something. They messed it up. Just a minute, that night I took that is exactly the night that this guy disappeared." After further inspection, the photo was determined to not have any dirt or damage that could explain the mark. UFO researchers claimed that the mark was actually metallic. To this day, Frederick's fate remains unknown, and just what he saw is also shrouded in mystery. So this entry refers to a particular woman who was a victim of Samuel Little, but if you search up Harris County Jane Doe, there are unfortunately dozens of victims. According to Samuel, he took this woman's life around the mid to late 1970s or possibly in 1993. He wasn't sure. He confessed to the murder in 2018 and stated that he was passing through Houston, Texas. That's when he noticed a worker on the side of the road and picked her up. The two drove off to a secluded area to where Samuel said he immediately murdered her. He did not have sex with the woman, but instead strangled her and dumped the body on the road. The woman is African American and aged between 25 to 30 years old. She has remained unidentified for about 5 decades now. Samuel Little admitted to killing over 90 women from 1970 to 2005, all of whom either had ties with illegal substances or work. While many bodies have not been located, authorities do believe that his confessions are credible. Lee Ochi was 13 years old when she disappeared from Tupelo, Mississippi during Hurricane Andrew. Lee's parents, Vicki Felton and Donald Ochi, both worked within the U.S. Army and eventually separated. It was August 27, 1992, when Lee was home alone after her mother left for work at around 8 a.m. At the time, Lee's father was in Virginia. Just as Vicki checked into work at her office, she was notified of an impending storm headed towards her residence. Vicki was concerned, so she called home to tell her daughter about the storm, but no one picked up. Vicki requested to return home, which was granted, and after making the 1.5-mile trip back, she found her garage door left wide open. She cautiously entered the home and noticed blood streaking on the side of the wall. Vicki called out for her daughter, but got no response. She started scouring the home for Lee, but couldn't locate her anywhere. That's when she called 911. Investigators located blood in Lee's bedroom, the hallway, and bathroom, and obviously, they suspected foul play. They believed that the blood in the bathroom was a sign that the culprit had attempted to clean off the blood. Vicki also informed police that several items belonging to her daughter were missing. The house itself showed no signs of forced entry. Immediately, search parties were sent out to search Tupelo, primarily the more wooded areas, but there was little to show for the search effort. When Lee's father, Donald, was interviewed regarding the incident, he said that he believed his daughter was dead the day Vicki called him, informing him that Lee was missing. Donald added that during his own search in Tupelo, locals would tell him to look into his ex-wife, which Donald was already secretly doing, but in the end, he did not believe she was responsible. There was also a theory that Vicki's ex-boyfriend, who she had recently split from, named Barney Yarborough, may have had a hand in Lee's disappearance. It was rumored that Barney was abusive towards her, but police ruled him out as a possible suspect after he provided a solid alibi. Fast forward to September 4th, 1992, about a week since the girl's disappearance, an employee at a McDonald's in Boonville contacted police and told them that a girl had come in that looked like Lee. This sparked a bit of hope in the public, but the girl was quickly ruled out to be someone else entirely. Another 5 days later, an intriguing package was mailed to Vicki's address. It was a box that contained a pair of glasses belonging to Lee with the sender's address coming from Boonville. There was another development with a skull being found in a soybean field believed to be Lee. A Monroe County coroner even confirmed that it was Lee. However, they retracted that statement shortly after making it. Instead, it was confirmed that the skull belonged to a 27-year-old missing woman named Pollyanna Sue Keith. Earlier, I mentioned that some suspected that Vicki herself was involved in Lee's disappearance. Well, law enforcement did 3 separate examinations into her, and after they were done, one investigator said, "You still can't eliminate her. There are still too many unanswered questions for Vicki, and I don't know if it is unusual for somebody to go off to work and say, oh, I just left Lee, but I'm going to call and check on her. Why check on her that soon after she just left her?" Of course, Vicki denies being involved and stated that she believed a man named Oscar McKinley Kearns was responsible. Oscar was convicted of kidnapping a couple and a woman. Then, after Lee's disappearance, he was caught kidnapping and a 9th grade girl in Memphis, Tennessee. In Sioux Falls, South Dakota, a 55-year-old woman named Marlis Janice Thomas, who was in declining health, came to a haunting revelation. More than 3 decades ago, she thought she had laid her infant daughter to rest in a Minnesota graveyard. Now, she believes that her long-lost daughter might still be alive. In 1962, at the age of 20, while being 7 months pregnant, Marlis moved to Bigelow, Minnesota after separating from her husband, Leighton Gross. Marlis was to give birth on June 12th at Worthington Hospital, but due to being heavily sedated, she had a tough time recalling the day in detail. Marlis's recollection is hazy. She remembers waking up and glimpsing at her daughter, Mary Agnes Gross, for the first time. Drifting back to sleep, she later awoke and realized that her newborn was missing. She asked a nurse where Mary was, and she was told that the doctor would be in shortly to explain the situation. When the doctor finally arrived, Marlis requested to see Mary. To her shock, she was told that the infant had passed away, living only about an hour. Confused and angry, Marlis couldn't really grasp the news. Upon leaving the delivery room, Marlis crossed paths with a bassinet making its way to the morgue. Marlis believed this to be her daughter and asked to see the baby. The nurse lifted the sheet for a fleeting 15 seconds. It was indeed Mary under the sheet, but Marlis couldn't shake the feeling that the baby was still alive. She seemed peacefully asleep. Marlis distinctly recalled Mary having abundant long dark brown hair and noticed marks on her forehead. Interestingly, medical staff never disclosed the circumstances of the girl's death. Additionally, when Marlis requested an autopsy report, she was told that it was too late. During her hospital stay, Marlis's friend Judy Vogus, accompanied by Marlis's mother Clara, visited the funeral home. Judy asserted that the baby she saw differed from Marlis's description. There were no marks on the forehead, the hair was light brown or blonde, not dark brown, and there was only a sparse amount of it on the baby's head. Adding to the mystery, when Clara attempted to photograph the baby, the funeral director refused, insisting she could do so at the cemetery after the casket was closed. Later in the day, Clara managed to capture images of the casket just before the burial. However, a certain detail made the situation even stranger. Clara encountered another family at the gravesite, grieving the loss of a child. Neither Marlis nor Clara could identify the other family or discern their connection to the burial site. A week after the funeral, Marlis visited Mary Agnes's gravesite. At that time, only one grave occupied the space. Marlis made regular visits, accepting Mary Agnes passing as reality. However, 3 months later, an unsettling twist occurred. Marlis received a photograph in the mail. The envelope was blue and missing a return address. There was no letter, just a photo. The photo featured a husband, a wife, and 3 children, including a baby girl with features like Leighton. Strangely, Marlis failed to recognize anyone in the picture, and her family shared the same sentiment. Despite the unfamiliar faces, they all noted the uncanny resemblance of the baby to Leighton. It would take nearly 3 decades for Marlis to come to the realization that this child was possibly Mary herself. It took Marlis over a year to save up enough money to afford a headstone. However, in an odd turn of events, when she did purchase it, it was not placed on top of Mary's burial plot. Instead, it was shifted a few feet to the side. Marlis moved on with her life by remarrying and having 3 children, but nevertheless, she would always revisit Mary's grave. During a visit in 1993, she was confronted with some jarring news. In 1989, 4 years prior, a headstone for a different baby named Pamela Ray Dickey had been mistakenly placed on Mary Agnes's burial plot. Puzzled and disturbed, Marlis questioned the funeral director, who admitted to always having wondered why Mary Agnes's headstone was there, considering that there was no corresponding grave. He informed her that Mary Agnes was not buried at that location. And after digging through cemetery records, there was no evidence of Mary Agnes's burial. However, there was a record of Pamela being interred in the cemetery. Deeply troubled, Marlis's old doubts resurfaced, prompting her to look into the details of Mary's supposed death and burial. To her astonishment, she discovered an eerie coincidence. Pamela had died just hours before Mary on the same day in the same hospital. More startlingly, Mary Agnes and Pamela were both buried on the same day. However, there was only one funeral and one grave. Marlis asserted that after the funeral, only one heap of dirt remained at the site. But there was yet another twist to be had. Marlis stumbled upon Mary Agnes's last name, Gross, inscribed in the upper corner of one of Pamela's funeral documents. Hospital records indicated Mary Agnes was born healthy with a normal heart rate and color. However, the death certificate contradicted this, stating she never drew a breath. The birth certificate noted her birth at 6:23 p.m., while the death certificate claimed she died 3 minutes before being born at 6:20 p.m. Faced with these inconsistencies, Marlis began entertaining suspicions that Mary Agnes might not have died. In her quest for answers, Marlis turned to Pamela's mother, Margaret Dickey. Understandably, Margaret hesitated to mess with her daughter's grave. In November 1996, with legal support, she organized the exhumation of the grave beneath Mary Agnes's tombstone. Although the remains were aged and challenging to identify, Marlis's intuition proved correct. DNA testing revealed that the child laid to rest there was neither Mary Agnes nor Pamela. Instead, it was that of an unidentified full-term baby girl. Marlis began contemplating the possibility that the casket her mother, Clara, had captured in photographs might have been wrong. Upon showing the images of the casket to Margaret, who had been hospitalized during Pamela's burial and never witnessed the casket, Margaret confirmed it as Pamela's, purchased by her husband. Marlis proceeded to question the attendees at Pamela's funeral. Margaret mentioned her in-laws and husband attending, yet none of them recalled encountering any strangers at the gravesite. Despite this, Marlis now entertains the possibility that Clara attended Pamela's funeral and Pamela was properly interred beneath her tombstone. She also suggests that the baby discovered in the grave beneath Mary Agnes's tombstone was buried years before 1962. If Marlis's hypothesis holds true and Pamela is buried where she believed her own daughter was laid to rest, the mystery surrounding Mary Agnes deepens. Currently, Marlis thinks there is only one conceivable explanation. She argues that the baby in the photograph she received over 30 years ago was her firstborn daughter. Marlis theorizes that the family depicted in the picture adopted Mary Agnes, and someone intended to convey that her daughter was part of a loving family. Marlis shared that she believed that because she was young, 23 years old, when she had Mary, the hospital staff did not think that she was capable of caring for the child, leading them to place the baby in another family's care. Marlis is tormented with the thoughts of just what happened to Mary, clinging to the hope that she will one day relocate her and reconnect. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, GamerSupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors, and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Fart. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now, back to the video. In January 1959, a 23-year-old hiker named Igor Ohatlov embarked on a journey to reach the peak of a mountain in the northern Urals of Soviet Russia called Otorten. With him was a team of 8 experienced hikers from the Ural Polytechnical Institute. Before their departure, Ohatlov assured his sports club that he and his team would send a telegram upon their return. However, that telegram was never sent, and the hikers of the Ohatlov Pass incident were never seen alive again. In the following weeks, when their bodies were discovered, investigators were confronted with strange and gruesome injuries that left them both confused and disgusted. Some hikers were missing parts, including eyes, and one even lost their tongue. Furthermore, some of the injuries were described as though the person had collided with a speeding vehicle. The Soviet government was quick to close the Ohatlov Pass case. They provided vague explanations and asserted that the hikers simply died of hypothermia as a result of their inexperience. Additionally, an avalanche may have played a role too. Obviously, nobody really accepted this answer to the incident, and decades later, there are still investigators, whether professional or amateur, still trying to solve this case. In 2019, the Russian government decided to reopen the case, only to close it once again shortly afterward. 2 years later, Swiss scientists entered the scene, claiming to have unraveled the Ohatlov Pass mystery with their own theory, but it also isn't regarded as a concise answer. After taking a look at the recovered cameras and diaries found at the site, investigators were able to somewhat reconstruct the events when the team began their journey. Conditions were harsh, but the group pressed forward toward the mountain's base only to be met by snowstorms tearing through the narrow pass. Declining visibility led to the team losing their sense of direction. Instead of progressing toward Otorten, an inadvertent detour occurred, taking them westward onto the slope of a neighboring mountain. This particular mountain goes by the name Kolatsiakl, aka Dead Mountain, in the language of the indigenous Mansi people inhabiting the region. In an effort to maintain the altitude they had achieved, Ohatlov opted to start up camp on this mountainside, but little did he know that this camp was also going to serve as the setting for the group's demise. By February 20th, with no updates from the hikers, a search party was issued. The volunteer rescue team, venturing through the Ohatlov Pass, located the campsite, but found no trace of the hikers. Subsequently, military and police investigators were dispatched, hoping they would have better luck in locating the missing hikers. Upon reaching the mountain, investigators were far from optimistic. While the hikers were seasoned, the chosen route posed considerable challenges, and accidents on such demanding trails were a significant concern. Given the extended duration of the hikers' disappearance, investigators assumed that the group had met their end in a tragic accident. Their expectations would turn out to be half true. The bodies were found, but the state in which they were found only raised more questions. At the campsite, investigators immediately observed that the tent had been cut open from the inside. Moreover, the tent was more or less completely destroyed. Oddly, items belonging to the group, including shoes, were left behind at the camp. Following that, investigators came across 8 or 9 sets of footprints left by the team, and these footprints were strange because some of them were from people barefoot or with only a single shoe. These footprints led to the outskirts of the nearby woods, nearly a mile away from the camp. At the edge of the forest, investigators dug up the scraps of a small fire alongside the first 2 bodies, Yuri Krivonashenko, 23, and Yuri Doroshenko, 21. Despite facing temperatures ranging from -13 to -22 degrees Fahrenheit on the night of their deaths, both men were found without shoes, clad only in underwear. Not long after the bodies of Ohatlov, Zinaida Kolmogorova, 22, and Rustam Slobodin, 23, were also found. While the circumstances in which the bodies were found raised eyebrows, investigators asserted that the causes of death were pretty mundane. They all died of hypothermia. Their bodies exhibited no signs of significant external trauma beyond that inflicted by the harsh conditions. However, this straightforward explanation failed to account for a number of oddities. Doroshenko was described as having a brown-purple complexion with gray foam emanating from his right cheek and gray liquid from his mouth. Furthermore, the discovery of scraped hands on the first 2 hikers, along with torn branches above them, hinted at desperate attempts to seek shelter from an unknown threat in a tree. Then Slobodin exhibited head injuries consistent with repeated falls, and Kolmogorova bore a baton-shaped bruise on her side. These 2, along with the others discovered by this point, were suspiciously underdressed. This led many to believe that they had to abruptly and hastily flee into the night. The remaining hikers were found buried beneath the snow in a ravine located 75 meters deeper into the woods from where the first bodies were found. Nikolai Brignoles, 23, experienced significant skull damage in the moments leading to his demise. Meanwhile, Lyudmila Dubinina, 20, and Semyon Zolotaryov, 38, suffered major chest fractures similar to one someone who collided with a car would receive. And probably the most disturbing part was that Dubinina's body was devoid of her tongue, eyes, part of her lips, facial tissue, and a fragment of her skull bone. Alexander Kolovatov, 24, was also discovered in the same location, but did not have insane wounds like the others. Investigators believe that the timing of deaths for this second group was staggered. They believed that once one person had perished, the living took their clothes and continued onwards. Furthermore, Dubinina's foot was found wrapped in a section of Krivonashenko's wool pants. Adding to the mystery, the clothing worn by both Kolovatov and Dubinina were radioactive. After making additional discoveries, investigators were no closer to getting their answer than before. Again, the Soviet government was fast to close the case and gave explanations that did not satisfy the public. At one point, it was thought that maybe the local Mansi were responsible for the hikers' deaths. This would explain the need to abruptly flee the campsite. But this theory was quickly shot down as the Mansi were known to be peaceful and had no reason to attack the group. Additionally, some of the injuries, specifically the ones that resembled a car accident, could not have been inflicted by a human. The next theory involved an avalanche. The hikers may have run off after hearing the sound of snow falling, which would be an early warning of impending danger. An avalanche would also explain the extreme injuries of some of the victims, but this theory also falls apart since there was no evidence of an avalanche. And the locals also disagreed with this theory. With conventional theories being dried up, people began suggesting the possibility that something supernatural had occurred. or possibly the inclusion of the government since there were traces of radiation at the site. But to be honest, even if a new explanation was provided and confirmed, I don't think the public will be satisfied. This case has attained a sort of mystical status amongst mysteries, and some people are so set on their own theory that they likely wouldn't accept any other. In Murfreesboro, Illinois, there is a mural depicting a Bigfoot-like creature known locally as the Big Muddy Monster. The story of the Big Muddy Monster started on the night of June 25th, 1973. Randy Needham and Judy Johnson parked their car in a secluded area near the Big Muddy River, where they noticed a pungent odor coming from nearby. Turning to investigate, they were met with the jarring sight of a 7-foot monster. Covered in white hair and mud, the creature resembled Bigfoot. It had red eyes and yellow teeth. Immediately, Randy and Judy drove off in search of police. Authorities only responded the next day, and they discovered what seemed to be large, narrow footprints at the site where the creature was seen. On the same day, Randy Creeth and Cheryl Ray claimed to have spotted the creature on her parents' farm. The police report said both Randy and Cheryl watched and observed a large creature walk out of the patch of trees near the edge of the yard and then turn around and walk back into the field. The creature was described as being 7 to 8 feet tall, weighing 300 to 350 pounds, pale dirty white or cream colored, and standing on 2 feet. Creeth stated that he walked toward it and got approximately 30 to 40 feet from it. Creeth also stated that it had a musky odor to it. These reports were enough for Police Chief Toby Berger to make the decision to hunt down this beast. Guiding a group of men accompanied by search dogs, he followed the monster's trail to an abandoned barn. Yet, upon reaching the vicinity of the barn, the dogs suddenly fell silent and refused to venture further. Even after the investigators entered the barn, they could not find the creature or any signs suggesting it was there. Over time, the reported sightings diminished until 1988 when a salvage yard proprietor, his employee, his wife, and his mother experienced a terrifying encounter at the yard. The owner recounted how he and his employee came face to face with the creature, firing shots at it, only to have it retaliate. Seeking refuge in the yard's metallic office space, they endured over half an hour of the creature banging on the exterior walls in response. Films have been made involving the creature and going over various theories and even the possibility that the entire thing is a hoax. In the Bighorn Mountains in the southeast of Montana, Robert Bugsy Springfield, aged 48, went on a hunting expedition to Black Canyon on September 19, 2004. Accompanying him were his 13-year-old son Colton and his adopted son Brent Brooks. Unfortunately, this was the final time Bugsy was seen alive. Bugsy and his family were members of the Crow Nation Indian Reservation. He was raised in the Wayola and Lodge Grass areas where he attended high school. Bugsy made the move to enlist in the Marine Corps at the age of 17. In 1977, he received an honorable discharge marking the end of his military service. He then pursued an education at the Billing Vocational Technical School where he graduated in April 1979. Bugsy found work as a diesel mechanic as well as a heavy equipment operator and firefighter. After their day of hunting, Bugsy's two sons returned to the agreed-upon meeting spot in the late afternoon, expecting to reunite with their father. However, as night fell, their father was nowhere to be seen. They began to worry, and in response, they promptly reached out to both the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office and tribal members to report Bugsy's disappearance. On the day of his disappearance, Bugsy was clad in heavy winter attire and armed with a bow and arrows. Despite efforts to locate him, including the deployment of a FLIR-equipped helicopter scouring the presumed area and the involvement of dogs and horseback searchers, no traces were discovered. No equipment, body, bones, or blood were found. About a year later, in October 2005, a hunter in the Black Canyon area was drawn to the sound of a screeching crow. The bird's unceasing cries led the hunter to a tree where he discovered human remains. A partial skull, a femur, a neatly rolled up men's belt beside the skull, and a pair of boots were all present. Additionally, a men's coat with a small tear in the back and a wallet containing money were discovered on the ground at the scene. Strangely, the bow and arrows Bugsy was said to have with him were nowhere to be found. The FBI was promptly involved since foul play was suspected. It's believed that the money was left in the wallet to try and mislead investigators into thinking that this incident was not foul play. The FBI dispatched the remains to Quantico, Virginia for DNA testing and identification. Throughout the 2 years it took for testing, the FBI maintained no communication with the family during this period. Myra Ventry, Bugsby's sister, expressed her frustration with the situation, saying that their family went through hell. The family received Bugsy's death certificate on November 16, 2007, with the cause of death marked as undetermined. Notably, various items from his wallet, such as his ID and social security card, were returned without visible signs of weathering or water damage. This detail has fueled the family's belief that these items were not subjected to prolonged exposure to nature and thus were housed by someone. So this entry I actually missed from the previous layer, and after I was completely done writing it, it was solved. So I'm still going to include this one at the very end, and unfortunately I cannot play the song for you all since I've gotten mixed information saying that someone is wrongfully copywriting people's videos playing the song when they're not the owner. So just on the off chance this is happening, I'm gonna avoid playing it. The investigation of the song starts with a Reddit post by Nono Seacrest that says the following. Hey Lost Wave, I am quite active in these subs and you've probably seen me around here. I found a really great song on spiritofradio.ca, which I'll link below. It's only a 30-second snippet and actually got quite a bit of attention when it was originally posted. It sounds like it's from the 80s, but it could be from the 90s too. I really like how the vocalist sings and the overall tone of the song. I'm not 100% sure if the first lyric is nowhere to run, but that's what I think I hear. The lyrics are not easy to make out. In the original post, someone suggested a band called Red Sector 1, and they were a 90s band, not 80s. Some of their songs sound pretty similar to this, including vocals and instrumentals. I can't find this in their Discog though, so if it is them, I'm thinking it's a live recording or a demo perhaps. I have posted it to What's That Song and found someone else also looking there, plus a few other places. If anyone knows the best way to get into contact with Red Sector 1 or knows the song, please let me know. Thanks. Various Reddit users came out to report that they had heard the song from some obscure radio station or actually had the song stashed away on some record they purchased from a local shop. But all these leads would turn out to be fake or proven wrong at some point. On December 13th, 2023, Reddit user GeoToday made the following post titled, "Fond My Mind Has Been Identified. Hello members of r/Lost Wave. Boy, do I have some great news for you. One of the most sought after Lost Wave tracks with many placeholder titles, the most well known of which being Fond My Mind, has been identified. Station K, Feels Like a Wish. Currently, I have not been informed on what year the song was produced, but despite all the suspicions, as well as his hostile behavior towards Jay, the owner of Find My Mind Discord server, Feels Like a Wish was in fact produced by Ed Edmond, with vocals provided by Andre Nobrega. The authenticity regarding Ed's claim was confirmed by someone who knows him in real life, William Pava, who also happens to be a musician. William actually has a cassette containing the full song, but as of now, he has only showed us what was previously the lost intro to Feels Like a Wish, which he shared in a 1.5 minute long video, which can be accessed here. He does plan on sending the full song in better quality to the Discord server possibly tomorrow, although there are still about 2.5 weeks left of 2023. What a way to end off the year, solving one of the most hyped up and searched for Lost Wave songs. Many of us can now sleep peacefully now that they know the title of the song. Once the full version in better quality is sent, I hope we can all enjoy every minute of it. On August 24th, 1982, while hiking through Gambro State Park in Frederick, Maryland, two mushroom hunters made a disturbing discovery. In the thick forest and hiking trails of the Catoctin Mountains, they stumbled upon an old steamer trunk concealed under leaves and sticks near a gravel road. Upon opening it, they were met with a horrifying sight. Skeletonized human remains and long brown hair. They immediately notified authorities and the remains were transported to the local coroner for further examination. A preliminary examination of the remains found in the trunk indicated that they had been there for at least several months, with some medical officials believing that they have been there for upwards of a decade. So this suggests a time frame spanning from at least 1972 to 1982 for the victim's death. Officials were able to determine that the victim was a white female standing between 5 foot 2 inches and 5 foot 6 inches tall. The victim also had shoulder-length, slightly wavy dark brown hair. However, there were indications that her hair might have been artificially dyed this color. No clothing or personal items were found with the remains, except for a dark red towel that may have been used to wrap her body. Initial age estimates provided a wide range, suggesting the victim could have been anywhere between 17 and 45 years old. This led to composite sketches depicting her with a more mature appearance. This Jane Doe's dental history revealed a series of extensive and costly procedures. There were indications of multiple fillings, a root canal, and the placement of 2 gold crowns. Interestingly, she retained 2 wisdom teeth that were misaligned, potentially causing discomfort in her jaw. With all of this dental information, investigators were optimistic about a quick identification. Additionally, the skeletal characteristics of this woman were said to be strikingly unique. There were signs of pelvic wear indicating her involvement in competitive sports such as gymnastics, figure skating, horseback riding, or running. Moreover, she displayed signs of spondylolysis. This condition was identified by the small fractures in her spine, which are commonly observed in those that engage in strenuous physical activities. Now, it is possible that people with this condition are symptom-free or only have a mild back pain, but with the severity of this victim's condition in particular, she probably experienced chronic back discomfort throughout her entire life. It's quite possible that she was never even formally diagnosed with this condition. When medical officials examined the woman's feet, they also uncovered evidence of frequent high heel usage, alongside traces of a past toe fracture. They weren't able to determine a cause of death for her though, but they were leaning towards the possibility of strangulation. The bones around the base of her skull were broken, and a vertebrae towards the upper part of her neck had also been stained by blood. The reason medical officials haven't concluded that strangulation was indeed the cause of death is because those characteristics that were just mentioned may have occurred post-mortem as a result of being forced and crumpled up into the trunk. But it was clear that this was a homicide case. In 2012, authorities unveiled a revised composite of the woman discovered in the trunk, portraying her as a younger individual in her mid-20s. Investigators were hoping that this new composite sketch would bring in new leads, but nothing really came in to help the case. Over the decades, many theories have arisen as to the woman's identity, one of which suggested that she was some sort of accomplished athlete due to the wear on her body. Many people think that she is an equestrian, but those that disagree state that horseback riding would have the opposite effect on a rider's heels compared to wearing high heels. If you recall, we said that it seemed like this woman frequently wore high heels, which can alter the bone structure of a foot since heels can shorten the Achilles tendon. Equestrians do the opposite, as they have to put their heels downward into the stirrups and typically have longer Achilles tendons. Nevertheless, many believe that this theory is still possible and the victim had simply been an avid athlete earlier in her life. It's also often suggested that the woman was killed by a trucker. Frederick, Maryland is host to an abundance of various trucking routes and stops which serve as popular places for illegal activities. It is possible that this woman was abducted prior to reaching Maryland and was simply dumped there after being murdered. This entry is going to be a pretty quick one and is rather obscure. It's regarded as a sort of reverse Mandela effect. It revolves around an exchange in a movie. What does it do? That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything. Apparently, this quote is from a well-known movie that people can't seem to recall the name of. Many mention how it gives off Back to the Future vibes. A show that may have had this exchange that is commonly brought up is Burke's Law. There's a conversation between two characters in the episode titled Who Killed 7-Eleven that is strikingly similar to the one in question, but those that do recall hearing the original quotes say that it is not from Burke's Law. They believe that it was from some form of media that is much more modern. Another rabbit hole led to a play from the late 1800s called Apocalyptic Butterflies. This particular exchange goes like this. What is it? It's a butterfly. What does it do? Doesn't do anything. That's the beauty of it. You nail them to your house, your mailbox, makes it distinctive. It was December 29th, 1999 in Veneta, Oklahoma, when best friends Ashley Freeman and Lauria Bible, both of whom were teenagers, would go missing. It was actually Lauria's birthday as well. Sometime late on the 29th or early on the 30th, the Freeman residence had been set on fire. A neighbor rushed to call firefighters after seeing the home in flames. Lauria had told her parents that she was going to hang out with Ashley that day at her house, so by the time they were contacted and they arrived, the building had been reduced to ashes. The parents feared the worst for their daughter as Lauria's car was parked near the driveway. Assuming that Lauria had met a terrible end within the flames, they were shocked that her body was not found. In fact, the only remains that were discovered belonged to Kathy Freeman, Ashley's mom. News outlets later interviewed Lauria's mother, Laureen, about her missing daughter, and she said, "The county coroner told me that there was only one body. I said, have they found anybody else? And she said no. They've looked, but there's no other bodies there." Lauria's father, Jay, was also interviewed, and he recounted the last time he saw his daughter. "Lauria said to me, 'Daddy, is it alright if I spend the night with Ashley in the Freeman's home?' I said, well, just make sure you're home by noon tomorrow." And noon tomorrow didn't happen the way it should have. It's obviously very strange that Kathy was the only person to be located in what remained of the home. But to make matters even more interesting, Kathy was determined to have died from a shotgun wound, specifically to her head. This led investigators to assume that the fire was intentional and that the missing individuals had been abducted. The day after the incident, Lauria's parents decided to stop by the Freeman house to have a look for themselves and try to find something that may lead them to their daughter. And surprisingly, they actually found another body which had been missed initially. This body was later identified as Danny Freeman, father of Ashley and husband to Kathy. And just like with Kathy, Danny also had a shotgun wound. Laureen described the discovery with the following statement: "He did not have anything from the upper teeth all the way to the top of his head." That same day, authorities found Lauria's purse, which included her driver's license and a couple $100s in cash. This added to the likelihood that Lauria was abducted, and since Kathy's remains were still missing, she was likely with Lauria. Months passed and there wasn't much progress being made in the case, but then a rumor began to spread about the possibility that the sheriff's office and the Freemans had bad blood with each other. This rumor stemmed from the death of Danny's son, Shane. An officer had shot and killed Shane after he was involved in a crime where he stole a truck and firearm from a neighbor. Shane's death was ultimately deemed justifiable. However, his family wanted to file a wrongful death suit against local law enforcement. This possibility started to see traction when Danny's brother Dwayne came out and said, "Danny put his finger in my face and said, if anything ever happens to me, look at the sheriff's department. And he was serious. He was in my face to drive it home with me." Dwayne added that authorities threatened that they could do whatever they wanted to their family whenever they wanted. The chance that officers were indeed involved led to several polygraph tests being administered to the staff. And in the end, they were all deemed innocent with no knowledge of where Kathy and Lauria were. Another popular theory involves Danny being an illegal substance dealer. The fire may have been a result of a deal gone wrong. But a special agent named Steve Nutter thought that this was unlikely. He said, "If you wanted to consider that it was substance related, nothing fits correctly. The very last thing that people who committed the murders would want to do would be to abduct the children." Additional theories popped up over time, but a semi-significant revelation came up. A death row inmate by the name of Jeremy Jones came out and said that he was the one who murdered Danny and Kathy. When questioned as to why he did it, Jeremy said he was paying back a favor to a friend. As for Ashley and Lauria, Jeremy said he took them to Kansas where he shot them and left them in an abandoned mine. Jeremy gave the exact location of the mine to authorities, but after thoroughly searching the area, no signs of the girls were found. And then Jeremy would take back his confession, saying that he lied in order to get better food and privileges. Another person of interest would pop up in April of 2018. This was a 66-year-old man named Ronnie Dean Busick. He was arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The case against Ronnie actually involved 2 other men who were dead at the time. According to authorities, witnesses came forward and said that Ronnie and his 2 accomplices, Warren Welch II and David Pennington, were bragging about and killing the teenagers. Ashley and Lauria were set to be held in Warren's trailer for several days after the fire before being killed. The witnesses even claimed that they were sharing Polaroids of the girls. As for the motive, it's said that they killed the Freemans over substance money. Warren's girlfriend actually informed police that he had an entire briefcase containing those Polaroids in question. Then, in that same month when Ronnie was arrested, he spoke to Lorene Bible and told her that he had no idea where her daughter or Ashley were. After further investigation, authorities were confident that Ronnie was a culprit, and in July of 2020, he pleaded guilty to being an accessory to first-degree murder involving Danny and Kathy's deaths. He was also charged for burning the Freeman home and abducting Ashley and Lauria. Ronnie Busick received a 15-year sentence, with 10 of those years to be served in prison and the remaining 5 as probation. He was released early in May of 2023 for good behavior. He served less than 4 years of his 10-year prison sentence. While the culprits have been identified, the whereabouts of Ashley and Lauria's remains are still unknown, and it seems that they will stay that way as Warren and David may have taken that information to the grave if they were in fact involved. Rutger Hale is the name of a 22-year-old man who lost his life in October of 2013. The cause of death was decapitation. Rutger was driving with his girlfriend in the passenger seat in Wanaka, New Zealand, when all of a sudden an object traveling at immense speed broke the windscreen, collided with Rutger, then continued through the back window of the vehicle. When questioned by authorities as to what the object was, Rutger's girlfriend couldn't say with certainty what she saw. She described it as beige-colored and box-shaped. The hole left behind by the object was no larger than a fist. Investigators spent months trying to figure out just what the object was that struck Rutger, but they couldn't come to a concise answer. At one point, even the US Army and Defense Force was contacted for their opinion on the situation. But after carefully analyzing the damage of the vehicle and the area where Rutger was hit, they too had no idea what the object was. Needless to say that the object was never found either. There are many theories as to what the thing could have been, ranging from a bird, ice, space debris, a rock, or even some sort of projectile from a firearm. Later forensic investigations would reveal that the object did not disintegrate after making contact with the vehicle or Rutger. Around this time, investigators started to think that the object was made of steel. However, there was disagreement on this between the US Army and the New Zealand Defense Technology Agency, but something that both sides did agree upon was that the object had at least one sharp corner. Back in 2016, there was an American student named Colin Madsen who visited Siberia to study, specifically Irkutsk, which is a city east of Moscow. Colin had spent a couple of years in Irkutsk and one day decided to go on a trip that would take him west. About a week after the start of this trip, Colin's lifeless body was discovered. To this day, there is much debate revolving around Colin's death, with many believing that it was a cover-up. Being that Colin was studying abroad, you could probably guess that he was someone who liked to go out and explore new locations. His family and friends described him as a friendly and adventurous young man who also knew how to speak several different languages, including Russian, Spanish, Japanese, and more. On March 27, 2016, Colin and a few friends decided to go out on a hiking trip. Including Colin, the group consisted of 4 men. Their final destination was the top of a mountain called Love Peak, which by all intents and purposes was a pretty challenging task even for more experienced hikers. The group spent the night at a cabin with plans to get up at 5 a.m. and begin their journey. So everyone fell asleep around 2 a.m., but when the group awoke, they realized that Colin had gone missing. Initially, they did not think this to be too strange, as they thought he had simply gone out to use the restroom or just make some last-minute preparations. Colin even left his backpack behind, so the group was sure that he'd return shortly. But after some time had passed and Colin was still missing, the others grew concerned. They stepped out and started yelling out for Colin, but he never showed up. After asking locals and scouring the nearby vicinity, Colin's friends still couldn't find him. Again, Colin was an experienced adventurer. He's gone on lots of trips to foreign countries and explored the wilderness, so it's strange that he would get lost in this location, which is a pretty popular destination and well-traveled. Surely, Colin was safe and just up to some sort of antics. Another odd detail about Colin's disappearance occurs when his friends call police. According to the group, they spent several hours trying to call the police so they could help find Colin, but they kept pushing them off. When the police realized that the calls weren't going to stop, they actually accused the friends of being responsible for Colin's disappearance. Authorities shared a theory that the group had murdered Colin before having sex with his body. Then the group buried him out in the forest. Obviously, the friends denied having any involvement in the actual disappearance. Eventually, search parties consisting of officials as well as other friends of Colin were formed. Even Colin's own mother flew over in order to help with the search efforts. It took 8 days for Colin to be found, but when he had already died. From the get-go, there were several odd details about his death. Colin was found lying on his back with his limbs outstretched and fists balled up. It didn't exactly look like the position someone who was lost would die in. His socks were also removed, with his boots being untied. Furthermore, his boots were oddly clean. Colin's eyes and mouth were also open when he was discovered. His wallet and passport were also found in his possession. As far as his clothing goes, some of it was also torn up. Immediately, news outlets shared that Colin's death was simply accidental. Some medical officials even agreed with this conclusion, stating that Colin was inexperienced and was not prepared for the elements. But like we already went over, this didn't make much sense given Colin's experience. Colin's own mother said the following after hearing these conclusions. He would never have walked to a place in the pitch dark with his shoes unlaced, no socks, and when he was leaving for a climb in just a few hours that he was so excited about. Colin had bilateral ankle surgery the year before and could not hike or walk very far without socks. The boots rubbed on the scars without socks and it really bothered him. On the topic of this being a cover-up, Colin was known to be a supporter of this group called Greenpeace. Greenpeace is basically an advocate for protecting nature. They're a global network of independent campaigning organizations that use peaceful protest and creative confrontation to expose global environmental problems and promote solutions that are essential to a green, just, and joyful future. Now, around the time Colin died, Greenpeace was active in the Irkutsk region. There was illegal logging going on in the forested areas that were being covered up by fires. So Greenpeace went out and tried to stop the logging altogether. Police were not fond of what the group was trying to do, leading them to threatening them. Colin himself even participated with these groups at the time. When authorities realized that protesters weren't going to step aside, they got very aggressive. It's believed that because Colin was an avid Greenpeace supporter, local authorities hated him and actually went out of their way to kill him. Apparently, the university that Colin was attending at the time of his death sent a translator in an attempt to assist in the investigation. But as soon as the translator informed police of her business in the area, they literally spat in her face and said that Colin was gay and he was in the forest to have an orgy with his friends. Colin's friends also later revealed that during their questioning, police urged them to confess to his murder. One member of the group even fled Russia shortly after Colin's body was found, fearing that he was going to be in much more danger by local authorities if he stayed. And one final detail about the theory of authorities being responsible before we move on. Before Colin was found, his friends shared that he was wearing this pendant around his neck. It was basically a circular mess of snakes. When Colin's body was located, this pendant was nowhere to be found, but when authorities gave Colin's mother all of his belongings, the pendant was part of those items. It is possible that the necklace was found later on in the investigation elsewhere, but there are many people who point to this particular detail as a clear sign that police were responsible. While Colin's case has been officially closed, the lawyer representing Colin's family, Ivan Pavlov, said the following: "We contend that the investigation's finding of Madsen's non-violent death are not based on factual circumstances." Ivan pointed to the detail that there was little decomposition to Colin's body when he was found, 8 days after his disappearance, hinting at the possibility that he was being held captive elsewhere. Colin's mother personally thinks that the case was a cover-up. She thought that this was done in order to avoid the possibility of any drama occurring since an American died on Russian soil. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, Gamersupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors, and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Fart. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now, back to the video. On the night of March 13th, 1997 in Phoenix, Arizona, there was a strange event that sparks much debate to this day amongst UFO enthusiasts, skeptics, and researchers. That night, numerous witnesses observed a formation of bright lights gliding silently across the night sky. Some thought it was aliens, while others thought it was something more mundane, such as military exercises or a hoax. Two men named David Holthouse and Michael Kiefer were among the witnesses of the Phoenix Lights event. They both described seeing a V-shaped formation of lights slowly moving across the sky from north to south. The lights had a yellowish hue to them and appeared high in the sky, but the thing that creeped the men out the most was the dead silence in the night. David believed that the lights were all connected, while Michael thought that they appeared to all be separated. Additionally, other witnesses reported varying numbers for the amount of lights. Some said there were 6, while others said 7. One of the key witnesses to the event was named Mitch Stanley, an amateur astronomer who happened to own a high-powered telescope. On the night of March 13th, Stanley observed the lights closely as they moved and stated that the lights split into 2 under what he discerned as square-shaped wings. Stanley was adamant that the objects he saw were small planes. Despite the abundance of eyewitness accounts and expert opinions, the origin of the craft behind the Phoenix Lights event remains unknown. The light's brightness and absence of transponder signals also fueled various speculations. Again, some thought that these were military aircraft, potentially A-10s or T-37 fighter trainers, flying in formation. However, no military installation has stepped forward to claim responsibility, and those that are hard stuck on this theory of military involvement suggest that they were conducting some sort of secret testing that they want to keep under wraps. During her winter break from Mesa Junior College in San Diego, California, 19-year-old Rachel Cook returned to her family's home in Georgetown, Texas to spend the holidays with her parents and younger sister. Each morning, Rachel would embark on a 6-mile run through the neighborhood, which was a routine that she had followed ever since she was a child. She took the exact route hundreds of times, so every detail about her path was deeply ingrained into her mind. On Thursday, January 10th, 2002, Rachel woke up to an empty house. Around 9:15 a.m., Rachel's boyfriend, Greg West, called her from San Diego. It was during this call where Rachel mentioned that she was gonna head out for a run soon. She promised to call him back when she returned, but this call never took place. Rachel left the house after their conversation. Somewhere along her usual route, Rachel disappeared without a trace, and no one has seen her since. That afternoon, Rachel's father, Robert Cook, returned home early from work to take Rachel shopping for her cousin's upcoming wedding. But he was surprised to find the house empty and quiet, with no sign of Rachel. Concerned, Robert noticed that Rachel's purse and cell phone were still at home, which was unusual as she typically carried them everywhere. This discovery made Robert extremely uneasy. While home during this winter break, Rachel would sometimes take on shifts as a waitress at a local restaurant in Georgetown. When Robert notified his wife Janet about their missing daughter, she called the restaurant to check if she was there. To her relief, the restaurant informed her that Rachel was indeed working that night. Janet and her husband went to sleep that night expecting to see their daughter the next morning. But once the next day rolled around, they still never saw Rachel. As the hours passed with no sign of her, Janet's anxiety returned. She decided to call the restaurant once more to find out what happened to Rachel. To her dismay, Janet discovered that there had been a mix-up. The Rachel who worked the shift was an entirely different person. Rachel Cook was not at the restaurant the previous day. With Rachel still missing, her parents and sister, Joanne, began searching through her belongings for any hints to her whereabouts. Their fears grew when they discovered that her workout clothes and running shoes were missing. They now assumed that Rachel never made it back home after going out for her run. In their minds, this could only mean that something terrible had happened, so they went out searching for Rachel. Over 24 hours had passed since anyone had heard from Rachel. In an attempt to find her, the family finally contacted authorities. Law enforcement tried to calm the family down by saying that Rachel was more than likely just out with friends. But instead of easing their minds, these words had the opposite effect. The Cooks felt as though they were not being heard and grew frustrated. Rachel's parents highly doubted that Rachel would have stayed overnight at someone else's residence, let alone without her purse or cell phone. Eventually, the family was able to get in touch with one of Rachel's friends who informed them that the two had made plans to meet up the night that she disappeared. And as you could probably guess, this unnamed friend said that Rachel never showed up to their meeting spot. Rachel's boyfriend was also called, and he shared that Rachel was supposed to call him back, but he never got such a call. Now, at this point, the Cook family thought that law enforcement were dragging their feet, so they took matters into their own hands and organized a large search party. The next day, authorities stopped by Robert and Janet's home and realized that the couple had escalated the situation on their own. They worried that this search party could contaminate evidence that may lead to Rachel. When law enforcement started their investigation, they officially stated that there was a high likelihood that foul play was involved. Investigators spent the following Sunday retracing the steps of Rachel and her family. They found that Robert had left the house around 7 a.m. while Janet and Rachel's sister had left at 8 a.m. During that time, Rachel was still asleep on the family couch in the living room. Then around 9 to 9:15 a.m., Rachel had that call with her boyfriend, who again is named Greg. As soon as Greg learned about Rachel's disappearance, he got on a plane to Texas from San Diego. And as soon as he landed, investigators wanted to question him, but he was later determined to not be a suspect. A witness that learned about the case told authorities that they saw Rachel on her run at about 10:45 a.m. She was running towards her parents' house. This observation was made about 200 yards from the Cook residence. Then, the family gave authorities an interesting detail. They told them that the entire household had a knack for leaving the front door unlocked. The possibility of an intruder now arose, but there was no evidence to suggest that a stranger had entered the home. Another witness stated that they saw a white Camaro in the neighborhood around 11 a.m. This neighbor took note of the vehicle since it seemed as though it was driving around aimlessly without a destination. There were two men inside of the car that were estimated to be about 18 to 25 years old. Authorities promptly tracked down the car and identified the two men who were teenagers. The pair had skipped school that day, and after extensive questioning, they too were ruled out as suspects. About a week after Rachel's disappearance, police released a sketch of a new person of interest. He was a white male, described as being in his early to mid-20s with black hair and a broad build. The man was seen driving two different vehicles at different points. One was a white Nissan and the other being a Toyota pickup truck. No significant leads came in as a result of this sketch though. The case gradually faded into obscurity as clues were exhausted. Not a single piece of physical evidence had been obtained during the investigation despite having a search party of well over 200 and interviewing several hundred people. Then in January of 2021, authorities stated that they were trying to identify a person of interest that lived in Georgetown at the time of Rachel's disappearance. They stated that the man lived in a number of different cities in Texas through the years, with his current whereabouts being unknown. This individual was never found. And afterwards, Rachel's case just went cold yet again. She was last seen in 2002. At the time, she was about 5 foot 2 inches tall and weighed about 110 pounds. When she disappeared, she was wearing a green sports bra, gray shorts, white shoes, and had a gray shirt tied to her waist. In Spanaway, Washington on June 26, 1994, 25-year-old Michael Johnston and 19-year-old Rochelle Robinson visited a friend's house for a game night primarily focused around the Magic the Gathering card game. The two left at about 11:30 p.m. that night but never returned home. Instead, they were both found dead on the 27th, and there were clear signs that this was a murder case. Michael, a married father of two, lived in Puyallup with his family. Rochelle, employed at a Spanaway Taco Bell, was a computer enthusiast and aspiring teacher, living with her family in that same city. The two met through classes at Pierce Community College and quickly became friends, bonding over their shared interest in Magic the Gathering. Michael frequently visited Rochelle at her home, and the two's friends later revealed to authorities that they had a romantic relationship. This detail led to several investigators theorizing that the murders were a result of jealous rage. However, some disagree. Michael was found dead at around 4:45 a.m. on the 27th, less than 6 hours after he and Rochelle had left their friend's house. He had sustained both a knife wound and gunshot wound. His body was discovered next to Rochelle's 1988 Mazda, which was parked close to a popular shooting range that was also known as a sort of lover's lane. Rochelle's body was located around 5 p.m. the same day. She was tucked away behind some shrubs along a remote access road about 5 miles from Michael's body. Rochelle had several brutal stab wounds as well. Based on eyewitness accounts and evidence from the crime scene, authorities came up with the following sequence of events as a possibility. The couple had left their friend's house in separate cars, with Rochelle later picking up Michael from the Spanaway Junior High School parking lot near her home. His car was found in the same lot. Police believe that after 1 a.m., they parked Rochelle's car on the secluded road near the shooting range where they were alone until the killer arrived. Upon discovering them in the backseat of the car, the killer forced them to hastily dress, with Rochelle wearing Michael's t-shirt inside out when her body was found. Police speculate that they were then forced out of the car at gunpoint. Forensic evidence indicates that Michael was handcuffed and forced to kneel in front of Rochelle's car. He was then killed, with Rochelle forced to watch it all happen. They also believe that Michael was a secondary target, with Rochelle being the primary focus of the attack. Detective Fred Reinick's investigation concluded that the assailant then drove Rochelle to a secluded road 5 miles away, where he proceeded to take her life and conceal her body. The nature of Rochelle's murder led investigators to theorize that the culprit was close to her, or at the very least knew her. Possibly an ex-boyfriend who was someone who had a romantic interest in the young woman. According to Rochelle's friend, Kevin McMichael, she said she had a feeling someone was stalking her. The man first started appearing at her workplace about 4 months before her death. Rochelle confided in a coworker that she had gone to lunch with this so-called stalker once, after which he began harassing her. She believed that he had followed her home on several occasions and recounted instances of him showing up at her workplace and other places she frequented, where he would stare at her until she left. This coworker did confront the man at one point, telling him to leave Rochelle alone, and it seemed to have worked as he promptly left and wasn't seen again for a brief stint. A description of this suspect was given to police, but nobody has been able to tie the sketch with an identity or name. After about a year of investigating, leads and clues seem to have all been used up. So Michael's now widow, Janet, hired a private investigator named Jim Wright to help keep the case alive. Janet also revealed that both she and Michael had life insurance policies of about $250,000 each. Furthermore, she stated she was well aware of Michael's secret relationship with Rochelle, but she kept silent. When police questioned Janet, they ultimately determined that she was not the culprit. The investigation took an interesting turn when investigators sought the help of a psychic named Nancy Meyer. Nancy actually has assisted in over 300 homicide cases, so while the approach does seem rather strange and unconventional, authorities were at a point where they were down to try anything. Nancy requested that no details regarding the case be revealed to her besides the actual location of the murders. She wanted it this way so that her investigation could be genuine. Nancy shared with the authorities that she knew Michael had died first, since she felt fear at the location of his death. Nancy also stated that at least 2 accomplices were involved as well. They accused Michael of breaking some sort of rule relating to some sort of occult ritual/events. Furthermore, Nancy believed that the man calling the shots was employed at a nearby teaching facility, possibly a community college or university. As for those accomplices, they were aged somewhere in their mid to late 20s. Nancy was even able to provide enough details for officials to come up with sketches of the culprits. Now, some investigators did not agree with Nancy's findings. As I shared earlier, the police seemed to be of the opinion that the person responsible was close to Rochelle, while Nancy believes that the culprits were closer to Michael. Nancy described the main culprit as being 5 foot 10 inches tall, 170 pounds with brown/blonde hair and acne. And one more detail that I left out from earlier, Kevin McMichael, the friend of Rochelle's who saw her stalker, said the guy was also driving a vehicle carrying panes of glass, which led investigators to believe that he was employed at a glass company. But looking into that rabbit hole never really resulted in anything major. Yusuf ibn Ayyub, aka Saladin, was born around 1137 to 1138 in what is now modern-day Iraq. Saladin's legacy carries many accomplishments, including the recapture of Jerusalem, but probably his greatest feat was his command over a religiously and politically split region, including Egypt, Syria, Mesopotamia, and Western Arabia. But today, we're going to be talking about his death and the unknown cause of it. Saladin passed away around the age of 55 or 56. He had come down with a strange fever which lasted 2 weeks. For centuries, the illness that Saladin had has been unknown. Some suspected the plague or smallpox, while others disagreed, saying that those two would have killed him much faster. Tuberculosis and malaria were other diseases that were frequently thrown into the conversation as well. But the thing about this entry is it seems like it's one of those mysteries that is more than likely solved, but it is impossible to confirm since so much time has passed. Dr. Stephen Gluckman, who is a professor of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, states that he believes Saladin's cause of death was typhoid. Dr. Gluckman did say that a definitive diagnosis is likely impossible, given Saladin lived before modern diagnostic tools, but to him, he believes typhoid fits the best. And this disease was fairly common at the time in Saladin's location. In case you are not aware, typhoid is a bacterial disease that is often spread via food, water, or direct contact. Its symptoms include fatigue, stomach pain, headache, loss of appetite, and much more. Now, in the past, typhoid was actually ruled out as a possibility since Saladin was said to not have stomach pain leading up to his death. Gluckman was quoted saying, "It is really based on what the common diseases were at the time, and of those which were fatal, and of those which were fatal in a time period of around 2 weeks." Chicago's near North Side had a dark reputation in the 1910s, particularly at the intersection of Oak and Milton Street, now known as Cleveland Street. This location was named Death Corner amongst locals. It earned the name due to the high number of murders that occurred there. This neighborhood was even once considered the deadliest in the city. It was dubbed Little Sicily for its large Italian immigrant community, but others refer to it as Little Hell. This latter title was a reflection of the high volume of crime in the area. While there were many immigrants that grinded through their days to make an honest living to support their families, there were also evil extortion groups also composed of immigrants looking for opportunities to exploit the weak. These groups were known as the Black Hand. And one may think that the victim should simply go out and seek help from police, and you may be right in most cases, but these immigrants had absolutely no trust in law enforcement, which made it easy for the Black Hand to continue their work knowing that nobody was going to step in and interfere. And it is within the Black Hand where we meet the subject of this entry, the Shotgun Man. There are literally no actual images of the guy, so you guys are just gonna have to put up with whatever diabolical image I have thrown up on screen. The Shotgun Man is recognized as an assassin that worked closely with the Black Hand and is rumored to have killed over a dozen people from 1910 to 1911, 4 of which occurred within 3 days of each other. There are a few accounts of people seeing the Shotgun Man in public committing crimes. However, no one has ever come forward to report the guy, probably for the same reason why the extortion groups were never reported. It became a situation where people believed that it would be in their best interest if they just ignored the killer and went about their day. As a result, the identity of this assassin faded away with the residents of that era. Nowadays, some even suggest that the Shotgun Man was nothing more than an urban legend. In the Gospel of Mark in the New Testament, there is an individual referred to as the Naked Fugitive. I'm not religious at all, so trying to make sense of some of these readings was difficult, so if I get something wrong, feel free to correct me below. The Naked Fugitive pops up after the arrest of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, and the fugitive is only mentioned briefly, yet many people are fixated on the mysterious identity of the guy. This boy, who had nothing on except for a linen cloth, followed Jesus during his arrest, and when authorities attempted to arrest the boy, he dropped his cloth and bolted away naked. Nobody really knows why the boy did what he did or his identity. Some believe that there is simply no significance at all with him, while others disagree. A number of scholars propose that the fugitive is a follower of Jesus who also witnessed his crucifixion. On the other hand, some believe that the fugitive is a literary device to get across some sort of deep theological message. Other interpretations of the fugitive include him being a symbol of the vulnerability of humanity. Tucked away within Alaska is a small town called Tok in North Star County with a population of around 1,200 residents. Being such a quiet town where nothing really happened, nobody expected to stumble upon skeletal remains that painted a picture of murder. On August 20th, 1979, a resident had encountered the remains of a man as well as strands of long brown hair along a deserted road. Police were called, and upon their arrival, they found a slew of evidence right in front of them. However, the specifics regarding most of it has never been revealed. What has been revealed is that the victim had met a violent end approximately a year earlier at the hands of another person. His remains indicated stab wounds as well as a missing left eye, hence the name One-Eyed Jack. Jack's jaw was missing, which made forensic reconstructions a bit difficult. The evidence authorities obtained pointed to a suspect already in custody in Nevada for unrelated charges. During his confinement, this individual, Jesse Burt Bishop, confessed to the murder of a hitchhiker in Alaska back in September 1978, and Jesse was more than willing to share the details. Jesse Bishop had encountered a man in Boise, Idaho, who initially planned to travel to Pendleton, Oregon. After a brief conversation, the man agreed to accompany Jesse to Alaska. According to Jesse, the man went by either John or Jack. He couldn't really remember. Jesse took note that Jack was exactly 32 years old when he pulled out his Oregon State driver's license. Jesse described him as a tall man with long brown hair and a beard. He was also a smoker and was missing his left eye. Jesse shared that the man had worked as a logger in Oregon and his injury was a result of an accident. Jack had also mentioned working at a Lincoln car dealership in Colorado or Utah and had been married at some point as well. But oddly, Jesse said that he had the feeling that the guy was telling lies at times. Anyway, deep into the drive, Jesse attacked Jack. When authorities questioned him as to why he did this, Jesse simply said that Jack was getting on his nerves. Jesse then disposed of the body on the side of the road in Tok, Alaska. Jesse's description of the man matched the evidence found at the scene, especially in terms of clothing. One-Eyed Jack was found wearing a size large Mervyn's Mark jacket with green and brown plaid, blue jeans containing 15 Canadian cents, and an orange and white marble believed to have served as a false eye. He also had on a green and white plaid shirt, a blue bandana, a white t-shirt, brown ankle lace boots with blue socks, a headband, and a black leather eye patch. Additionally, Jack carried a broken yellow pencil, 3 packs of matches, and 2 packs of Winston cigarettes. And you might be asking yourself right now, what about that driver's license? Well, it was actually never found. Jesse Bishop was later convicted for the murder of One-Eyed Jack. He pleaded guilty in court and died in 2003. Based on Jesse's information, it is widely believed that Jack led a transient lifestyle and thus may have never been registered as missing. Some of Jack's friends and relatives may have believed that he had started a new life elsewhere far away after they had lost touch with him. Around the 60s and 70s, the transient hippie lifestyle was pretty popular. Individuals often disappeared and were believed to have just wandered around. It is likely that Jack falls into the category of people who passed away without anyone being aware of his absence. There might not be anyone actively seeking information about this man at all. Over the years, several different identities have been proposed that may be Jack, one of which was a man named Stephen Chait. Stephen was a 20-year-old student at Columbia University in New York in 1972. He disappeared on March 13th after leaving his dorm room without informing his roommate. And a strange detail was that Stephen left behind some items that most people would deem important, such as his passport and several paychecks that have not been cashed yet. It was said that Stephen had been battling with depression, which led some to believe that he may have resorted to suicide. Despite extensive efforts to locate him, he remains missing. Apparently, leading up to his disappearance, Stephen had changed his major as a result of his struggles with school. Stephen felt as though his academic shortcomings as well as his poor mood put in unnecessary weight on his loved ones. At the time of One-Eyed Jack's discovery, Stephen would be in his mid to late 20s, which does fit the age range medical officials gave for the victim. Stephen's physical appearance was also very similar to Jack's. Furthermore, Stephen had several scars near his left eye. This led some investigators to believe that Stephen had aggravated an old injury which led to his eye needing to be removed. But the similarities seemingly drop off there. Stephen was a man with skills in the fine arts, while Jesse stated that Jack was more of a manual laborer. Another possible identity is a man named Franklin Harder who disappeared in Grangeville, Idaho in April of 1978 at the age of 25. However, nobody noticed that Franklin was missing until a week later, since he liked to keep to himself and was described as a loner. And just like with Stephen, Franklin also had similar features to Jack. Now, a lot of people seem to lean towards the possibility of Franklin being Jack since he went missing in Idaho, and Jesse stated that he picked up Jack in the same state. The few images of Franklin available also show the man in clothing similar to what Jack wore. This entry refers to a show called The Robot Wars, specifically the third series titled The Third Wars. It was a show broadcasted on BBC Two from 1999 to 2000. And as you could guess from the name, the series was about robots duking it out against each other. And I had no idea until this entry that one Simpsons episode with Homer inside of a robot was based off of this show. Now, the segment isn't about one particular event, but rather a series of unresolved accidents that occurred. For example, there was one unfortunate incident during the Third War's audition on October 20th, 1999, where a 77-kilogram robot went off course and injured a technician with its spikes, resulting in an injury that required professional treatment. This accident led to a lot of criticism, so Roboteers were shocked when this robot was still chosen to compete. A man named Martin Dawson, who was a member behind the Millie Ann Bug robot, said the following about the situation. Oh yes, and very controversial it was at the time. Here's what I remember. It's October 1999 at Elstree and it's a dark, miserable night. The afternoon was long. A robot shot off on its own in the arena and spiked one of the tech guys. All hell erupted. Filming was stopped and the audience told to go home. The rumor mill went full swing and it's believed someone, possibly in the audience, had a piece of radio kit that bled over the wavelength the robot was working on and made it take off. An ambulance took the tech guy away. I slowly packed our tools and kit and loaded my car up as Millie had gone out to Bumblebot. The particular robot that was responsible for the injury is unknown, but many thought it to be more Pandemonium, which was a robot prepped for Series 3 and also wielded a spike. However, Team Panda, the group that made this robot, stated that during the filming for More Pandemonium's audition, nothing bad had happened. This led to further investigation into other possible robots that could have caused the injury. One of these other robots was named Roadkill. Roadkill weighed in at just about 77 kilograms and was said to have several spikes on it, making it appear almost like a hedgehog. And from what I could find, there are apparently no images or videos available to the public of this robot. There are actually a lot of other events from this season that sparked controversy in the same way that this spike incident did. One of these other events was called the Saw Blade incident, where a robot equipped with a saw blade suddenly turned on when a crew member was inspecting it, leading to an injury. There were also disagreements within certain matches, albeit these aren't mysteries, but they just further highlight how much controversy surrounded the Third Wars. For example, in a match involving the Big Cheese, Roger Plant, one of the people who built Big Cheese, stated that his machine was beaten up an unfair amount, leading to expensive and time-consuming repairs. Now, at first this complaint might sound sort of dumb since the whole point of the show is to see these robots destroy each other. However, during this particular segment, Big Cheese was going up against what were called house robots, which were basically just throwaways that were meant to add a little bit more interaction. So what was supposed to be an easy task ended up causing Big Cheese unnecessary repairs. In the city of Swansea in Wales, there was/is a man who, for whatever reason, stands in front of traffic. He has been doing this on and off for about a decade and has become known locally as the Silent Man. And as the name would suggest, the guy doesn't say a word when he's confronted. Obviously, authorities had to get involved, and they tried to figure out the man's identity. His name is David Hampson, and he is currently in his mid-50s. Investigators spent hours trying to find out why the man was doing this. Some people got the idea that this was the beginning of some sort of act of terrorism. In 2021, David got sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. The jury determined that he was mute of malice, but after being released early, he continued with his antics and went back to blocking traffic on 3 different occasions. For this, he was sent back to jail. The man doesn't even talk to his lawyers. It was later found that David's odd actions can be traced back to 2014 when he was charged for 4 counts of willfully obstructing free passage along the highway. Born in Memphis, Tennessee, Natalie Ann Holloway was raised by her mother Elizabeth Holloway after her parents' divorce in 1993 alongside her younger brother Matthew. In 2000, Elizabeth married a businessman named George Twitty. This spurred on the family's relocation to Mountain Brook, Alabama. Following her graduation from Mountain Brook High School on May 24, 2005, Natalie went on a graduation trip to Aruba accompanied by 124 other classmates. The group of students was closely supervised by 7 chaperones, including teachers, during their trip. Now, amongst her peers, Natalie was very well known for her drinking problems. In fact, she would often skip breakfast after starting her day with cocktails. On the night of May 30th, she was last seen leaving Carlos and Charlie's bar and nightclub at 1:30 a.m. She was accompanied by 17-year-old Joran Vandersloot, who was a Dutch honor student living in Aruba. Along with Joran were his friends, Deepak and Satish Kalpoe. Natalie was supposed to catch a flight back home to Alabama that same day, but she never made it. Her luggage and passport were found in her Holiday Inn room, prompting Aruban authorities to search the island and surrounding waters, but no trace of her was found. Upon Natalie's disappearance, her parents immediately flew to Aruba. Shortly after their arrival, the Twitties informed the police about Joran Vandersloot, providing his name and address. This information was obtained from the Holiday Inn night manager, who recognized Vandersloot from security footage. Accompanied by the police, they visited Vandersloot's home. Initially, the student denied even knowing Natalie, but later he recounted a story that was confirmed by Deepak. Vandersloot claimed that they had stopped at the lighthouse area of Arashi Beach to see some sharks as Natalie requested. Afterwards, the group went back to the Holiday Inn around 2 a.m. to drop off Natalie. Right as Natalie stepped out of the car, she tripped but refused help when getting up. As they drove away, Vandersloot said he thought he saw a dark man in dark clothing approaching Natalie. The man almost looked like a fake security guard. A large search party was organized and the security cameras of the hotel were combed through with no sign of Natalie anywhere. Interestingly, there were also some reports that the cameras were not working the night when Natalie disappeared. During the search, many false leads were obtained, one of which was a blood sample in Deepak's car, which wasn't even blood. Fast forward to June 5th, 2005, former Allegra Hotel security guards Abraham Jones and Nick John were arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder in connection with the disappearance of Natalie. The arrest came after statements from Joran Vandersloot and the Kalpoe brothers, who were also later arrested. Jones and John were released on June 13th when all charges against them were dropped. According to Police Commissioner Gerald Dompig, Vandersloot and the Kalpoes were prime suspects from the beginning, and surveillance tactics were used to monitor them before their arrests. One of the suspects reportedly admitted to police that something bad had happened when they took Natalie to the beach, but this allegation was not confirmed by the prosecution spokesperson. Less than a week later, Joran Vandersloot's father was also arrested after questioning. It was around this time when Joran and the Kalpoes changed their stories. This time, the Kalpoes said that they dropped off Natalie and Joran at the Marriott Hotel Beach, but Joran said that the Kalpoes dropped him off at home and left with Natalie. Investigators were leaning towards the Kalpoe story as they were thinking that Joran was trying to flip the narrative back on them before it was too late. So the Kalpoes were released in July while Joran remained locked up for an additional 2 months. But Joran would also be released later on. Fast forward to 2006 and 2007, both Joran and the Kalpoe brothers were rearrested on the suspicion of manslaughter and bodily harm leading to Natalie's death. And yet again, everyone was released on November 30th as a result of a lack of evidence being filed. However, in a shocking turn of events, Beth Twitty, Natalie's mother, received a phone call from her lawyer in the year 2010. Her lawyer stated that Joran was offering to reveal the location of Natalie's body as well as the details regarding her death in return for $250,000 with an advance of $25,000. Beth agreed to the deal and arrangements were made, but not long after, the claims made by Joran were found to be fake. On May 10th, Joran received a wire transfer and he gave authorities a location. But after simply looking up this place, authorities realized that it was actually constructed after Natalie had disappeared. Joran was subsequently charged with extortion and wire fraud. In that same year, which was again 2010, specifically on May 30th, a different case led investigators to take another look at Natalie's disappearance. A business student named Flores Ramirez disappeared in Lima, Peru. After a few days of searching, investigators found Ramirez in a hotel room that was purchased by Joran Vandersloot, and it's here where authorities tracked down and arrested Joran before extraditing him to Peru. After intense questioning, Joran admitted to killing Ramirez. And it was during this exchange that Joran said that he knew where Natalie was and that she was dead. He added that the extortion attempt was made to get back at Natalie's family since the investigation into her disappearance made his life unenjoyable. His exact words were, "I wanted to get back at Natalie's family. Her parents have been making my life tough for 5 years." Joran pleaded guilty to murdering Ramirez in January of 2012 and received a 28-year prison sentence. Then in June of 2011, Natalie's biological father, Dave, requested that his daughter be declared legally dead by the state of Alabama, but his ex-wife, Beth, opposed this move. A year-long legal battle ensued between the two where, in the end, Natalie was declared dead. The case saw another development in June of 2023 when Joran was extradited from Peru to the US, where he pleaded not guilty to those charges of extortion and wire fraud back in 2010. Then in October of the same year, Joran confessed to taking the life of Natalie Holloway. Joran had used a cinder block after Natalie refused to have sex with him. Afterwards, he tossed her body into the ocean. And yes, this mystery is technically solved if you disregard the location of Natalie's remains. Then again, we sort of know where they are, but at the same time we don't, and it's obviously going to be impossible to find the remains. This iceberg was created back around 2021 to 2022, I want to say, and this case was only recently solved in late 2023, so I still wanted to include it. Discovered in 1908 by Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier at Phaistos is the Phaistos disc. It's a clay disc measuring approximately 16 centimeters in diameter. Its surface is covered with a series of ancient symbols arranged in a spiral pattern from the center. Despite decades of study, the writing on the Phaistos disc remains undeciphered, leading to numerous theories about its nature. While some researchers believe it represents a form of writing, others suggest it could be an artistic creation or a religious object, possibly even a game board. Composed of 61 groups of symbols, the Phaistos disc depicts a bunch of different things, including animals, plants, body parts, and other random objects. Researchers can't pinpoint an exact date as to when this disc was made, but they typically agree that it can be dated to the 2nd millennium BCE. But due to the lack of archaeological context, it's tough to tie the object with a specific culture or period. The death of Australian astrophysicist Rodney Marks is regarded as one of the more peculiar cases to this day. Rodney died on May 11th, 2000 after suffering from severe illness for 36 hours. His cause of death was promptly identified as methanol poisoning. But where the mystery lies is how the poison ended up in Rodney's system. One investigator suggested the possibility that Rodney had intentionally consumed the substance. At the time, Rodney was in a station in Antarctica, so after his death, his body was kept at the station for 6 months since flights had been paused at that moment. It was during the post-mortem in Christchurch where elevated levels of methanol had been discovered in Rodney's body. Initially, it was thought that Rodney had died of natural causes, so this revelation shocked everyone at the facility. There were also these tiny needle marks along Rodney's arms, but no traces of illegal substances in his body. Rodney was known to be a binge drinker. He had Tourette's syndrome, and it was said that he drank in an attempt to cover up his symptoms. So one person suggested that Rodney may have distilled his own drink, which led to him poisoning himself. But this theory was quickly shot down as the base provided the staff with alcohol. While investigators initially thought that this was a matter of there were no other details that supported this thought. Everything in Rodney's life seemed to be headed in a positive direction. He was social and active and even built a strong relationship with a female coworker at the base. He had no financial hardships and he occupied himself by working on an important piece of academic work. Authorities struggled to obtain a list of the staff members' names as the requests were ignored, but they were eventually able to get their hands on this information on the internet. They got the names of 49 co-workers and sent them all a questionnaire. Investigators got back 13 responses. According to New Zealand police, US authorities have also had a hand in the investigation, but they refused to share what they found. One New Zealand official was quoted saying, "It is impossible to say how far that investigation went, or to what end." To this day, the circumstances revolving around how Rodney had ingested the substance remains a mystery. The case of Gregory Vilma is regarded as one of, if not the most infamous unsolved murder cases in France. This case is pretty insane, and I intend on covering it in more detail in another video, so I will be leaving certain parts out in this video, but nevertheless you will still get the gist of the events. If you are well versed in the case and notice that some parts are a bit lacking, that is why. When this took place, Gregory was just 4 years old. It was October 16th, 1984, around 5 p.m. when the boy was reported missing. Gregory's mother drove all over their small village in search of him. According to her, Gregory was last seen playing in the front yard of the family's home. At about 5:30 p.m., Gregory's uncle received a disturbing phone call. The caller was anonymous, but they said that his nephew was kidnapped and left at River Vallone. The message in the call roughly translated to, "I've kidnapped the boy, I've killed him and he's in the River Vallone, I have my revenge." The river was searched and by 9 p.m. Gregory was found. His hands and feet were both tied up and he also had a woolen hat over his face. The very next day, Gregory's father, Jean-Marie, got a letter that is said to have been sent out around the time when Gregory first disappeared. In it read, "I hope you die of grief, boss. Your money won't bring back your son. Here's my revenge, you bastard." The true identity of whoever sent the letter is still unknown, but they have been given the moniker Le Corbeau, or in English, the Crow or the Raven, which is a title made famous by a 1940s French film under the same name. Investigations led to a man named Bernard Laroche, who was actually the cousin of Gregory's father. Authorities believe that Bernard had some involvement in the crime after handwriting experts stated that his writing matched with that of the letter. He was arrested in November of 1984 before being released in February of 1985. Bernard was adamant that they had the wrong man, but it seemed as though Jean-Marie was convinced that Bernard was the killer as he vowed to take his life. Then the very next month, on the 25th, Gregory's own mother, Christine, was now suspected of being involved in Gregory's death. Those handwriting experts had moved on from Bernard and now suspected Christine as being a likely match to the writing on the letter. And just 4 days later, on the 29th, Jean-Marie actually shot and killed Bernard right as he left home. Jean-Marie received a 5-year prison sentence for this murder, but he was released in December of 1987 after serving half of it. But back to Christine, she was actually charged for Gregory's death in July of 1985. Obviously, Christine was outraged. At the time, she was pregnant and went nearly 2 weeks without eating as a sort of way to display her discontent towards the accusation. She was eventually released though after it was cited in court that the evidence was poor and that there was no coherent motive. As a result of all this drama, Christine had a miscarriage resulting in the loss of one of her twins. Over the following decade or two, the case would see minor developments that didn't really affect the case's progress in the end. This included DNA testing of the letters Gregory's family received, as well as other pieces of evidence, including the rope that was used on Gregory. The results were inconclusive. Then in June of 2017, another 3 relatives of Gregory's were also arrested. This included Gregory's aunt, a great-aunt, and a great-uncle. And all 3 were released about a month after being detained. And about a month after that, the magistrate who led the first investigation into the case, Jean-Michel Lambert, took his own life as a result of the overwhelming pressure the case brought along when it was reopened. All in all, the case was just a big fat mess. This entry, titled "Giant Shrimp in the Laundry Room," refers to a mysterious cryptid from Washington that is pretty obscure. This cryptid can be traced back to the late 40s, where it was mentioned in a phone call transcription. The call was made by a woman named Virginia Staples. So in 1948, Virginia was living on Denny Street in Bremerton, Washington. The apartment that she was staying in had this large basement with holes in the walls. She often used this room as a place to hang up her wet laundry, but every single time she went down there, she felt that she was being watched, possibly from those holes. One day, she had this dreadful feeling that someone was behind her, so she turned around and she saw something. In the phone call she made, she was quoted saying, "I was so scared I can still feel it. I couldn't move." In one of the huge holes in the basement, there stood this thing. Virginia went on to describe a bright orange creature that stood at about 5 feet tall with thin spider-like legs and antenna. This sight freaked Virginia out. She sprinted out of the basement, got in her car, and drove to Seattle, which is about a 2-hour drive, in order to stay with a relative. The only thing that I could find that looked anything like it was this tiny little shrimp. It's unclear what exactly Virginia did after that encounter, but apparently she didn't go back to her apartment for years. And when she did eventually return, the complex had been torn down. Obviously, there are very few people that believe Virginia's story, even amongst cryptid enthusiasts. But she's still unable to explain what exactly she saw, and to this day, she's gonna continue saying that it was a giant shrimp. Yes, you read that right. This entry is called Jack the Stripper. This case is also commonly referred to as the Hammersmith Nude Murders, and as you can guess from that first name, this series of murders draws some similarities to Jack the Ripper. It's commonly agreed upon that there were at least 6 official victims tied to Jack, but it's also believed that there may be other murders committed by the same person that have not yet been officially linked to these cases. The killer's run spanned between 1959 and 1965 in West London, England. Most, if not all, of the victims in this string of cases shared similarities to each other. These included strangulation, being found naked, victims missing several teeth, and more. Let's begin on the morning of February 2nd, 1964. A man and his dog were on their daily walk near Hammersmith Bridge. The morning seemed mundane like any other, but the peacefulness that a mundane routine brings along is often welcomed. When the man got closer to this body of water, he paused to take in the fresh air and the view. However, during this pause as he's looking around, he makes a disturbing discovery. Right there on the bank is what looks like a nude, unconscious woman. At first, he thought it was actually a mannequin because the area was known for people throwing away their trash into the water. But as he stared at it, it became increasingly obvious that this was a real person. Officials were contacted and they identified the person as a woman named Hannah Tailford. Upon discovery, it was noticed that she was beaten with several teeth missing. Her underwear had also been shoved down her mouth. After some digging into Hannah's past, it was stated that she was a sex worker. Hannah came from a poor family and didn't do all that well in education, forcing her down a less than fortunate path where she survived off of the money she made from work. As news of Hannah's death spread, acquaintances of hers informed police that she had gone missing about a week or so before she was found. Investigators did look deeper into Hannah's death, but they really didn't care all that much. It was almost as if because Hannah was a worker, authorities thought her death was some standard workplace accident, like it was bound to happen and shouldn't be considered a crime. So after they looked at all of the obviouslies, which were very limited, Hannah's case was left to be forgotten. However, little did everyone know that the process of forgetting Hannah was going to prove to be a difficult task, as she is commonly believed to be the first official victim of Jack the Stripper. But as I shared at the start, there may be other victims who aren't officially connected to Jack, but have the potential to be. Fast forward about 2 months to April 8th, the second victim of Jack's was found. This time, it was a woman identified as Irene Lockwood. Similar to Hannah, Irene was also discovered in a body of water, with Irene being found in the river in Chiswick. Another commonality between the two women is that Irene was also stripped of all her clothing, and I didn't share earlier, but Hannah was pregnant when she was found dead, just like 26-year-old Irene. Both women were also workers and had been strangled to death. As a result of all of these similarities between the two cases, investigators would tie Irene to Hannah. They now suspected that they had a serial killer on their hands. About 2 weeks later, yet another body was found. This third victim was 22-year-old Helen Barthélemy, whose lifeless body was found abandoned in an alley. It's often suggested that Jack may have been aware of the growing suspicion that Hannah and Irene were murdered by the same person. So in order to avoid the now heavily surveyed bodies of water in the area, Jack was forced to leave Helen in the alleyway. Authorities quickly determined that Helen was actually new to London and had moved there in order to find work that would lead her down a path of wealth. But this didn't exactly work out for her, and just like with Hannah and Irene, Helen also turned to sex work. Meanwhile, investigators had taken a look at previous crimes that held similar details to the 3 murders that we have just discussed, and they found 2 particularly interesting cases. The first of which involved a 21-year-old sex worker named Elizabeth Figg. On a cool summer night in the middle of June in 1959, Elizabeth had a client set up that night and was seen stepping inside a vehicle which was also driven by a man. This was the last time anyone had seen her alive. And just like with all the other victims, Elizabeth was found with a majority of her clothing removed and was strangled. Then in November of 1963, the body of 22-year-old Gwyneth Reese was found near a river located in Mortlake. While both of these cases share a ton of similarities to the rest of Jack's murders, they aren't officially connected. But a lot of people believe that they have the potential to be Jack's earliest victims. By the time Helen's body was found, news of Jack the Stripper had spread all over London. Those that were within the local sex work community grew scared and anxious cause any one of them could be next, and they had no idea who they should be looking out for. And a woman named Mary Fleming would be the next person to encounter Jack. She was 30 years old at the time of her death. Mary's life seemed to be going smoothly a while back. She was married and had 4 children, but her relationship with her husband quickly turned sour and the two split. This led to Mary going into sex work. Her body was not found in or near a river, but instead on a street in Chiswick on July 14th, 1964. Fast forward about 4 months to November, a 21-year-old named Margaret McGowan was found dead. The primary difference with Margaret and the other victims was that Margaret was found in an area that was much better off than the previous victims. Margaret's main clients consisted of people with a steady or high income, including businessmen and even some powerful politicians. But after asking the residents of the area, investigators realized that Margaret had actually disappeared a while ago, sometime in October, so about a month. She was reported to have been seen getting inside of a Ford Zodiac before disappearing. And up to this point, investigators had no idea what the culprit looked like. But luckily for them, the same witness who had seen Margaret get inside a car was able to provide some details about the man who may very well be responsible for these killings. The information resulted in the following sketch. And that brings us to Jack's last confirmed victim, who was found in February of 1965. Her name was Bridget O'Hara. She too was found about a month after going missing and was also a sex worker. The fact that all of these victims had disappeared prior to being found dead led to investigators concluding that they were being stored somewhere. The discovery of Bridget's body led to a pretty significant lead. It was stated that her body was ever so slightly mummified, which meant that she was likely left somewhere with a heat source. After sweeping the area, authorities determined this heat source to be a transformer. And there is one detail about all of the victims that I have not yet shared. They all had these little pieces of paint on them, and nearby that transformer was a paint shop which contained the exact same paint found on the women. It seemed like officials were on the brink of bringing the killer to justice. But this is where the case seemingly meets a dead end. Any leads after this point proved to either be redundant or just didn't progress the case in any way. And eventually the case went cold, with investigators unable to determine an identity for Jack the Stripper. Investigators believe they were very close to solving the case, going as far as to say that they were confident that they had the name of their killer. Or rather, they had a list of names and they were certain that Jack was amongst the dozen or so people that they had lined up. Amongst those names were Mungo Ireland, Kenneth Archibald, Freddie Mills, and many more. But those names that I just listed are amongst those that are more frequently discussed. Amongst investigators at the time, Mungo Ireland seemed to be the most likely suspect. However, Ireland ended up taking his life in 1965. It's rumored that around the time when Bridget's body was located, Ireland caught wind that he was suspected of being the killer. You see, Ireland worked as a security guard in the same area where Bridget was found. Not only that, but he had access to the paint shop and the transformer during his night shifts, which was a perfect time to drop off the bodies if he were involved. Before his death, he left behind a note that said that he couldn't stick it out any longer. There is debate on whether Ireland meant that he was the killer or if he just couldn't deal with the stress of potentially being framed for the murders. Either way, while some believe Ireland could be Jack, others like to point to the fact that Ireland had a solid alibi, putting him in Scotland during the period in which several of the victims went missing or were found dead. Another suspect that is frequently mentioned is named Harold Jones. Harold has a criminal history, being convicted of murdering 2 girls back in 1921, which got him a life sentence in prison. Prosecutors were aiming for the death penalty, but due to his age, he wasn't eligible for it. He was just 15 years old at the time, and the murders of those 2 girls share some details that are the same with the Hammersmith murders. The girls' names were Frida Burnell, who was 8 years old, and Florence Little, who was 11, both of whom were lured by Harold to locations where nobody was around. About 2 decades into his sentence, Harold was released and was seen by several people in southwest London around the late 40s and early 50s. Harold later got married and raised a family around Hammersmith in the 60s. However, it should be stated that Harold is only a recent suspect. During the height of the crimes, Harold was never really looked into by investigators. It was only in the last couple of decades when investigators and researchers stumbled upon Harold and tied him to the killings. Now, it's entirely possible that I'm seeing things, but if you ask me, the sketch and Harold are pretty similar. As most of you know, these police sketches are often exaggerated, so particular details can stick in people's minds. The sketch shows a man with really pronounced and sharp ears, which you can kind of see in Harold. There's also the clean comb-backed haircut, but obviously these similarities could very well just be coincidence. And another detail many like to point to is that all of the Hammersmith victims were of a similar build. They were all rather short, skinny, just overall very small women. Those that suspect Harold believe that he only targeted smaller women because this was a fetish or interest he developed from killing those 2 girls back in his teenage years. However, it should be stated that Frida and Florence didn't show any signs of assault, but without definitive evidence to back this route up, it's impossible to say if Harold was indeed Jack. The man you currently see on screen was named Ray Rivera, and he disappeared on May 16, 2006. He was born on June 10, 1973. Ray and his wife lived in California before moving to Baltimore, Maryland in the mid-2000s, where Ray worked as a writer focusing on finance. His employer was actually a longtime and dear friend of his named Porter Stansberry. However, Ray ended up quitting this position and found work with another subsidiary of the same company that Ray's friend owned, this one being known as Agora Publishing. But one day, Ray just went missing. His friends and family spent a week looking for him, and they did indeed find him. However, not in an ideal state. So it was the 16th of May, 2006 when Ray's wife Allison returned home. She was surprised to see that Ray was nowhere to be seen. She called out to him and searched all over but couldn't seem to find him. At the time, the couple was letting a friend named Claudia stay over. So Allison went over to her and asked if she knew where Ray was. According to Claudia, Ray left earlier in the day and he seemed to be rather angsty and was in a rush. Allison asked Claudia if she had any idea where he went, and she said no. But he did take a phone call before leaving, which seemed to be what prompted him to leave in the first place. While she was confused, Allison didn't think much of this and decided to just call it a night, expecting Ray to show up the next morning. However, when he didn't return home the next day, Allison suspected that something bad had happened and rushed to call police. Allison reported Ray missing and informed authorities that he may have met up with someone that was involved in his disappearance. Both authorities and Ray's family spent the next few days searching for him. But it wasn't until about a week later when Ray's family found his car, a 2001 black Mitsubishi Montero. It was parked outside of the Belvedere Hotel. Believing that Ray was somewhere nearby, possibly in the hotel itself, his friends started searching the area. They informed the hotel staff that they were looking for a missing person named Ray Rivera and asked if they had seen him. The staff said no, but allowed them to search the hotel if they liked. The friends accepted and eventually found themselves on the roof of the building, and it's here where they found a vital clue that would ultimately lead them to Ray himself. On the roof of the hotel, the friends could see this hole on the ceiling of a lower level of the hotel. Police were contacted and staff showed them to the room in which the hole was made in, and that's where they found Ray's decomposing body. This room was typically reserved for groups that used it for large meetings or conventions. Due to the level of decomposition, officials determined that Ray likely died the same day that he went missing. His body had also sustained several brutal injuries as a result of falling from the hotel roof. But that begs another question. Investigators wondered to themselves if Ray had fallen accidentally or if he had intentionally jumped off. The distance from the very top of the hotel and this conference room was about 14 stories, but the strange detail was that there was this gap between the edge of the roof and the location of that hole. This gap was 45 feet. Investigators were puzzled because Ray would have needed to run at a certain speed that should not have been possible to attain due to the size of the actual roof. There just wasn't enough space for him to build up to it. Additionally, let's say Ray somehow did reach the needed speed to cross the gap. Well, he was wearing sandals, which made it even tougher to believe that he could actually make the jump. The scene of the death was just really bizarre and had a lot of investigators confused. Allison immediately went back to her friend that was staying over and asked her if she knew who had called Ray when he ran off. But Claudia had no idea who was on the other end. Allison informed police about the phone call that Ray had received, and after digging into it, they were able to track it down to Agora Publishing, Ray's place of employment. However, they could not determine who actually made the call. But back to the hotel and Ray. Several of his items, including his phone, were in very good condition. Being that Ray's phone was not found in his pockets or anything and instead on the floor, people expected it to be bashed up if not completely destroyed. Medical officials added that Ray's injuries did not reflect the manner in which he died. They were actually much more similar, if not identical, to injuries that would have been caused by a car, which at first I thought would have been indistinguishable from colliding with a hard surface, but I guess to a trained eye there is a difference. Investigators contacted Porter Stansberry himself and ran him through a series of questions. Here we learned that Porter had taken most of his employees on a sort of group trip during the period in which Ray disappeared. Nevertheless, there was some suspicion that Porter was possibly involved as he immediately brought on lawyers to deal with the matter of Ray's death. This in itself isn't all that suspicious as, regardless if you're innocent or guilty, having legal advice in such a situation is very important. But what does make it seem a bit suspicious is that Porter issued a gag order on all of his staff, meaning that they were forbidden to talk about the case. But Porter continues to argue that he had nothing to do with Ray's death, and investigators failed at locating any concrete evidence that would suggest Porter was involved. Allison later recalled that one day Ray had encountered someone while the couple were out. Ray and this mystery man had a brief conversation which seemed to make Ray uneasy. He never revealed to Allison what the two discussed, but it's possible that this other person played a role in Ray's death. There's also this eerie note left behind by Ray. It was attached to his computer and it's a little tough to read, but parts of it said the following: "Brothers and sisters, right now around the world volcanoes are erupting. What an awesome sight. Whom virtue unites, death will not separate. I stand before you a man who understands the purpose and value of our secrets. That's why I cherish them as secrets. That was a well-played game. Congratulations to all who participated, but it was time to wake up. So here I am. Life is a test to see if you can control your spirit. Take care and enjoy the festivities." The note also had a list of movies, and to my knowledge, there isn't a super clear version of the note available to the public, hence why it's a bit tough to read. Other portions of the note read, "I took on the endeavor to find the truth, but not for its own sake. In accepting this quest for the truth, I hope to make myself, with the help of others, into a man worthy and ready to receive it. Members of the council, please note that I will lend careful concentration to the traditional responsibilities. In light of those proceedings, I will satisfy the standard request of this council within the appropriate time. Instantly, people began to think that this note contained some sort of clue. Some believe that the way the note was configured spelled out help, but there seems to be some pushback on this theory. It's also possible that Ray hid other clues within the note as well. Another theory suggested that the note had something to do with the Freemasons. Internet investigators considered this as a result of the language Ray used in his letter. Furthermore, Allison shared that Ray had actually purchased a book called Freemasons for Dummies. Other members of Ray's family, including some friends, also mentioned that he seemed to have this fixation on the Freemason secrecy. Then there's also the theory that this note is nothing more than some random thoughts he had for a project he was working on. Remember, Ray was a writer and he liked to explore his creative sides at times, so this is definitely possible. But when authorities took the note to analyze, they actually said that they believed Ray had schizophrenia or a bipolar disorder. His death was ultimately concluded to be as a result of having a mental breakdown. However, Ray's family said that he didn't exhibit any signs of such mental conditions and his life was good. There was seemingly no reason for Ray to end it all, which obviously leads to the possibility of murder. There's a lot of mystery surrounding the phone call as well as that strange person Ray encountered in public. The ivory-billed woodpecker is one of the largest woodpeckers in the world, and for the rest of the entry, I'm just going to be calling it the IB woodpecker. But as a result of their habitats being destroyed over the past couple of centuries, their population has seen a decline. In fact, in recent decades, the IB woodpecker was believed to have been extinct. However, this may not be the case. In the mid-2000s to early 2010s, there have been several reported sightings of these birds. One such sighting occurred in the eastern half of Arkansas in 2004. There was even a study that was published in 2017 where a bird researcher named Michael Collins shared that it is possible that this bird is still roaming Louisiana or Florida, specifically in the more swampy regions. From 2006 to 2007, Michael Collins shared several photos and videos with what he believes may be the IB woodpecker. Now, the actual videos that he shared are pretty blurry and just a bit tough to make out, but according to Michael, the movements of the bird he saw strongly resemble that of the IB woodpecker. If you do want to check out the video for yourself, I will link it in the description. The results of Michael's research is not exactly convincing amongst other experts in the field, so there is still a significant amount of discussion revolving around whether or not the IB woodpecker is truly extinct. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, Gamersupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Farts. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now back to the video. This is a pretty popular topic that has been covered quite a bit already over the years, so I won't be spending an excessive amount of time here. I'm sure 99% of you have seen the Jeff the Killer image, and to this day, it still kind of freaks me out. This image first saw popularity when the creepypasta involving the character made its rounds on the internet. The creepypasta story can be dated back to around the late 2000s to early 2010s, and the jarring nature of the face made it a go-to for people making jump scare screamer type videos. But one day, someone asked the question, where did this image come from? It's obviously heavily edited, so internet sleuths started digging trying to find the original image. And over the years of this investigation, there have been many hoaxes, lies, and the sort. So there was a YouTuber who created a video on Jeff, and the video was very successful, especially for the time. This YouTuber was named Sisur, I believe is how you say it, and initially he claimed that the JTK image was actually of himself, but this later turned out to be a lie. The image was later traced to a Japanese website named fileman.n1e.jp. An unknown user posted this image, which is commonly referred to as JTK1, with JTK2 being the version that most of you are probably familiar with. The original JTK1 image was accompanied with a caption reading "A celebrity before plastic surgery," and the post itself was titled "Fear of Summer Nights." And of course, those are just the English translations. But further investigation investigation led to people finding this JTK1 image on other Japanese sites. These other sites led investigators down some interesting rabbit holes, but to sum it all up, none of those particular routes led to the original image. Based on what I could find, it seems that as of right now, the best lead people have is of a woman referred to as Mariko. This lead begins in 2023 with a Discord user known as Eat Raw Skin. This user was on a website called gazobox.com, and after exploring the site for a while, she stumbled upon pictures of Mariko. The image you are seeing on screen right now has many similarities that people find strikingly similar to the JTK1 image. And once you dig deeper into this Mariko character, you quickly realize that she has a very interesting past. You see, Mariko is referred to as an idol, or specifically an internet idol. Some of you may be aware that the term idol in Asia comes along with this specific quote-unquote manufactured appearance. But when it came to Mariko, the term idol had a much more distasteful meaning. To me, it basically sounded like she was looked at as a lol cow. Mariko would post photos of herself online, hoping to obtain a certain level of internet fame. And she would get some attention, but this would come in the form of bullying and harassment. Enthusiasts were able to track down the first ever mention of Mariko to a page managed by Mariko's boyfriend, Suzaku Maru. The first post created by him was in April of 2004. Suzaku Maru would upload photos and videos of Mariko and refer to the thread as a sort of fitness journal, as Mariko was trying to lose weight. And I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but it's believed that Suzaku Maru may have created this page with malicious intentions. Suzaku Maru shared the link to the page through various other websites, which led to a slew of hateful comments directed towards Mariko. It's also agreed upon that the couple had a rather heated relationship, which is the primary reason why so many people think that Suzaku Maru created the page in the first place. He just wanted to find more outlets to make fun of his girlfriend. Now, that immense amount of hate that Mariko's page was getting actually led to an attempt of wiping her existence off of the internet, which to an extent was successful. A lot of the information about her that was posted on there is now lost. Many people believe that what Suzaku Maru was doing was unethical and a crime. It is common knowledge to those investigating this that Suzaku Maru had experience with photo editing software. In fact, he often messed around with his own photos as well as Mariko's. This led to some speculating that perhaps Suzaku Maru had a hand in creating the JTK1 image. It was posted about a year after the Mariko page was taken down, so I guess it's possible that the base image was indeed from Mariko, but who knows. This hunt for the original JTK image is really immense, and this particular rabbit hole with Mariko is just one theory. Mutahar, or some ordinary gamers, even set a $10,000 bounty of sorts to whoever finds the original image. Judge Crater, or Joseph Force Crater, was a New York Supreme Court judge before mysteriously disappearing in August of 1930 at the age of 41. He was born in 1889 in Pennsylvania and later went on to study at Lafayette College, then Columbia University. Initially, Crater worked as a law clerk, but later developed into a lawyer with some powerful connections. His career saw significant success, and he was able to lead a very comfortable life. His income, when adjusted for inflation, is a bit under $400,000 per year. In April 1930, Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was a New York governor at the time, appointed Joseph to the New York Supreme Court. And this is where some controversy begins to pop up. There was speculation that Joseph may have paid Tammany Hall, which was known to be corrupt, in order to get his position. Fast forward to August 3rd of the same year, Joseph heads down to New York for work and stays in an apartment. At the time, he was on vacation with his wife Stella in Maine. According to her, Joseph had just received a phone call that made him furious, hence him having to head over to New York. Joseph told Stella that he would be back in no more than 1 week. In his New York apartment, it was reported that he disposed of numerous documents. Then on August 6th, a significant sum of money was withdrawn from Joseph's bank by his secretary on Joseph's behalf. And adjusted for inflation, this sum came out to about $90,000. That same night, Joseph actually met up with a secret lover named Sally. He and Sally went out for dinner with another friend of Joseph's. The group had a great time and spent a couple of hours in each other's company, and later questioning checking would reveal that Joseph seemed completely normal. Around 10 p.m., Joseph left the group and took a taxi to a show called Dancing Partner, which he had purchased a ticket to earlier. However, Joseph was never seen attending the show, but the ticket was taken. Little did Sally and the rest of the group know that they would be the last ones to ever see Joseph. Several days passed, and by the time 1 week was up, Stella expected Joseph to return to her, but as we know, this never happened. At first, she thought that perhaps something else work-related had occurred while Joseph was in New York, so she waited a while longer. In that time, she also got in touch with some friends and co-workers of Joseph's to check if they had any idea where he was. And once Stella learned that nobody had seen or heard from Joseph since August 6th, that's when she got really anxious. But it wasn't until September 3rd when Stella went and called authorities, and immediately the news spread like wildfire across the nation. There was a massive investigation done on the case, and there was even a $5,000 reward, which again is about $90,000 today. As you would expect with such a high-profile case, there were thousands upon thousands of leads called in, but all of them proved fruitless. Now, back to that earlier detail I mentioned where some believe that Joseph Carter had actually paid for his position in the Supreme Court. Around the time of Joseph being appointed, he had done a combination of withdrawing cash and liquidating several investments. This process freed up over $350,000 in today's money, and where this gets real shady is that there is no record of where this money went. This led many to believe that Joseph used the money to get into the Supreme Court. Additionally, this theory suggests that whoever Joseph had paid off requested more money, which would explain that $90,000 that he had withdrawn. But then this deal went wrong, which resulted in Joseph's death. But of course, that's simply a theory. Stella later requested for her husband to be declared dead in 1937. Joseph had a life insurance policy that later paid Stella out about $420,000 in today's cash. The Maine penny is a silver coin that was discovered in Maine in 1957 and is believed to have been from the 10th century. Due to the location of the discovery, there is speculation that this coin may have been a form of currency. The coin was found in the Goddard site by two archaeologists named Guy Melgren and Ed Runge. Initially, they believed the coin to be from England, however, news of it later reached an expert in London. This expert shared that there was no chance that the coin's origins were from England. It was determined to be a Norse penny that was likely created sometime between 1060 and 1090 in medieval Scandinavia. Where the mystery lies is how the coin ended up in Maine. One theory suggests that the Vikings actually used it in Maine. However, this theory is commonly shot down for a reason I will touch on at the end. There's a Norse settlement called Lance O Meadows in the northern part of Newfoundland. Some look at this settlement as a potential piece of evidence supporting Viking exploration of North America. Others have proposed that maybe the Vikings didn't actually set foot in North America, but instead traded with others nearby, and that coin eventually ended up in Native American possession in Maine through further trading. The Goddard site itself is known for being a popular location that Native Americans used for trading. This would also explain why so many Native American artifacts were found at the site, but then that coin is the only artifact from the Vikings that was found in Maine. And that's why most people don't really like the idea that Vikings directly landed in Maine. They just never left behind any other items in that location. This entry takes us over to the UK, and there isn't an exact date attached to this mystery, but it's said to have occurred anywhere from the 70s to 90s. There was an urban legend in the UK stating that if you visited a phone booth and called a particular number, you would get a creepy response on the other end. The actual number is said to be 202020, but depending on who's telling the story, the number may be different. A woman would pick up the phone and say, help me, Susie's dying," dying. This phrase would repeat itself over and over. There is a lot of debate on whether or not the phone and phrase were even real, or if this is just some sort of creepypasta. If you go and do some digging on this topic, you're really not going to find too much. One of the cornerstones of the entry is this Reddit post that has been shared around time after time, and I believe this one in particular that I'm going to show you is not the original, just a copy pasta. It's titled "Help Me, Susie's Dying" and was created in the r/The Truth Is Here subreddit. Hi TTIH. I was just reading a book of letters sent to 14 Times magazine. People sending in their strange or paranormal experiences. Something in there caught my eye. I think you might like it. These are the letters. Back around 1975, when I was 9, some of the kids I knocked around with insisted we all pile into the nearest phone box to hear a spooky message. By dialing a number, I think it was made up of zeros, twos, and ones, and without needing to insert 2 pence, a woman speaking in a curiously monotone voice could be heard saying, help me, Susie's dying," over and over. Some of the lads said she sometimes said, help me, Susie's drowning," always in the same slow, seemingly bored tone of voice. Was it some weird engineer's test signal, hence no money needed? Rob Dickinson, Worthsthorne, Lancashire, UK, 2000. Letter 2. I can remember once cramming into a phone box in the Stony Holme area of Burnley with various other kids to hear the strange message related by Rob Dickinson. I cannot remember the number dialed. Could this be an early example of EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, or just inexplicable interference on the telephone system, filtered through the active imaginations of young witnesses? Christopher McDermott, London, 2000. Letter 3. I remember the spooky message when I was a child playing with the old red phone boxes in Burnley. 2 phone boxes in particular were prone to mysterious scary voice messages, one at the top of Dalton Street on Plaintree Estate and the other at the end of Harold Street on Stoops Estate. As I remember, you put 2p in the slot and dialed 20 20 20 20, and the voice on the other end would be crackly but audible, "Help me, Susie's dying," which would send us kids running in all directions. A.G. Russell Dallimore by email 2003. Letter 4. I am from Burnley and have a vivid memory of the strange phone message. In either 1980 or 1981, 3 other girls and myself were loitering with the intent not to go back to school after lunch. We were messing around in a phone box near to school, calling random numbers and talking rubbish if anyone answered. We thought it was funny. One of the girls said she knew a number you could call to hear a quote-unquote spooky message. I think there were 3s and 2s in it. When she called this number, we all heard the message as quoted in previous correspondence. I have no doubts as to the phrasing of what I heard. It was a clear voice with no audible distortion. Needless to say, we were all a bit freaked out by this, and when a British Telecom van pulled up nearby, we made a hasty retreat and returned to school. Tracy McLean, Knaresborough, North Yorkshire, 2003. I'd be very interested to hear if anyone has heard any similar stories about this message. Investigators began asking questions such as if this number worked on all phone booths or only certain ones, and if it was just certain phone booths, why? There was a guy on an online forum discussing the topic. He claimed to have tried dialing the number himself. He said, "I can absolutely confirm that this actually happened. This is how it worked. You would dial a few numbers by tapping the receiver holder, not dialing the number via the dial. You'll then hear a male voice say, 'Start test,' which would repeat until you put the receiver down. The phone then rings, and depending on the test, you'd hear either tones or messages. The Susie message was the only one I could remember, and it actually said in a low female stern voice, 'Susie's dying, help me.' The voice did not say, 'Help me, Susie's dying.'" So, according to this guy, this recording was a test. But even if this was true, then why was this particular line chosen? Pretty screwed up selection in my opinion. Timothy Pitson was a little boy born on October 18th, 2004. He grew up in Aurora, Illinois, and was like any other kid, energetic, curious, and he really liked toy cars. However, the early stages of something tragic began on May 11th, 2011. It was a school day and Timothy's father, James, had just dropped him off. Not long after being left at school, around 8 a.m., Timothy's mother, Amy, stops by and picks him up. Timothy and his mother then made their way to a mechanic's shop where Amy left her car. The mechanics offered Amy and her son a ride, and Amy accepted. She ended up taking Timothy to a zoo for about 4 to 5 hours before heading back to the shop to grab the car. Meanwhile, James had returned to Timothy's school to pick him up, so when James never saw his son exit the school, he stepped inside and asked the staff if they knew where his son was. It's here where James was told that his wife Amy had come in earlier in the morning and picked him up. Amy stated that there was some sort of emergency regarding a family member and she needed to excuse Timothy from school. Immediately, James bolted out and started spam calling Amy's cell phone, but as you would expect, she never picked up. James would go on to call police and report Timothy as missing. So far, we have no idea why Amy had taken Timothy from school. Surely, it wasn't just so that the two could go to the zoo, and checking in on a family member was obviously a lie. Amy would go on and take her son to a number of places over the course of 3 days, all of which are locations that would make any child super excited. Places such as theme parks. One of the locations was actually about a 3 to 3.5 hour drive over to Wisconsin, where Amy and her son visited a water park in the Kalahari Resort. And it's at this resort where Timothy was last seen. Around 10 a.m. on May 13th, the 6-year-old boy was seen on security footage checking out with his mother. 2 hours later, around 12 p.m., Amy grabbed her phone and began dialing several family members. However, she didn't call her husband, James. By this time, the rest of Timothy's family was incredibly worried, which Amy suspected. So she kicked off all of her phone calls by saying that Timothy was totally fine, and so was she. One of the people Amy had called was her brother-in-law, Chuck, and what she said is pretty scary. "Tim is my son. I can do what I want. Timothy is fine. He belongs to me." And I understand it's your kid and being protective of them is fine, but the way this sounds makes Amy come across as bat crazy. During a police interview, Chuck stated that he could clearly hear Timothy in the background of the call. Then James was interviewed and he informed police that Amy had this habit of storming off in her car and going on long drives whenever she was angry. He suspected that Amy had become irritated again, but had no idea what may have ticked her off. Additionally, Amy had a constant battle with depression, which has led to instances of her having thoughts. This information, along with that quote Amy said to Chuck, struck fear in authorities. They believed that it was just a matter of time before Amy snapped and did something terrible, not only to herself, but to her son as well. Because again, her son belongs to her and she can do what she wants. Police attempted to trace Amy's location through the calls she made, and they were able to determine that she was somewhere around Sterling, Illinois, specifically in the northwestern region. At about 7:30 p.m., Amy was spotted inside of a Family Dollar in Winnebago, Illinois. There, she bought a few items, including pens and paper. Then she was spotted at a Sullivan's food store, also located in the same city. Fast forward several hours to 11:15 p.m., Amy looked for a place to stay and opted for the Rockford Inn. And it should be noted that whenever she was spotted, she was seen all by herself. Amy got a room at the Rockford Inn and proceeded to jot down a message using those items she had purchased prior before falling asleep. Forever. The next morning around noon, a maid entered Amy's room and discovered her lifeless body along with a note. The previous night, Amy had consumed a large volume of substances and inflicted numerous wounds to herself. However, Timothy was nowhere to be seen. But reading Amy's note revealed that Timothy was safe, or at least that's what she claimed. Amy went on to state that she had left Timothy with people that would look after him and that it would be impossible to track him down. Amy also said that she was sorry for the crazy situation she involved everyone in. The subsequent investigation of the scene by officials also revealed some striking information. Of course, authorities feared that Amy had killed Timothy, so they examined the blade she used and found that it only had her DNA. However, digging through her vehicle revealed a copious amount of Timothy's blood. But there is some debate as to whether or not this blood was from Amy harming her son. Apparently, the boy had a nosebleed in the car not too long ago before this incident. Regardless if true or not, investigators still had a strong suspicion that Amy did something very bad before her death. Many people mentioned that Amy visiting Sterling was strange. She had seemingly no connection to the area, but officials determined that this was not her first time in that city. Amy had stopped by Sterling at least 2 other times in the past. This leads to one theory regarding Timothy, that he was buried somewhere in Sterling. There are some people who believe that those prior visits to Sterling were done to research the location and find an optimal place to hide Timothy. But searches yielded no body, so this is nothing more than just a theory. James also informed investigators that his marriage with Amy wasn't the best. The two had frequent arguments and Amy wanted to cheat on him with her ex. When James found out about this, an insane argument followed, as you would expect. According to James, during this exchange, he told Amy that they would need to divorce if she continued down this road, and a divorce would obviously mean a custody battle over Timothy. Amy probably suspected that for several reasons, including her poor mental health, she would probably lose that battle. This is potentially why Amy took Timothy in the first place. Ultimately, there was no answer as to whether the boy was still alive, as Amy had claimed. Then in 2019, the case sees a pretty major story. A young man from Ohio claimed to be Timothy Pitson. He was found in Newport, Kentucky, and stated that he had just escaped his abductors. When asked his name, he said Timothy Pitson, but after a DNA test, it was clear that this was not Timothy. It was actually a 24-year-old named Brian Rinney. Brian later received a 2-year prison sentence for impersonating the boy. If Timothy truly is still out there, he would be 19 years old at the time of this recording. This entry takes us back to June 1989 in Richmond, British Columbia. A woman in her mid-40s named Cindy James was the unfortunate victim of a series of attacks that spanned over half a decade, and tragically, at the very end, she did lose her life. When Cindy was found, medical officials determined that she had died as a result of multiple substance intoxication. Additionally, whoever was responsible had left behind numerous bruises on Cindy's body. Cindy was discovered with her hands and feet bound behind her back. Shockingly, despite the details we just mentioned, the RCMP were of the opinion that Cindy either took her own life or she had died accidentally. This idea becomes even more unbelievable when it was revealed that Cindy had complained about being stalked and harassed by an unknown man frequently in the past. This person had even broken into her residence on multiple occasions, but it seems that officials just ignored these past reports. Cynthia Elizabeth Hack, later Cynthia James, was born on June 12, 1944 in Oliver, British Columbia, into a pretty large family consisting of 2 parents and 5 siblings. Cindy attended nursing school in 1962 and graduated in 1966. She later married a man named Roy Makepeace, but did not have any kids with him. Then in 1982, the relationship ended, and this is around when Cindy started having those strange and creepy encounters with her stalker. According to official records, Cindy made at least 90 reports involving some form of harassment, most of which came in the form of phone calls and messages. At first, Cindy thought that whoever was behind the calls would eventually stop if she ignored them, but this just wasn't the case. Night after night, she heard sounds from men outside her home. Her porch lights were destroyed along with other damage to her property. Even dead cats were discovered in her yard. A friend of Cindy's named Agnes Woodcock also shared that Cindy would receive these cryptic notes made up of cutout magazine letters. Agnes added that she went to visit Cindy in January of 1983, but after knocking several times, she got no answer. Agnes then roamed around the property and eventually found an unconscious Cindy with this stalking around her head in the backyard. Cindy claimed that she had just been jumped by someone while she was in the garage. She didn't get a good look at the man, but he brought her outside where another man then slid a weapon inside of her privates. Cindy of course went to the police many times, but it seemed like whoever was harassing her knew whenever she contacted authorities, so they made sure to punish Cindy even worse whenever that occurred. Understandably, Cindy feared for her life every minute and decided to move homes. Something interesting though is that investigators believe that Cindy wasn't being 100% truthful. Some even suspected that Cindy was doing all of this on her own. And then there were others that believed Cindy was truthfully being stalked by someone and that she knew exactly who the culprit was. In 1983, Cindy moved to West Vancouver, and for a few days she believed that she was safe. But then she got a letter that just sent her back into that pit of dread and anxiety. It said, "Run, rabbit, run. I'll show you how effing good I am. Soon, bang bang, you're dead." This actually caused Cindy to move yet again. The letters and calls continued, and Cindy opted to hire a private investigator named Ozzy Cabin. Ozzy had Cindy carry this radio device that would allow him to listen in on Cindy's day-to-day life. One day in 1984, he heard noises that worried him, so he rushed over to Cindy's home and he found her lying on the ground with a very bad knife wound on her hand. There was also a letter that said, "Now you must die." After taking her to the hospital, Cindy was able to provide details of the man that attacked her. She claimed that the man rushed past her gate and burst into her home, where he smashed an object against her head. As Cindy was losing consciousness, she saw the man poke her with a needle. The following sketch is what officials created based on Cindy's information. And as for that needle, doctors determined that Cindy had no trace of suspicious substances in her body. And by now, I'm sure most of you are likely suspecting that the primary culprit behind the harassment and attacks is Cindy's ex-husband, Roy Makepeace. However, he denied having any sort of involvement. Instead, he suggested that the mafia was actually behind Cindy's attacks. In the middle of June 1984, Cindy's torture seemed to have escalated once more. Cindy called Ozzy and she was in clear distress. When Ozzy arrived, he found Cindy hiding and crying. He also found Cindy's dog, Heldy, cowering in a corner. Heldy seemed to be too scared to allow anybody to touch her, and Ozzy realized that Cindy's stalker had mercilessly attacked the dog. I can probably go on and on about the specifics of the years that followed, but that would likely take at least an hour or two to cover. So instead, we're going to fast forward to 1989, specifically May 25th. This marked about 6 years since the stalker started contacting Cindy. This is also the day that Cindy went missing. Her friends attempted to find her and were able to locate her car, which was left in the parking lot of a shopping center. Investigators found groceries inside as well as blood. There were also several personal belongings of Cindy's strewn about on the ground underneath the vehicle. Witnesses later reported that they had seen Cindy inside of a grocery store before she went to a bank, where she deposited some cash into the ATM. And suspiciously, just a few days after Cindy's disappearance, there was a call made by a person claiming to be Cindy's father asking for details about Cindy's life insurance policy. The caller was told that such information could not be shared over a phone call, and instead an in-person meeting would need to be arranged. This meeting never occurred, and when police asked Cindy's dad if he made the call, he said no. About 2 weeks later, on June 8th, Cindy's body was found. She was left in the backyard of a long abandoned house located in Richmond. And as I went over at the very beginning, she was hogtied and there were other clear signs that foul play was involved, but the RCMP still were not convinced that this was a murder. They believed that it was much more likely that this was. Thus, the case was closed in July of the same year. Cindy's private investigator Ozzy was obviously not convinced and believed that the scene could not have been staged. Again, Roy Makepeace was suspected of being responsible, but no one has ever been charged for Cindy's death. Back during World War II, when forces held a lot of power, tons of valuables including gold, art pieces, and other artifacts were stolen by them, much of which is now lost. There are many explorers and historians who believe that the stolen treasure was actually hidden in secret isolated locations, which has led to the birth of urban legends focused around said treasure. At the time, the Nazis stole gold from not only individuals, but they also got their hands on the gold reserves held by the national banks, and apparently only about 60 to 70% of all this gold was ever recovered after the war. In 1945, US Army units discovered hidden stashes of loot across Germany and Austria. the largest of which was the Merkur salt mine in Thuringia, Germany, which contained gold bullion, coins, and currency valued at $517 million in 1945, which is nearly $9 billion today. That is such an absurd number for one single stash. As Allied forces gained control of occupied territories, efforts were made to return the monetary gold to the countries from which it was seized. However, other recovered treasures were sold and the proceeds were given to organizations established to aid Jewish refugees in the aftermath of the war. There are stories about various officers writing down the locations of these stashes in diaries, but it seems that most of the logs kept by the higher-ups have no such information. Another rumored site of hidden gold was the Wałbrzych gold train. The train was rumored to be buried inside of a mountain in southwestern Poland, but when explored, no discovery was made of any hidden treasure. The most recent exploration of that particular location occurred in 2016, with nothing to show for it. To this day, there are explorers that organize treasure hunting expeditions revolving around leads that may take them to loot, but needless to say, finding such a stash today is incredibly difficult. Any rumored location has likely been scavenged through, and if there is still treasure out there, it would be in locations that nobody has any idea of. Room 1046 takes us to the Hotel President located in Kansas City, Missouri, where one of the guests was mysteriously found dead in his room. It was January 2nd, 1935, when a man named Roland T. Owen stepped inside of the Hotel President after 1 p.m. He specifically requested that he receive a room that was facing the hotel's inner courtyard. Other guests and employees described him as a man in his 20s or early 30s, and he looked sort of like a brawler. He had what appeared to be a cauliflower ear and a scar on the side of his head. Before heading towards his room, Roland complained to one of the guests about a different hotel he stayed at the previous night. He mentioned that they charged him $5, which was not worth his experience. Roland oddly carried no luggage, but it did appear that he was intending to partake in some sort of important meeting, as he was neatly dressed with a black overcoat. Employees of the hotel immediately thought that Roland was a bit strange. Whenever a maid visited his room, it was extremely dark with only the desk lamp to provide light. One of the maids, named Mary, claimed that when she went inside room 1046, there was a man sitting in the dark, which made her feel uncomfortable. She offered to leave and return later in the day, but the man told her to proceed with the cleaning. Mary took note that the man appeared to be rather agitated. He seemed extremely stressed over something and was careful to always stay in the dark. When Mary asked if she could turn on the main lights, the man yelled no. A different maid was in the middle of cleaning room 1046 when Roland commanded her to not lock the door, as a friend was going to stop by in just a couple of minutes. That same maid returned later in the day to inspect the room once more. She noticed Roland lying on his bed fully clothed. She thought that he was sleeping, so she didn't want to wake him, but she saw a note on the desk that said, "Dawn, I will be back in 15 minutes. Wait." The next morning, she walked by Roland's room and overheard Roland having what seemed to be a phone conversation. He said, "No, Dawn, I don't want to eat. I am not hungry." When the maid went to offer new towels later in the day, she noted that there were 2 men inside that room. After knocking and offering towels, one of the men bluntly told her that they didn't want them. This voice was not Roland's. The woman staying in room 1048 right next to Roland's room later informed police that she heard what sounded like several men and women arguing with each other. They were loud and were constantly cursing. She grew extremely frustrated over the commotion and was about to call the front desk, but in the end, she decided not to. Now, it may have been possible that what the woman heard was not actually coming from room 1046. There was a large party being held in room 1055 that same night, which may have been the true source of the noise. The elevator operator also reported some rather odd activities that same night. He remembered taking a woman that frequented the hotel with different men to a bunch of different floors in an attempt to locate a certain client that she described as very prompt. The operator spent over an hour taking the woman to different floors and rooms, but they never located her client. Fast forward to 11 p.m. on January 3rd, a man named Robert Lane noticed someone in the street in front of Hotel President trying to flag down help. The description given by Robert matched up with Roland. Robert also stated that the man was seriously hurt. There was this large gash on his arm, and he suspected that Roland may have also been internally bleeding. The man asked Robert to help him get a cab before saying, "I'll kill that guy tomorrow." The next day, the hotel phone operator noticed that the phone to room 1046 was not hooked, so she asked a bellhop to stop by the room and check on it. However, when the bellhop reached the room, there was a do not disturb sign outside and the door was locked. Regardless, the bellhop knocked several times on the door, but no one came out. Then suddenly, someone in the room said, "Come in," and turn on the lights. But again, the door was locked, so the guy couldn't get inside. The bellhop eventually gave up and just yelled, "Hook up the phone," before returning to the lobby. But after an hour went by, the phone was still not hooked up. Another bellhop named Harold Pike was sent to the room to check on the guest again. Harold also received no answer after knocking repeatedly, so he ended up using his pass key to get through the door. When he stepped inside, his eyes immediately moved towards the nude man lying on the bed. Harold just rushed towards the phone and placed it on his hook before leaving and locking the door. Then, just a few hours later, the phone in room 1046 was yet again off its hook. The first bellhop, Randolph, was sent to fix the issue. Again, there was no response from knocking, so he used his passkey to get inside, and this time, he found Roland on his hands and knees just a couple of feet from the door. He went to flick on the lights, and that's when he noticed a massive amount of blood. Roland himself was also in terrible shape. Randolph rushed back to the lobby and called police. When officials arrived, Roland was clinging to life. It was clear that he had been tortured for a prolonged period of time. Investigators estimated that the bloodstains had been there for hours at the very least, meaning that Roland was being tortured well before Randolph's first visit to the room. Shortly after entering the hospital, Roland slipped into a coma. On the way there, he was also falling in and out of consciousness, and when questioned as to what had happened to him, Roland simply said, "I fell against the tub." That same night, Roland died in the hospital. It was only after his death when the hotel employees learned that Roland T. Owen was not this man's real name. Police rushed to put out a sketch with the heading, "Do you recognize this man?" Police were able to find the hotel that Roland mentioned he stayed at previously that he complained about, but it turned out that the staff never encountered anyone under the name Roland Owen, but they did recognize the person in the sketch. They stated that this man checked in as Eugene K. Scott. He also shared that he was from Los Angeles. However, there was no information on any men named Roland Owen or Eugene Scott in LA. Within his room, police discovered that all of Roland's items and clothing had also been taken. Again, he didn't bring any luggage, he only had a brush, comb, and toothpaste, but nevertheless, they were all missing. Investigators did find a few items though, such as a hairpin, safety pin, unused cigarette, a bottle of diluted sulfuric acid, and a tie label. There were also fingerprints on the phone, which were initially thought to belong to a woman, but this was later ruled out. They also did not belong to the bellhop that touched the phone. The exact owner of the prints was never identified. And no matter how deep the investigation got, police just couldn't figure out who Roland really was. Then all of a sudden, another strange occurrence took place. Preparations were being made for Roland's burial when an unknown man called police telling them to postpone the ceremony as he wanted to pay for a proper funeral. And shockingly, the funeral home responsible for Roland's burial did receive an unmarked envelope with cash inside. It was more than enough to cover all of the expenses. Additionally, 13 roses were sent to Roland's grave with a note that said, "Love forever, Luis." Then, 1 year later, a random woman encountered Roland's sketch in a magazine and claimed that he was her son. According to her, this guy's name was Artemis Ogletree. The woman said that Artemis left home at the age of 17 in 1934 in order to hitchhike to California, but the man appeared to be much older. Artemis's mother also stated that she received several letters from her son and a phone call from someone claiming to be his friend. All of the letters were from Roland, and the phone call claimed that Roland was in Egypt. The letters were also sent after his death. And down the line, the identity of Roland was confirmed to be Artemis. But even after this revelation, we still have no clue why he was killed or who did it. This entry focuses on a man who robbed about 12 to 14 banks over 5 months in a number of locations. These include Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire. The actual robberies occurred between September of 2021 to August of 2022. And if you are new to the series, this iceberg is pretty old, so this seems to be one of the mysteries that have since been solved, but I'm still going to be including it here at the end. One of the employees who came face to face with the culprit stated that he approached them with a zipper pouch and a note that said, "I have a gun, don't call 911. Don't set off any alarms." The teller attempted to lie to the man and say that there wasn't any cash, but the thief kept pushing and eventually walked out with several $1,000s. The timeline of events proceeded like this. On September 9th, 2021, $5,000 was stolen from a West Springfield credit union. Then on the 20th of the same month, a credit union in Enfield, Connecticut was robbed of just under $8,000. On October 4th, a bank located in Brattleboro, Vermont was robbed for $11,000. A little over a week later, on the 15th, a bank in East Windsor, Connecticut had almost $2.5K stolen from them. Then on the 21st and 22nd of October, 2 more banks were robbed. Or rather, one was successfully robbed while the other was simply an attempt that yielded $0 for the thief. The successful operation resulted in over $8,000. Another robbery occurred on November 5th, totaling over $10,000. Then 2 weeks later, another for over $2,000. The very next day, on the 20th, another bank lost $7,000. The next robbery didn't occur for about another 2 to 3 weeks, but this bank lost just under $6,000. The first robbery of 2022 occurred on January 6th, where a key bank lost about $2,000. Another robbery in the same month was for just under $3,000. Then the culprit went on a sort of break. The next robbery was on May 26th, where he stole $7,000. Then in June, we got the largest single robbery in his run, that being $53,000. The final robbery occurred on August 17th, which netted the man $12,000. Investigators were interested in a suspect named Taylor Gchek. Now, I should state that in late 2022, he was simply a suspect and later on, he pleaded not guilty, but I can't seem to find what exactly happened to him in the end. So everything I'm about to share is alleged, I guess. During one of the bank robberies, Taylor took off all of those paper straps that kept the bills together and tossed them in the trash within the bank. Investigators were able to get DNA evidence from those straps. At some point, Taylor visited an MGM casino located in Springfield, Massachusetts. While he was gambling, he purchased a can of Red Bull. After finishing it, he left it on a table and went on his way. Little did he know, he was actually being tailed and observed by authorities. So an official went and took the Red Bull, and after analyzing the DNA on the straw, it was deemed a match to the DNA on those paper straps that were thrown away. Fast forward to December of 2022. Taylor gets arrested and he faces charges of all of those robberies that I just listed. Taylor actually has a criminal history as well. In 2006, he was tied up in an incident where he lashed out against a group of people with a knife. He did plead guilty to this, as well as another charge of armed robbery in a different event. He was also arrested for stealing $250 worth of goods from a Home Depot in 2017, which got him a year-long sentence in jail. In that same year, he also received a 4-year prison sentence for a crime back in 2015. Taylor robbed a bank for $6,000. And remember that one bank teller that came face to face with the Route 91 bandit? Well, she stated that the most notable detail about the man were his striking blue eyes, and Taylor does indeed have blue eyes. Again, I can't seem to find what exactly happened to Taylor after he pleaded not guilty, but if it walks like a duck and sounds like a duck, you know. So if Taylor was found guilty in the end and was the Route 91 bandit, he walked away with well over $100,000 during his run from 21 to 22. On October 22, 1986, Bambi Brantley disappeared in Leesville, Louisiana. She was last seen entering a convenience store where she bought a drink and used a payphone. What exactly happened to her after this is a bit unclear, but authorities believe she might have walked home. In 1986, Bambi left her hometown of Bartlett, Tennessee after a tough breakup. She wanted a new beginning and chose to live with her older brother, Roddy, in Leesville, specifically at the Tower Trailer Park. Roddy, who was 38 years old, had been in Leesville for a long time and was happy to have Bambi with him. Now, Bambi had spent her entire life in Tennessee, so moving elsewhere was a major change for her. So in an attempt to find some sort of familiarity in this new area, Bambi decided that she'd be more comfortable if she lived with her older brother. Bambi quickly got used to life in Louisiana because she was rather friendly and nice, making lots of friends. She got a job at Pines Chrysler, a local car dealership, and also started dating someone from the area. Bambi loved to go to different nightclubs as well with her friends and was overall very happy with her new life. But one night in October 1986, Bambi felt a bit restless. Her brother was out and she was alone in their trailer with no phone or car. Feeling bored around 10 p.m., she decided to walk to a nearby convenience store not far from the trailer park. At about 10:05 p.m., Bambi went to Super Sam's store. She got a soda and used the store phone to call the Pit Grill, where her brother was. She wanted her brother to come back home so she could use the car to see her boyfriend. Bambi asked the person on the phone to tell Roddy this if he was still at the bar. The employee said sure and then hung up. Around 10:30 p.m., Roddy got the message that Bambi needed the car. Since he didn't want to go home yet, he asked a friend to come with him. He thought that this was going to be the most convenient approach as he could just leave his car with Bambi while his friend drove them back. But when Roddy returned to the trailer, he found it completely empty. He did notice Bambi's soda on the floor, indicating that she did return from the store. However, Bambi herself was nowhere to be seen. Assuming she might be with a neighbor and would be back soon, Roddy left his car keys and headed back to the bar with his friend. Staying at the bar until it closed, Roddy and his friends returned to his trailer just after 2 a.m. His car remained parked where he left it, and Bambi's drink was still in its spot in the living room, yet Bambi was still missing. Initially thinking Bambi might have caught a ride with a friend, Roddy became increasingly worried by the next morning when she hadn't returned and missed work. Bambi was well known for her responsibility and had never skipped work before. In a state of panic, Roddy contacted the police to report his sister missing. Detectives found people who witnessed Bambi walking along Louisiana Highway 8 after leaving Super Sam's, but no one spotted her after that. And there was no evidence of anything bad happening within the trailer. Investigators immediately began questioning Bambi's circle of friends. All in all, it didn't seem like Bambi had any enemies, so investigating the case was extremely difficult, especially since concrete leads were very scarce. In 1989, the Vernon Parish Sheriff's Office disclosed their examination into the potential connection between Bambi's vanishing and the mysterious disappearances of 2 other women in the area. Those 2 women were subsequently discovered murdered. One of these cases involved the November 1988 disappearance of Karen Hill, a 21-year-old employed at a Fort Polk convenience store. Karen's lifeless body was recovered the following day, having been subjected to shooting and then bound to a tree approximately 10 miles from her last known location. Fast forward to June 1989 when 23-year-old Pamela Miller went missing in Leesville, and her remains were uncovered in Fort Polk 5 months later. Now, a soldier stationed at Fort Polk named Samuel Galbraith was arrested and charged for manslaughter in Karen Hill's case, but both Pamela's murder and Bambi's disappearance are yet to be resolved. But despite Karen's case seemingly having been concluded, many people believe that all 3 of these are connected. But law enforcement has yet to establish any concrete ties. By 1990, the Vernon Parish Sheriff's Office had abandoned the investigation into Bambi. Up until March of 2018, the case was more or less cold, but several detectives decided to give the case a second glance. The new sets of eyes also believed that there was a chance that Bambi's case was related to other cases involving women who went missing or were murdered. As for Bambi's family, they have come to terms that Bambi is more than likely no longer alive. But nevertheless, they hope that they can obtain some sort of closure as to what had happened to her after she had disappeared. So to kick off part 16, this is one of my favorite mysteries so far, the Great Train Robbery. In the early hours of Thursday, August 8th, 1963, under the cover of darkness, a heist unfolded on the train tracks connecting Glasgow and London. This carefully planned heist relied on inside information provided by a figure known solely as the Ulsterman. Without a single gunshot fired, the band of thieves managed to leave with a staggering £2.6 million, which I believe is almost £70 million in 2023. Most of this stolen wealth vanished, never to be seen again. Remarkably, the Ulsterman was the only one who emerged unscathed from the heist, managing to avoid exposure or identification. In the early 1960s, a seasoned criminal named Gordon Goody was the man responsible for plotting the heist, a heist which required the utility of over a dozen men. On the date of the crime, a British mail train en route from Glasgow to London halted near Cheddington due to a manipulated signal. Masked assailants overpowered the crew, making their way to the prized supply of cash. With precision and haste, they detached the first two train cars containing over £2 million in notes. Even the sealed door was no match for the crew, and so they were able to swiftly make off with the loot. Immediately, Scotland Yard knew that this entire heist was conducted by well-organized and experienced criminals. They suspected that there was an insider with intricate knowledge of postal and train operations that was leaking information to the gang. But no matter how much they looked into this matter, they couldn't identify any of the employees as being the one responsible. Despite arresting all 15 robbers, the identity of the mastermind known as the Ulsterman remained a mystery for over 5 decades. Director Chris Long's documentary titled A Tale of Two Thieves, featuring Gordon Goody, who was one of the last surviving members of the heist, supposedly revealed the identity of the Ulsterman. After the 50th anniversary of the robbery, Gordon Goody came forward and wanted to speak on the story. He was quoted saying, "I'm sick of hearing preposterous things about the crime." Adding to his recount of the events, Gordon also said that he was going to reveal the name of the Ulsterman to the filmmakers of A Tale of Two Thieves, since he believed that the informant had long passed away. Gordon claimed that the informant was at least middle-aged in 1963. At the end of the documentary, Gordon was shown a picture of the Ulsterman along with personal information of the man, which did confirm that he had died a long time ago. As Gordon was eyeing the picture, he was asked if it was indeed the Ulsterman. Gordon squirmed in his seat and winced before shaking his head side to side. He said, "I've lived with the guy very vaguely in my head for 50 years. Gordon added that the photo didn't exactly look familiar, but it also didn't look unfamiliar. He said he struggled to confirm with 100% certainty if this guy was indeed the mastermind. In the end, Gordon did say yes. The Ulsterman was supposedly an individual named Patrick McKenna. But the thing is, many people don't believe this to be the case, including his own family. Patrick was described as a straight-laced and honest man who didn't have an extravagant amount of wealth. While Patrick's family was in complete shock, the people behind a documentary insisted that the Ulsterman couldn't have been anyone else. So let's say that Patrick was the Ulsterman. What did he do with his share of the money? He never flaunted it and didn't make any extravagant purchases. Gordon stated that Patrick took his share of the money into duffel bags, which was over £6 million today, and tossed them in the back of a grey Austin car. It's possible that at some point Patrick had his money stolen, which would explain why his lifestyle never seemed to really change after acquiring such a large sum of money. Now, Patrick's family wasn't exactly fighting tooth and nail for his innocence, so they did propose that if he was the Ulsterman, he may have actually donated all of the money to the Catholic Church. Patrick was well known for his dedication to the church, going there every single week and sometimes several times a week, but even still, it's such a large amount of money to give to the church that some people don't think it's likely. Then there's another theory that suggests that the Ulsterman was actually a different person entirely. It's possible that the Ulsterman was actually a gang member named Sammy Osterman, and his last name was simply misheard, which led to the moniker of the Ulsterman. There were several other unidentified participants in the heist, but despite their identities remaining unknown, they aren't able to trump the allure the Ulsterman title still commands to this day. And a quick word from today's sponsor, who I've been using every single day for the last few weeks, Endel. Endel is an environment-based app that takes everything we know about sound and our brains and combines it with cutting-edge technology in order to produce an ever-changing soundscape. This can be used in almost every aspect of your daily life. I've been struggling a lot with my focus lately when it comes to making these videos, and in turn, that stresses me out and hinders my quality of sleep. With the assistance of Endel, I'm able to focus much more on my research and editing, and I also use it every night to sort of calm my mind and tell it, hey, it's time to rest so we can be productive tomorrow. Download the app with the link below, and when you open it up, you can personalize your experience by providing some info about yourself. Then go ahead and select the most relevant category: focus, relaxation, sleep, or just explore the app and design a soundscape best suited for whatever you need. Act fast, as Endel and I are providing the first 100 people only to download the app with a free week subscription. Thank you to Endel for sponsoring the video. John Paul, or John Paul Sr., is the name of a former American racer as well as convicted felon and fugitive. His crimes included substance trafficking as well as harming a federal witness, amongst other things. These actions earned him a 15-year sentence in prison, but today what we're going to focus on is his mysterious disappearance in 2001. Because you see, in 2001, John was actually being pursued by law enforcement for the disappearance of his ex-girlfriend. John came to the US with his family in 1956, settling in Indiana. He was quite the student, even earning a scholarship from Harvard where he received a master's in business. With this degree, John found a job as a mutual fund manager where he accumulated enough wealth to call himself a millionaire. But he didn't feel like this was his true calling in life, so after he had his son, John Paul Jr., he started up his own racing club in the late 60s. His wife did decide to take their son and leave John Sr. in 1972, which put him in a depressed state that resulted in him stepping away from racing for a period of time. During that break from racing, he decided to live on a sailboat that he had purchased. In 1975, John's son contacted him and told him that he wanted to join his racing club. John Sr. accepted, but in turn, he also involved his son in many of his illegal activities. The first mishap was in early 1979, where John and a man named Christopher Schill were stopped by customs agents when they smelled what they thought was marijuana on the two men. John and Chris were loading packages onto a truck on the bank of a canal in Louisiana late at night. After smelling the marijuana, customs told the two to step aside as they investigated, and they found $10,000 in cash as well as over 700 kilograms of marijuana in the vehicle. The duo received 3 years of probation and were fined over $32,000. Around this time is when John went on sudden tantrums and was described as being sociopathic. So everything that we just went over is to paint a picture of the kind of person that John Sr. became. In April of 1998, a woman named Colleen Wood, who was in her 50s at the time, moved to Florida, specifically Boca Raton. During her time there, Colleen met John Sr. and the two hit it off and began seeing each other consistently. However, fast forward to December of 2000, Colleen and John's relationship was in the midst of a catastrophe. The two were no longer getting along, and suddenly, Colleen just went missing. Colleen had a close relationship with her friends and family, so when she didn't answer her phone or write back, they grew worried. Police were notified of her disappearance, and as the months flew by, they were equally as confused as they were at the start. Police did suspect that foul play may have been involved, but there was no evidence to support that. Then what about suicide? Possible, but according to her loved ones, Colleen showed no signs of depression, and there was no sign of a suicide note either. Fort Lauderdale police have Colleen listed as missing, but her friends and family believe that something terrible had happened to her, and they fear that she may have met her end unwillingly. During the entire investigation, police had their sights on one man in particular to question, John Paul Sr., but almost right at the same time when Colleen disappeared, John also mysteriously faded away. Colleen's friends informed investigators that she said she had quote-unquote given Cupid a second chance in 1999. This comment was referring to John, of course. Colleen met John through a personal ad where he was seeking a sailing companion. John went from gifting Colleen flowers to diamond bracelets, and she was quite impressed by all that John had achieved, from his Harvard MBA to his wealth and his reputation within the racing community. One night, Colleen told John that one thing on her bucket list was to sail around the world for several years. John immediately proposed the idea that they take the trip together. Colleen was so excited about this, so in the following weeks, she sold both her condo and her car. She then gave the money from the sales to John so that he could invest it for her. A woman named Maureen Canada, who owned the Lighthouse Point Marina, said she was baffled when Colleen told her that she sold everything to go sailing with John. Colleen made a call to her son Michael on December 3rd, 2000, telling him that she was getting ready to head out with John across the world in a couple of weeks. Maureen from earlier said that she called Colleen around the 13th or 14th of December to invite her to a Christmas party. Colleen accepted the invite and said she'd show up. However, fast forward to the date of the party, which was December 19th, Colleen never showed up. At this point, there wasn't any need to be alarmed, as Maureen simply thought that Colleen had an emergency, so she couldn't attend. But by the time January rolled around, everyone was worried sick about Colleen. Her son Michael, as well as other family members, spent the first 2 months of 2001 calling the Coast Guard and FCC trying to find out where John's boat was. When Michael was looking into John online, he came across several articles talking about the crimes that John had committed. One of those articles mentioned that John had attempted to murder his partner in crime, Stephen Carson. Michael said that he was mad at Stephen for snitching on him. John took Stephen to a dock where he shot him in the back, kidney, and leg, but miraculously, Stephen survived. Another article revealed that John fled the US in the 80s to avoid a trial, but he was arrested in 1985 in Switzerland. Then in 87, he was convicted of attempted first-degree murder. Michael feared that John had invited Colleen onto the ship under the guise that they'd venture around the world only to murder her. Michael also said that his mother had informed him that she wasn't seeing John anymore after having a fiery argument with him about one of John's ex-girlfriends. He thought that this may have been the catalyst that sent John over the edge. Michael was able to find contact info of John's daughter, and he begged her to try and get in touch with John. Not even a week later, John actually called. But John's story didn't line up with what Colleen told Michael. According to John, they did in fact have an argument, but he couldn't remember what it was about. They were on the boat when Colleen stormed out in a fit of rage before returning with her football boyfriend to get all of her belongings. John claimed that this was the last time he ever saw her. Michael wasn't buying John's story. He did not believe that his mother was the type of woman that would use another man to threaten someone. In April of 2001, 2 new detectives were assigned to the case. Their names were Mark Shotwell and Al Stone. They discovered that there was odd activity with Colleen's credit cards between December and February. In that span of time, there were over 80 cash advancements made at ATMs across Fort Lauderdale. All added up, these advancements totaled to over $40,000. After further digging, investigators were confident that it was not Colleen who made these transactions. Now, you're probably thinking that it was a man, specifically John. However, Mark and Al claimed that it was most likely another woman or several other women who visited these ATMs. They also found 2 newspaper ads purchased with Colleen's credit cards but ordered by a man. This ad said "in need of a first mate." That was the first ad, which was run in early December. The second ad ran about 2 weeks later, but was placed under the male seeking female dating section. The 2 detectives were able to trace John to Florida Keys in May of 2001. When they questioned him, the story changed yet again. John claimed that the argument started because Colleen owed John money and she made no effort to pay him back. When Colleen wasn't getting her way, she left the boat before returning with 2 men to take her belongings. This change in details obviously unsettled the detectives. They noted that John seemed apathetic and seemed like he didn't care that Colleen was missing. There was never any concrete evidence to arrest John on. In fact, some investigators are sure that he has nothing to do with the case. At some point after this questioning, John abandoned Florida and left on his boat. No one has any idea where he went, and based on his history, many people believe he's hiding something. Additionally, John is a suspect in the case of the disappearance of his first wife, Chalice Paul, who disappeared in 1981. If John is still alive today, he would be in his 80s. And just some additional details that I came across after recording this segment, Mark and Al were able to find the 2 women who were at the ATMs. They informed the detectives that the same man approached both of them, offering to pay them 20% of the cash that he wanted to withdraw with Colleen's credit cards. When shown a photo of John, they confirmed that it was him. There were also several reports that John was sighted in Jamaica and Fiji. He has also been reportedly spotted in areas of Asia and Europe. Then in 2004, a female friend of John's was able to steal a laptop off of his boat supposedly. She gave the laptop to the police, who said it belonged to Colleen. As far as I'm aware, the final report of John was from the late 2000s to early 2010s, where his boat was seen in Thailand. According to locals, he wanted to open a dive shop there. Furthermore, his son John Paul Jr. passed away in late December of 2020 at the age of 60. Iloko is a term used to refer to a dwarf-like cryptid/creature that is said to roam the forests of the Republic of Zaire. These small humanoid beings are rumored to steal and ferociously guard their treasures. According to old folklore, the Ilokos guard the forest and attack any who roam inside due to an old grudge they have with the living. Normally, they live in hollowed out trees and have high dexterity when jumping through branches. Depending on the source, they may or may not have hair on their bodies. Their eyes are described as piercing, and their mouths are able to expand to the point where they can consume a human head with ease. One sighting/story of the Iloko states that a hunter brought his wife to the forest where he had set up a hut. The hunter left his wife in the hut and informed her not to come out if she heard any bells. When you hear a bell, do not move. If you do, you will die. The hunter left, and almost on cue, the wife heard the chiming sounds of bells closing in. She heard a voice that sounded like a child asking that the woman open up the hut door. She caved and opened it, and standing right there was an Iloko. It looked innocent enough, almost like a child, so she offered it some fruit and fried fish. The Iloko stared into her eyes before refusing the food and saying, "We eat only human meat. I have not eaten for a long time. Give me a piece of your arm." When the hunter returned, all that was left of his wife were her bones. Gordon Sanderson is the name of a murder victim who went unidentified up until 2021, but to this day, the person responsible for his death is still unknown. The chilling tale of Gordon Edwin Sanderson, aka Gordy, originally dubbed Septic Tank Sam, is one that gripped the nation for decades. Gordy's remains were discovered in a septic tank on an abandoned farm near Lynbrook, Alberta in April 1977. His murder was one of the most sadistic and heinous crimes that investigators had ever encountered. For years, Gordy remained unidentified, but thanks to the relentless efforts of forensic experts, law enforcement agencies, and modern genetic genealogy techniques, his true identity was finally unveiled in late June 2021. And I do want to note that his identity was actually uncovered in January of 2021, but it was only publicly announced in June. It was April 1977 when a couple searching for a septic tank pump on their farm stumbled upon a gruesome discovery that would haunt them for decades. They found the remains of an unidentified man in a septic tank. The circumstances surrounding Gordy's murder were horrifying. He had been subjected to torture, gunshot wounds, burns from a blowtorch and cigarettes, sexual mutilation, and a fatal gunshot to the head and chest. His body was then concealed in a yellow bedsheet, tied with nylon rope, and dumped headfirst into the septic tank, which had been partially filled with water. The killer or killers had even attempted to dissolve his body using limestone, leading to partial preservation. The murder investigation commenced, and over the years, numerous dedicated individuals worked tirelessly to solve the mystery. Initial autopsy findings suggested that Gordy might have been ill as a child around 5 years old. Dr. Clyde Snow, a renowned forensic expert, was brought in to assist with identification. His meticulous measurements of Gordy's skeleton provided a revised description of the victim. Likely of Aboriginal or Caucasian heritage, aged between 25 and 40 years, with a height of 5 foot 5 inches to 5 foot 7 inches and a medium build. DNA samples were collected, dental records were sent, and facial reconstructions were published, all in the hope of discovering Gordy's identity. Authorities suspected that Gordy might have been on his way to visit his brother in Calgary, Alberta, and that he was murdered by someone who knew him along the way. The culprit was believed to be familiar with the area, choosing the remote location of the abandoned farm to delay the discovery of the body. However, no evidence suggested that Gordy was murdered on the property itself. His clothing led investigators to speculate that he might have been a transient migrant worker or a temporary resident of Alberta, possibly a construction worker or farm laborer. The decades-long quest for Gordy Sanderson's identity culminated in a breakthrough in late June 2021. Using genetic genealogy techniques, Othram Inc. assisted the RCMP in identifying Gordy. Gordy's older sister's DNA was used to confirm his identity. This momentous revelation put an end to the enduring mystery that had shrouded Gordy's life and death. While investigators have been able to positively ID the man, the monster responsible for Gordy's death is still unknown. Jason Ellis was the name of a police officer who was tragically ambushed and murdered in Bardstown, Kentucky on May 25, 2013. To this day, the people responsible remain unidentified. It has now been a decade since Jason's death, and former Bardstown Police Chief Rick McCubbin reflects on the enduring mystery that still haunts the community. He vividly remembers receiving the call from Nelson County Dispatch on the night Ellis tragically lost his life. Jason Ellis, a dedicated officer, had just completed his shift with the Bardstown Police Department when he noticed something amiss: branches obstructing an exit ramp on the Bluegrass Parkway. Despite it being well past midnight, nearly 3 a.m., and having just ended his shift, Ellis stopped to clear the debris, displaying his commitment to safety. As he worked to remove the branches, a cowardly assailant shot him multiple times, ultimately leading to his death. McCubbin remembers the heartbreaking moment as if it were yesterday when he saw Jason Ellis, lifeless and wounded at the crime scene. It was a moment of profound grief, anger, and determination to seek justice. Investigators later determined that Ellis had been ambushed, with his killer strategically placing tree limbs on the road to lure him out of the patrol car. A passerby discovered Ellis's body and patrol car left in the middle of the road, setting off a murder investigation that continues to this day. The FBI has offered a $50,000 reward for information that could lead to the arrest of those responsible for Ellis's death. Irritatingly, last year a memorial honoring Ellis was vandalized, though the community quickly rallied to replace it. No arrests have been made in connection with the vandalism. Jason Ellis, originally from Cincinnati, Ohio, had made Bardstown his home and served the community as a canine handler for nearly 7 years before his murder. His dedication extended beyond the force. He was deeply involved in the community, coaching youth baseball, and showing a genuine commitment to making Bardstown a better place to live. Despite the relentless efforts to solve his murder, it remains unsolved, leaving many puzzled, including former Chief McCubbin. He acknowledges that the investigation has been thorough, but as in the case of Crystal Rogers and Tommy Ballard, there seems to be a missing piece that has yet to emerge. Ellis's murder was just the beginning of a series of unsolved homicides in Bardstown. Crystal Rogers, a mother of 5, disappeared in 2015, less than 2 years after Ellis's death. A year later, her father, Tommy Ballard, was murdered during a hunting trip with his grandson. These 3 cases have become some of Kentucky's most high-profile unsolved mysteries. State Attorney General Daniel Cameron appointed a special prosecutor in January to assist in pursuing criminal charges related to these Bardstown cases, with the FBI taking the lead in investigating all 3. While it's challenging to establish a clear connection between these cases, investigators remain hopeful that solving one may provide critical clues for the others. In October, federal investigators conducted a week-long search of a farm linked to a suspect in Crystal Rogers' case. While they uncovered evidence, it wasn't disclosed what exactly was found. Nevertheless, the FBI remains optimistic that this new evidence will bring them closer to resolving these haunting mysteries that have gripped Bardstown for far too long. Frederick Marshall stayed up all night anxiously wondering where his wife could be, only to be told by a neighbor the next morning, "Your missus has been murdered." He had worried about his wife Frances Marshall's absence, but by breakfast time assumed she had stayed with a friend. Frederick headed out to the Rob Roy Hotel, now called the Birdcage Tavern, to ask about a potential job opening. Once he was done, he headed home, and on the way, a shopkeeper told him his wife had took very bad, and soon his neighbor revealed that she had been murdered. Frederick took off for the Newton police station, where he learned that it was true. His wife of 20 years had been stabbed and slashed to death the night before. Aged in her 40s, Frances had about 25 wounds on her head, neck, and chest. Her skull was fractured, her lungs and heart were stabbed, and her internal jugular vein was cut. She was found in a pool of blood. According to doctors who examined her corpse, her attacker probably killed her with a pocket knife. He was likely left-handed and struck so hard that hand injuries would have occurred. but no matter where investigators looked, a knife wasn't found. There were no reports of a disturbance, and there was no sign of a struggle nor of a robbery. Frances's left hand was wearing a glove, the right was bare, and her small blue hat was still on her head, although her clothes were disarranged. Her handbag was found nearby and it contained 5 shillings. This case is one of at least 60 unsolved homicides in New Zealand since the start of World War I. The shortage of facts on Frances's death 2 months after the war began left a void that various newspapers tried to fill with wild theories. The papers likened the crime to the 1888 Jack the Ripper killings in London and said Frances was probably killed by that quote-unquote foul being known to scientists as a necrophiliac, one who satiates his lust on the body of the dead. This of course is only a surmise, and perhaps the mystery may yet be cleared up by the authorities. There were several witnesses who noticed Frances before her murder. She was said to have visited a friend at 9 p.m. and then left at 9:40 p.m. On the way back, she bought cigarettes at a shop located near the corner of Hobson and Union Streets. A boy aged 15 saw a woman and a man and walked past them on Upper Nelson Street at about 10:15 p.m. The woman could have been Frances. Her body was discovered in the morning by a young girl lying in a narrow alley. The alley was only accessible from a vacant section where the girl had been playing. Lars Matank is the name of a young German tourist who mysteriously vanished in Bulgaria. It was July of 2014 on what seemed to be a typical summer day. Lars was a 28-year-old German vacationer at Varna Airport in Bulgaria, ready to board a flight home after a week of leisure and adventure with friends. Little did he know that this day would mark the beginning of a bizarre path with an outcome only known by himself. Matank had embarked on his voyage outside of Germany with 5 close friends. Their days were filled with sun-soaked beach outings, poolside relaxation, and spirited football matches. Everything was great until an unforeseen incident cast a shadow over their holiday. On July 6th, a heated argument over football rivalries at a local bar shattered all of the good vibes the group was having. This argument quickly escalated into a physical altercation. This fight left Lars with a ruptured eardrum and a battered jaw, but I do want to note that Lars told his friends that he was actually jumped by a group of people that he thought was hired by that group he got in a fight with earlier, and there is some light debate on whether he sustained these injuries from being jumped or from that initial fight. But either way, it's not exactly super important who caused the ruptured eardrum. I just thought that it was something notable to throw out there. Unable to fly due to his injuries, Lars was left behind when his friends departed as planned. Lars decided to visit a doctor to get his ear checked, and the doc advised that he avoid his flight back and instead wait for his injury to recover. The doctor prescribed Lars 500 milligrams of cefuroxime. Lars's friends didn't really want to leave at first. They wanted to stay behind to watch over Lars, but he did not allow this and insisted that they head home without him. However, as the days passed, an unsettling paranoia began to grip Lars. In the dead of night, Lars made a phone call that would raise alarm bells with his family. Speaking in a hushed tone, he shared his fears with his mother Sandra, suggesting that malevolent forces were closing in on him. He urged her to cancel all of his credit cards, adding to the mystique surrounding his behavior. Security cameras at the hotel captured his increasingly erratic conduct, pacing nervously along hallways, gazing anxiously through windows, and seeking refuge in an elevator. These unsettling visuals foreshadowed the pinnacle of the trip, which was about to unfold. On the day he was slated to return home, Lars sent a text to his mother, assuring her that he had safely arrived at the airport. But before leaving, he consulted with an airport doctor. This doctor described Lars as nervous and erratic. However, the pivotal moment came when a construction worker entered the doctor's office. Lars's trembling voice filled the room as he exclaimed, "I don't want to die here. I have to get out of here." With that, he bolted from the office, leaving behind all his possessions: wallet, passport, and phone. Lars Matank's sprint out of the airport marked the last confirmed sighting of him. He darted into the forest near the airport after climbing over an 8-foot fence, vanishing into thin air basically. Theories regarding why Lars just took off started spiraling all around the internet, but concrete answers remained elusive. Was it medication-induced paranoia, an undiagnosed mental illness, or a genuine threat from unknown parties? The enigma of his disappearance continues to confound investigators and internet sleuths. Lars's mother clings to hope. She believes that her son may still be alive, but possibly suffering from memory loss. There have been reported sightings of him in various countries, but none have been definitively confirmed. For example, one picture was taken of a homeless man who many believed was Lars. His disappearance remains haunting, inviting endless speculation and intrigue. What really happened to him that day, and where is he now? The will-o-wisp is an atmospheric luminosity that appears in marshlands, swamps, and burial grounds. Interpretations of this phenomenon vary across diverse cultures. In English folklore, a blacksmith named Will is at the heart of the story. Upon his death, St. Peter granted him a second chance at redemption on Earth. Regrettably, the blacksmith's evil ways persisted, condemning him to roam the world as a ghostly presence for all eternity. The devil bestowed upon him a hell-born light, which he used to ensnare weary travelers into peril and demise. Prominent literary works often cast the will-o-wisp in a negative light. In John Milton's 17th century epic poem, Paradise Lost, Satan is depicted as a blazing light that misleads wanderers in the night. Today, the will-o-wisp serves as a metaphor for an elusive desire beyond reach. Typically, it manifests as small orbs of light or pale blue flames hovering a few meters above ground, intriguingly devoid of heat. Early explanations ranged from bioluminescence to luminous insects and even ball lightning or tectonic-induced electricity, with some scientists like Alessandro Volta considering spontaneous methane combustion as a possibility as well. In the quaint town of Caen, nestled in the heart of Normandy, France, there resides a 44-year-old enigma named Yves Godard. By day, he wears the hat of a skilled physician, specializing in the art of acupuncture therapy. He ran a modest establishment in the heart of town. Yves is a husband and father, married to Mary France, who was also 44 years old. Mary was also Yves' second wife. Their two children were 6-year-old Camille and 4-year-old Marius. Yves also had two older sons aged 15 and 17 from his previous marriage, and he wasn't particularly close to them. As for Mary, she also had children from a previous relationship. Her kids were a 15-year-old son and a 16-year-old daughter. It was a mundane August day in 1999. It's business as usual for Yves, tending to his patients. As the day winds down, he locks up his practice and heads towards home, which was a small, charming village about 15 miles from Caen. Those who paid a visit to Yves later recalled that everything seemed fine and Yves conducted himself with his customary expertise. But on August 31st, Yves abruptly cancels all of his medical appointments, and in their place, he engages in some paperwork. Once he completed this, he took his beloved children fishing at a nearby pond. Although it was weird that Yves canceled all his appointments, it just seemed like a father who wanted to spend more time with his kids. Fast forward to the next day, September 1st, Yves leaves home at 8:30 a.m. He brought along his two kids on a voyage to St. Malo. St. Malo was about 90 miles from them, and as they were making their way from home, an elderly neighbor took note of them. Yves struck up a short conversation with this neighbor, telling her that they would be gone for a few days. Now, the thing about Yves and his family is that whenever they are away for a prolonged period of time, they always leave their house keys to someone so that their cat can be fed. However, this time when the neighbor asked why not leave the keys, Yves just ignored her. And a detail that I'd just like to mention while we're here is that the elderly woman initially stated that she saw Mary in the car as well. But later on, she says she didn't see Mary in the car. This may have been a result of her deteriorating eyesight. Upon the family's arrival in St. Malo, they rented a boat nicknamed Nick. Yves informed the owner of the rental establishment that he and his kids were sailing to Perros-Guirec. Yves was an experienced sailor, so he made sure that they had all the necessary equipment on board while his kids napped on the dock. And just remember, at this point we still don't know if Mary is actually with them or not, but it was known that Mary hated sailing. Several witnesses also claimed that Yves purchased some strange items to bring on board. Those items consisted of plastic bags, cleaning supplies, and whiskey. After setting out on September 2nd, Yves' boat was being inspected by customs agents. The agents noticed that one of the kids was sleeping on board and also felt that Yves was acting a bit strange. Over the next few days, Yves hung around Bright Hit Cove with his kids, and several people remembered seeing his boat between the 2nd and 5th of September. But on September 4th, a group of hikers said they saw the boat abandoned near Puisac. Yves and the kids were supposed to return home on the 5th, but they never did. Instead, on September 5th, a fishing boat came across an inflatable dinghy, and inside, they discovered a rain jacket and a checkbook with Eve's name on it. The owner of the boat, who rented it out to Eve, also grew worried at this point as Eve was nowhere to be found. The Coast Guard was notified and they attempted to contact Eve through the radio on the boat, but it was no use. As the investigation progressed, authorities found Eve's car parked in St. Malo, and inside was a lot of blood and morphine. Authorities visited the Godard home on the 8th with a warrant, and after searching it, they found a note written by Eve himself saying that the family was going to return home on Sunday. And then upstairs in the master bedroom, they found blood all over the room and on the mattress. At this point, an international arrest warrant for Eve was issued, and investigators suspected that this was a homicide case. And remember, we have no idea where Mary is. She could very well have been with Eve, but it's equally as possible that she stayed behind. And if she did, where was she? We get a bit of a break in the case regarding Mary on the 16th. Medical officials determined that the blood found within Eve's car as well as the house was actually Mary's, and the last time she was seen was on August 31st. There were even rumors that bones and additional letters tied to the family were found. Years go by and there are sightings of the families in different countries, but nothing concrete. Eventually, Mary was declared dead, but there are still so many questions left unanswered. And before we end this entry, there is one more thing that should be noted. Eve had some serious tax issues, and there were some odd connections to an organization that he was part of. The entire case is a head scratcher with a lot of strange twists. On one quiet September morning in 1922, a New Jersey lover's lane played host to a gruesome double homicide. A young couple's stroll resulted in a horrifying discovery as they stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of two individuals beneath a gnarled crabapple tree. The victims were a man and a woman. A Panama hat concealed the man's face, while the woman's head rested gently on his arm. Along with torn fragments of love letters strewn about, there was a sort of calling card propped against the man's shoe, bearing the name Edward Wheeler Hall. Edward was a respected Episcopalian minister in New Brunswick, New Jersey, whose wife held deep ties to the community's elite. As for the female victim, her name was Eleanor Reinhardt Mills. She sang in Edward Hall's church choir, and she was having an affair with Edward. Edward had been shot once in the head, while Mills bore 3 gunshot wounds to her head. Her throat was cruelly slashed and wrapped with a scarf. Additionally, during the autopsy, it was discovered that her tongue had been removed. The public immediately began over-sensationalizing the incident, and much of the public was in fear and confused. Jurisdictional disputes left the crime scene unsecured for hours, during which reporters and souvenir hunters marred any hope of preserving vital evidence. That calling card we mentioned earlier became a macabre memento passed among curious onlookers. This ultimately obliterated any trace of fingerprints. Investigators immediately shined the spotlight on the spouses of the victims. Many residents believed that the spouses were out for revenge. They both claimed to have spent the evening at home, only to later venture out in search of their missing partners. However, the police's flurry of witnesses led to dizzying and contradictory leads. Some claimed to have heard gunshots or seen suspicious individuals, while others provided details that were drastically different. Amidst the chaos of the investigation, one witness stood out: the intriguing Jane Gibson, a local hog farmer known as the Pig Woman. Her ever-shifting accounts of the events further muddied the waters, and she is going to be a key factor in this case. When the trial finally commenced in 1926, it became a spectacle of epic proportions. Western Union had to hire additional telegraphers to accommodate the extensive media coverage. A reporter named Damon Runyon chronicled the proceedings. The Pig Woman, who was testifying from a hospital bed, became a focal point. Even her mother could not refrain from denouncing her as a liar in the courtroom, and the prosecutors called her uneducated and crazy. Jane claimed that her dog started barking loudly around 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. When she stepped outside the house, she noticed a man standing in her cornfield. As she got closer to him, she noticed 4 additional people standing near a crabapple tree, and that's when she heard the gunshots. Then one of the figures fell to the ground. Immediately after, she said she heard a woman scream "don't" 3 times. And that's when she immediately turned around and headed back home, but before she could step through the door, she says she heard a woman shout the name Henry. Despite the sensational atmosphere and countless witnesses, the prosecution's case failed to secure any sort of convictions. Mrs. Hall, her brothers, and the pig woman's involvement remained enigmatic, and all three defendants were acquitted. The case's end marked only the beginning of a century-old mystery. In the wake of the trial's conclusion, numerous theories emerged. Some suspected Mrs. Hall and her brothers were responsible, but believed the prosecution's case was lacking. Others speculated that the KKK orchestrated the murders as a moral deterrent. Additional theories involved local teenagers, Mrs. Mill's husband, or even a professional assassin. In a curious twist, the defense suggested the pig lady herself was a suspect. In the case of the Novolosnaya Street Jane Doe, an unidentified woman met a tragic fate. She was only 17 years old at the time of her death. It was August of 2006 when authorities uncovered a sinister connection between her and a notorious serial killer named Alexander Alistratov, aka the Bloody Taxi Driver. There is very little information about this particular Jane Doe, so the majority of the time spent here will actually be used going over Alexander. He was once a private taxi driver in Moscow who embarked on a reign of terror from 2005 to 2007. During this period, he ruthlessly robbed and took the lives of 6 innocent people, with this particular Jane Doe being one of his unfortunate victims. Justice did ultimately prevail as Alexander was brought to trial, found guilty, and condemned to a life behind bars for his heinous crimes. Alexander was described as a kind man by his friends. One of his neighbors, who was actually blind, highlighted how Alexander drove her around the city and even provided her family with salmon despite not having much money or resources for himself. But little did Alexander's acquaintances know that hidden behind this benevolent facade were 4 criminal convictions, 2 of which were for illegal weapon possession and 1 each for theft and robbery. He was erroneously categorized as a first-time offender during his trials for the latter 2 convictions. This resulted in a lenient 4-year suspended sentence in 2004. In that same year, Alexander acquired a dilapidated VAZ 2101. The vehicle's previous owner had recently passed away. Alexander also registered the vehicle in that deceased man's name. He presented himself as a private taxi driver despite possessing an invalid driver's license and passport from the dissolved Soviet Union. His illegal operation continued unchecked. A pivotal moment came when he acquired a makeshift hunting rifle, cleverly modified into a sawed-off shotgun. He concealed this weapon beneath his driver's seat. Alexander's MO was simple. He targeted potential victims in the nocturnal streets of Moscow's eastern and northeastern districts, always close to his home. He selected victims he believed to be affluent and coerced them to surrender their possessions, threatening them with his firearm. Those who resisted met a grim fate at the hands of his sawed-off shotgun. He would then discard their lifeless bodies by the roadside, plundering only their cash and discarding the rest in trash bins. The stolen money fueled his dreams of owning a new car and apartment on the horizon. The search for the infamous Bloody Taxi Driver ignited controversy in the city. It would later be revealed that authorities could have apprehended the criminal much earlier, potentially preventing further bloodshed. Police were tipped off to Alexander possibly being involved in several murders, and upon arrest and a subsequent interrogation, Alexander admitted to his crimes. But he asserted that he only killed 1 person and that this death was accidental. According to him, an argument escalated and his weapon discharged unintentionally. However, these claims fell on deaf ears as blood samples found in his car linked him to multiple murder victims. His trial added another violent episode when he kicked a journalist who was filming him. While most believe that the murders were conducted for monetary gain, some believe that ethnic hatred and envy may have also played a role, as most of the victims were foreigners or at least resembled foreigners. There were even some far-fetched speculations suggesting that Alexander was communing with the souls of his victims, using them for some sort of ritual. A life sentence was handed down to Alexander in 2008, and he is currently incarcerated at the Polar Owl Colony after a failed attempt to escape in 2011. In 2004, the life of 18-year-old Brittany Phillips was tragically cut short when she was raped and murdered in her Tulsa apartment. In the nearly 2 decades since that day, her killer has remained elusive, escaping the grasp of justice. However, in the face of despair and frustration, one woman has refused to give up hope. Brittany's mother, Maggie Zingman. This grieving mother has made an enduring commitment to the search for answers and the unrelenting pursuit of justice in one of Tulsa's most high-profile unsolved murders. Maggie has dedicated her life to seeking justice for her beloved daughter, Brittany. Each year on October 4th, Maggie lays flowers and balloons at Brittany's grave, a poignant tribute that she has faithfully performed for over a decade. Brittany was described as an energetic, kind, and intelligent young woman whose life was tragically stolen from her. Brittany's murder shocked the community in 2004. Her apartment near 65th and Mingo became a crime scene where investigators found evidence of a break-in and a horrifying sexual assault. Despite their efforts, authorities were unable to identify and apprehend the perpetrator, leaving Brittany's family in a painful state of uncertainty. For Maggie Zingman, each anniversary of her daughter's unsolved murder is a painful reminder of the long road to justice. For centuries, the tale of the man in the iron mask has intrigued historians and captured the imagination of writers, giving rise to numerous fictional accounts. While many aspects of this story are shrouded in uncertainty, certain historical facts stand out. The man in the iron mask did in fact exist, and his incarceration lasted for at least 5 years, although some accounts suggested a longer period. He was confined to the infamous Bastille, a symbol of tyranny in its time, and nobody is certain of the identity of this prisoner. The historical record is rife with wild speculations, rumors, and competing theories. Many so-called facts about the man in the iron mask are unverifiable, further complicating efforts to unravel this mystery. The man in the iron mask's imprisonment spanned from 1698 to 1703. While some historians speculate that he may have been held elsewhere before arriving at the Bastille, there is a lack of concrete evidence to support this claim. His death on November 19, 1703 is recorded in a death certificate that identifies him as Monsieur de Marquiel and states that he was in his 40s at the time. One of the more persistent and captivating theories surrounding this prisoner relates to his royal lineage. There are several speculators that attempt to connect him to King Louis XIV. One theory proposes that he is actually the twin brother of King Louis XIV, hidden away due to his potential claims to the throne. And contrary to most versions of this story, there is a twist in the narrative proposing that the prisoner escaped his captivity only to meet a tragic end on his journey towards Paris. This theory challenges the prevailing belief that he died within the prison walls. Another interesting aspect of the mystery is the composition and usage of the mask. Some sources suggest that the mask may not have been made of iron as commonly believed, but rather of cloth. Susan Powell's disappearance in 2008 and the events that followed sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Her husband, Josh Powell, claimed that they had gone on an impromptu camping trip in the dead of night with their 2 young sons, Charlie and Braden. This incident raised suspicions within the family and friends of Susan, and it soon became evident that something was amiss. Her husband, Josh, began exhibiting odd behavior following Susan's disappearance, which only deepened the doubts. Josh was seen cleaning his van and garage, but did not actively participate in search efforts or display any urgency in locating his wife. Friends and relatives noted the abrupt change in their marriage, with Susan complaining of a lack of intimacy and happiness. Moreover, Susan's handwritten will and testament discovered in a safe deposit box at her workplace revealed the extent of her distress. She expressed concerns about her marriage and the fact that Josh had taken out a $1 million life insurance policy on her. In her own chilling words, she stated, "If I die, it may not be an accident." Chuck and Judy Cox, Susan's parents, filed a wrongful death civil suit against the Washington State Department of Social and Health Services. They alleged that DSHS's negligence contributed to the tragic deaths of their grandsons, Charlie and Braden, who were killed by their father, Josh Powell, in a horrific house explosion during a supervised visit. Initially, their lawsuit was dismissed in 2015, but a 2019 appeal revived their pursuit of justice. In February 2020, the family saw a ray of hope when their civil trial began in Tacoma, Washington. However, their trial was once again dismissed, this time by the pandemic, which temporarily halted proceedings. In August 2023, a jury awarded them a landmark verdict of $98.5 million against the State Department of Social and Health Services. This verdict, while providing a sense of closure, is a poignant reminder of the lives lost and the grief endured by the family. This amount was reduced to $32 million $1,000 by the presiding judge later on. To this day, Susan Powell's body has not been found, and while most people do believe that Josh killed Susan, there isn't concrete evidence to 100% back that. But many people believe that Josh actually murdered her and concealed her body with the help of his brother Michael, who actually took his own life later on. This next entry actually refers to a piece of lost media rather than the Dracula figure in folklore. The film's existence remains shrouded in mystery with no concrete evidence such as production stills, footage, or substantial details surviving to confirm its presence. If this film is indeed real, it would stand as the very first adaptation of Bram Stoker's timeless 1897 novel, Dracula. While certain sources attribute Victor Torjansky as its director, the majority of official records do not include this film in his filmography. The film's 1920 release year raises questions given that this period coincided with the tumultuous Russian Civil War, a time when filmmaking largely focused on documentaries and propaganda. Some speculate that this elusive movie might have been mistaken for the 1921 Hungarian Dracula film. There have been dubious claims of its discovery in Serbia, supported by scarce evidence, leading many to dismiss it as a potential hoax. Interestingly enough though, a Russian academic encyclopedia lists the film within the Russian State Film Fund and suggests it featured Ukrainian actors. If you're like the millions of people around the world that has caffeine in their daily life, check out partner of the channel, Gamersupps. They have a wide array of amazing flavors, and each serving is less than 40 cents with my code DLAM, which gives you 10% off your order. Some of my personal favorites are Titty Milk and Guacamole Gamer Farts. It also supports the channel, so if you're interested, check out the first link in the description. Now, back to the video. Residing in Connorsville, Indiana with her parents and a younger sister was 18-year-old Denise Flume. She was a standout athlete and participated in high school track with the goal of obtaining a track scholarship for college. However, her future plans remained unrealized as she mysteriously disappeared in 1986. Denise was looking forward to senior prom in just a couple of weeks, despite having just broken up with her boyfriend of 3 years, Sean McClung. Denise's mother stated that after the breakup, Denise was overall more positive and showed more sociability. Some of Denise's friends also said that the breakup was rather messy. On the 27th of March 1986, Denise joined a bonfire party held on a rural farm in the Glenwood area. What was initially a small gathering eventually grew large as the night progressed. There were at least 200 to 300 students at the party. Denise remained at the party for some time before heading home. The following day, Denise realized she had left her purse at the party. Around 12:30 p.m., she contacted a few friends, expressing her discomfort about returning to the farm alone and asking for their company. But unfortunately, none of her friends were available to go with her. Despite this, Denise decided to make the trip alone. Before leaving, she had a brief chat with one of her neighbors, marking the last confirmed sighting of her before she disappeared. Denise's parents, David and Judy Flume, grew worried when they noticed her absence during dinner that night. It was unusual for her to miss family meals, and they realized that she had been gone for hours. They contacted the local police and reported Denise as missing by 8:30 p.m. Initially, the police didn't view Denise's disappearance as a significant concern. They suggested that the family might be overreacting, and they stated that Denise was maybe just doing teenager things. It was clear that the police were not going to help, so Denise's family initiated their own search, reaching out to people and asking if anyone had seen her. Not long into the search, Denise's cream-colored 1981 Buick Regal was located. On the day Denise disappeared, her cousin showed up at the Flume residence at 1:30 p.m., returning Denise's purse just an hour after she had left for the farm. The farmer spoke to the police, revealing that Denise's car had been parked in the area from 12:30 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. without moving at all. The farmer initially thought that the car belonged to mushroom hunters. Despite being 3 miles away from the previous night's bonfire party, the police were uncertain why Denise had been in that area. The police went over to where the party had been held and questioned various people around the area, including the farmers, but no one seemed to have seen Denise that day. Later on, Denise's mother, Judy, received information from one of Denise's friends. According to the friend, she claimed to have seen Denise at the Fashion Bug clothing store on the day that Denise disappeared. The friend provided Judy with a description of what Denise had been wearing that day. However, the description didn't align with what Denise had been wearing before her disappearance, leading the investigators to dismiss the sighting as not credible. Denise's ex-boyfriend Sean McClung underwent police questioning. He claimed the last time he saw Denise, she was alive. During the questioning, Sean was never labeled as a suspect. Investigators also made the observation that he did not actively participate in the search for his missing ex-girlfriend, nor did he display any emotional distress over her disappearance. And not long after Denise went missing, Sean McClung moved to Arizona. Leading Denise's case was Detective Lieutenant Ted McQuinley from the Fayette County Sheriff's Department. Now, McQuinley was actually David Flume's cousin, so this case held an extra bit of weight. On an almost daily basis, McQuinley would contact Denise's parents and tell them about any developments in the case, regardless if they were substantial or not. Fast forward to August 10th, 1988, a potential breakthrough occurred. A woman from Norfolk, Virginia reached out to Judy and David claiming to be their daughter. Both parents stated that the voice on the other end sounded extremely similar to Denise's. Additionally, Judy said that the call occurred on the same day where she had a day off. Judy believed that this further cemented that this was Denise on the other end, as she wanted to make sure that her phone call would get through to someone, so she decided to call when her mother was off from work. Overall, the Flume family was very excited over this new revelation. Law enforcement spent about 2 weeks trying to identify the Norfolk phone number. Denise's family even made the trip spanning over 750 miles to Norfolk with hopes of reconnecting with Denise. When they arrived, they collaborated with local police and began a citywide search effort. Eventually, with the assistance of some employees at an apartment complex, they were able to trace the call to a person living in the building. Turned out that the caller was a 19-year-old who previously lived in Connorsville. Initially, the girl heavily denied ever making the call, but eventually she caved and admitted to orchestrating a hoax. And law enforcement stated that it seemed as though she was ready to do it again. The caller would later claim that she did see Denise at a shopping center, which is what prompted the call in the first place. But yet again, she would eventually admit to lying about this account as well. So in the end, this entire investigation into the phone call was nothing more than a wild goose chase. We don't really have any more major announcements until September 7th, 2018. Law enforcement revealed new information pointing towards the possibility of Denise being a murder victim with suspicions of her body being buried in rural Fayette. The Mary Gray Bird Sanctuary became the primary focus of the ensuing police search. This location was given as a tip from the ex-girlfriend of a past person of interest. Various authoritative bodies came together to investigate the location, including the Fayette County Sheriff's Department, the Indiana Audubon Society, and the Indiana Department of Homeland Security. They utilized cadaver dogs as well as ground-penetrating radar, but unfortunately, due to heavy rainfall, their search was delayed. When the search did begin, one of the dogs indicated a potential trace of human remains, but ultimately, the search had nothing to show for it. Now, there is one person that the police constantly returned to during the investigation throughout the years. This person was Denise's ex-boyfriend, Sean McClung, but each time police looked into him, they deemed him as innocent. But police would make a major discovery during a 3-hour interview with Sean in July of 2020. During that interview, Sean confessed to the murder of Denise back in 1986, but he would not reveal the location of her body. According to Sean, the couple had simply gotten into an argument, and with the help of his friends, he was able to hide the body. Up until 2020, John had served jail time for several domestic violence charges unrelated to Denise's case. Now, the only reason Sean decided to confess was because of a pretty good deal in his favor. In exchange for the confession, Sean would get immunity for the crime and also have 2 other charges dropped. But thankfully, due to his decision of withholding the location of Denise's body, the deal was voided. Sean ultimately died in September 2020 at 56 years old from a terminal illness. Despite having this confession, police didn't really have any evidence that tied Sean to the crime, and to this day, the whereabouts of Denise's body are still unknown. Since he went missing in 1975, Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance has grown to become one of the more iconic mysteries in American history. Jimmy vanished on July 30th, 1975 in Michigan, where he was scheduled for a meeting at the Marcus Red Fox restaurant. That same night, Jimmy made a phone call to his wife where he mentioned being stood up. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared. After high school, Jimmy decided to enter the workforce at a Kroger grocery store warehouse. It was during his time there where he developed a passion for improving working conditions and fair treatment, leading him to organize his first successful strike. Subsequently, Jimmy rose to prominence organizing and leading the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, ultimately becoming its elected president in 1957. On July 30th, 1975, James, or Jimmy, came to a crucial turning point in his life. He had scheduled a meeting with reputed Detroit mob enforcer Anthony Giacalone, aka Tony Jack, and alleged New Jersey mob figure Anthony Provenzano, aka Tony Pro. Provenzano held a reputation as a notorious and intimidating capo in a respected crime family. And the location where the trio was supposed to meet up was that restaurant I mentioned at the beginning. Jimmy left his home at 1 p.m., then met with a friend before arriving at the restaurant at 2 p.m. Jimmy waited for about 15 minutes without the arrival of either Giacalone or Provenzano, and that's when he decided to call his wife and tell her that nobody showed up. The 62-year-old leader of the Teamsters was never heard from or seen again. It was recognized that Jimmy Hoffa maintained close ties with the Mafia, particularly when it proved advantageous for the Teamsters Union and its members. Hoffa played a significant role in establishing a pension fund for union workers, which accumulated a substantial $2.2 billion, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Furthermore, Jimmy was known to frequently extend loans from this pension fund to the mob, assisting them in financing their criminal motives. Jimmy's questionable ties with the mob attracted attention, leading to his imprisonment in 1967 on various charges, including attempted bribery, jury tampering, and fraud. Despite being sentenced to 13 years, he served nearly 5 before then-President Richard Nixon commuted his sentence. Following his release, there was a belief that the Mafia did not want Jimmy to lead the unions, especially with control over the pension fund. It is rumored that Jimmy threatened to expose the mob's connections to the unions if they continued to obstruct his efforts to regain control, potentially serving as the trigger for his mysterious disappearance. One theory suggests that Jimmy met his demise at the hands of mobsters following the unsuccessful meeting at the restaurant on July 30th. Some people proposed that his body was transported to the Central Sanitation Facility and was incinerated. Investigative reporter Vince Wade said, "There's a theory for every day of the week and then twice on Sunday, and most of it doesn't add up." If you really look at it in terms of a hit job on somebody, the Mafia has the capability to completely get rid of a body so that it's never found again. If that's what they want to do, of course. The Mafia also on occasions will have a hit guy come by and whack somebody on a sidewalk in front of a restaurant because they want to leave a message. This first theory is the most commonly believed one, and Vince thinks that it's also the most reasonable. There are several other theories, including one that suggests that Jimmy's body was transported to New Jersey and then buried under Giant Stadium in Rutherford, which was also demolished in 2010. But regardless of which theory that you tend to lean towards, the public seems to agree that Jimmy met his end and was secretly hidden. On August 15, 1977, an Ohio State University astronomer using the Big Ear radio telescope detected what some believe to be intentional alien signals from the Sagittarius constellation. After seeing the structured signal on the computer printout, Jerry Emmon blurted out, "Wow," and that is how this signal got its name. The wow signal initially seemed like it could be from aliens because it was extremely loud. In fact, it was much louder than the usual space noise. However, scientists couldn't hear it again, so they figured it was probably just random noise from a star or comet. The signal then just sort of faded into obscurity as time went on. A team led by Columbia University astronomer David Kipping proposed a new attempt to locate the signal. In their peer-reviewed study, they argued that with focused effort and some creative thinking, they should either find the signal or confirm that it's no longer detectable. Kipping said, "I think it's worth chasing down for a couple more months to get to the point where we could say with confidence that the field isn't worth pursuing anymore. Either we spend 2 months on the WoW field and see nothing and can then move on, or we see a recurrence, and that would change the whole story. Now, Kipping did want to highlight that simply finding the signal again was far from proof of alien existence. It was simply a measly step in the right direction. Caylee Anthony's case is a gut-wrenching one for anybody, but especially so for parents. And while most of the public believes that Caylee's own mother is to blame, she would never face any consequences. To this day, no one has been charged with the death of 2-year-old Caylee Anthony. Caylee Marie Anthony came into the world on August 9th, 2005, born to her mother Casey and an unidentified father in Orlando, Florida. Casey, aged 19 during her pregnancy, kept it hidden at first. Despite Casey's somewhat melancholy attitude towards motherhood, Caylee reportedly enjoyed a positive upbringing, living with her grandparents primarily. Their names were Cindy and George. A turning point occurred on June 16, 2008, when Casey got into a heated disagreement with George. This argument escalated to the point where Casey took off with Caylee. The specific details regarding the argument are uncertain, but this was the last confirmed sighting of Caylee alive. Shortly after the argument, Cindy and George were both regretful and hoped that Casey would just come back so they can resolve the conflict. However, weeks ended up passing by and both Caylee and Casey remained untraceable with no signs or communication. Then on July 15th of the same year, Cindy and George discovered Casey's abandoned and impounded vehicle emitting an unpleasant odor from the trunk. The same day, Cindy, upon finding Casey, grew increasingly furious upon realizing Caylee was not with her. Again, the family burst into an argument and they ended up calling the cops. The initial call was made with the claim that Casey was stealing vehicles and money. Then Cindy made another call and said, "There is something amiss. I found my daughter's car today and it reeks as if there's been a deceased body in the darn car." Casey was arrested the very next day after that second call was made, facing charges of lying to the police, interfering with an investigation, and child neglect. And since police had no idea where Casey's child was, they immediately made her the primary suspect. There were several red flags regarding Casey early on. For one, she never reported her 2-year-old daughter missing. When Casey's mother asked where Caylee was, Casey just sort of shrugged her off and ignored her. Eventually, Casey did acknowledge her and said that she left Caylee with the nanny. Casey told the police the same story and said that her name was Zanny. Casey also told the police where the nanny was supposed to be living. However, upon investigation, nobody could identify Casey from the building, and the specific apartment she identified had actually been vacant for months. Police would eventually identify a woman named Zanita Fernandez Gonzalez, who did in fact work as a nanny and was supposed to be the one that Casey left Caylee with. Zanita said that sometimes people would call her Zanny, but upon questioning, she would state that she had never taken care of Caylee before, and she also had not once met anyone from the Anthony family. At some point down the line, investigators also realized that Casey lied about her place of employment. According to Casey, she worked at Universal Studios, but when police paid a visit to the facility, nobody recognized her. As time went on, the public pointed out how Casey seemed like she couldn't care less about her daughter, which again made a lot of people suspicious. When authorities went to investigate that car, they found maggots and other signs of decomposition in the trunk. There was enough evidence in the vehicle for investigators to charge Casey with capital murder, or at least that's how it seemed. Casey would plead not guilty, and then on December 11th, 2008, skeletal remains were found in a wooded area near the Anthony home by a utility worker. About a week after this discovery, the remains were identified to be Caylee Anthony. Along with that initial murder charge, Casey was also charged with lying to police and child abuse. In 2009, prosecutors stated that they were going to seek the death penalty. However, once the trial began, pretty much all of the evidence brought to light was not exactly considered viable. The prosecution attempted to make Casey appear as a rambunctious partygoer that never had any intent on giving her kid a good life. They claimed that Casey was out of town when Caylee disappeared and was hopping around bars and people's homes. Apparently, around the time when Caylee went missing, Casey also got a new tattoo that said Bella Vita. However, Casey's defense attempted to shift the blame onto the rest of the family, saying that Casey's father was the mastermind. Then, after the trial, Casey would propose the idea that Kaylee's biological father was actually responsible. Casey's defense also reasoned that she only lied throughout the investigation to the police due to the trauma that she suffered as a child. The trial seemed to be slipping out of Casey's favor though when it was revealed that a member in the family had searched for chloroform on the family computer not long before Kaylee's disappearance. Investigators hypothesized that chloroform was used to keep Kaylee from causing a commotion. In the end, there was not enough evidence to convict Casey of murder. She was found not guilty on that particular charge, but she was found guilty for lying to police. After her trial, Casey agreed to an interview where she said, "I don't give a shit about what anyone thinks about me. I never will. I'm okay with myself. I sleep pretty well at night." On the night of June 11th, 1962, 3 prisoners escaped from a high-security prison on Alcatraz Island. They built a makeshift boat from stolen raincoats and officially they were never found, but many, including the families of the escapees, think they got away that night and have been hiding for a very long time. The leader of the group was Frank Morris, a man who led a tough childhood. His parents left him when he was 11 and he got into trouble early on, facing his first criminal charge at the age of 13. As a teenager, he kept getting arrested for robbing and involving himself in illegal substances. Frank was serving a 10-year sentence for robbing a bank when the escape happened. Frank had a number of partners during the escape: the Anglin brothers, John and Clarence, and Alan West. The Anglins grew up in a big family that traveled around the country doing farm work. They were extremely poor, and at a young age, they started getting into trouble. Their first run-in with the law was at just 14 years old when they broke into a service station. As they got older, they turned to robbing banks and other businesses. They were sentenced to 35 years for robbing the Columbia Savings Bank in Alabama. After trying to escape multiple times from Atlanta Penitentiary, they were moved to Alcatraz in 1960. The third member, Alan West, was a repeat offender. He had been arrested more than 20 times before finally being put in prison for stealing a car in 1955. After trying to escape from there as well, he ended up in Alcatraz in 1957. When the 4 men found themselves in Alcatraz together, they already knew each other well from serving time in other prisons. Once they were placed in cells next to each other, they came up with a plan to escape. Frank Morris led the group in a plan to dig through the walls of their cells, make a raft, and get away by sea. They gathered discarded saw blades from the prison workshops and metal spoons from the dining hall. Using the motor from a vacuum cleaner, they created a drill. Their makeshift tools were used to widen the holes around the ventilation ducts under the sinks in their cells. To hide their work from the guards, they covered the holes with painted strips of cardboard. To make the noise of drilling into the unguarded utility corridor behind their cells, Morris played his accordion during the daily music hour in the prison. Once the holes were large enough for them to squeeze through, the men transformed the empty upper level of their cell block into a makeshift workshop. In this space, they crafted the raft for their escape and also fashioned life jackets. These items were ingeniously made from raincoats that were either stolen or donated. The men carefully stitched them together and sealed the seams by melting the rubber using hot pipes in their workshop. To conceal their absence during their workshop sessions, the men came up with a pretty clever plan. They created papier-mâché replicas of their heads using soap, dust, toilet paper, and toothpaste. To make the heads appear realistic, they used paint from the maintenance workshop and real human hair collected from the prison barbershop floor. Placed on their pillows, these fake heads gave the illusion that the prisoners were sound asleep in their beds. Meanwhile, they were up on the top level constructing a 6 by 14 foot rubber raft and paddles from wooden scraps and stolen screws. Finally, on the night of June 11th, 1962, the raft was ready, and it was time to put the plan into action. Unfortunately for Alan West, his escape hopes were dashed when he realized the cement he had used to reinforce the concrete around the vent had hardened, blocking his passage through the hole that he had created. By the time he managed to widen the hole again, his accomplices had already left. Disheartened, he returned to bed. Meanwhile, Frank and the 2 Anglin brothers executed their escape by climbing a ventilation shaft to reach the prison roof. Their breakout nearly failed when they made a loud noise while breaking out of the shaft, but fortunately, the guards who heard it chose not to investigate. With a clear path to freedom, the three men used kitchen pipes to descend 50 feet to the ground and climbed over two 12-foot barbed wire perimeter fences. They made their way to a shore on the northeast part of the island, avoiding searchlights. The group brought along a concertina which was stolen from another inmate and modified it so that it could be used to inflate the raft. And just around 10 o'clock, they were ready to set sail. Their plan was to get to Angel Island. Alarms did not go off until the next morning when guards tried to wake the three prisoners but found dummy heads in their cells instead. A massive search operation began involving both civilian and military forces covering land, air, and sea around Alcatraz Island for the next 10 days. On June 14th, the Coast Guard found one of the prisoners' paddles off the south coast of Angel Island. On the same day, workers discovered a wallet with details of the Anglin brothers. 6 days later, shredded rubber believed to be from the prisoner's raft washed up near the Golden Gate Bridge. The following day, a deflated life jacket was found floating 50 yards from Alcatraz Island by a prison boat. These scattered remnants were the only things ever found related to the escape. Even though no bodies were recovered, the FBI concluded that the three men had drowned. Ever since the day the prisoners escaped, people have made it known that they do not agree with the FBI saying that they're dead. Back in Christmas 1962, the Anglin family got cards and postcards from the brothers. The mom got flowers every year without knowing who sent them until she passed away in 1973. At her funeral, two tall guys with heavy makeup showed up, and the family thinks that it was John and Clarence. In 1989, Robert Anglin, one of the other brothers, said two men came to see their dad's dead body. They stayed, cried a bit, and then left. In that same year, two women told Unsolved Mysteries they saw Clarence Anglin and Frank Morris on a farm in Florida, but no one found them later on. Over the years, many people who aren't part of the Anglin family have claimed that they saw or spoke to the three guys who escaped. A day after they disappeared, a local San Francisco police officer said he saw a boat near Alcatraz Island that turned around and went under the Golden Gate Bridge after a few minutes. The FBI checked it out but didn't find it credible. Also in 1962, a guy named Bud White claimed to be Frank Morris's cousin. He claimed that he worked for Frank and even bribed some Alcatraz guards, then met Frank in a park in San Diego a few days after the escape. Bud White's daughter later said she was at that meeting, but there's no proof to support this claim. In 1993, there were additional claims, but this time with fresh evidence. A former inmate from Alcatraz named Thomas Kent told America's Most Wanted that he played a part in planning the escape, but opted out because he couldn't swim. He mentioned that the girlfriend of one of the Anglin brothers picked them up and drove them to Mexico. However, skepticism arose about Kent's account as he had received payment from the TV network for his confession. During the same year, a different individual named John Leroy Kelly asserted that he had taken the prisoners in a boat and then killed them to pocket the $40,000 collected by their families. Kelly disclosed all of this information on his deathbed and even provided a location where he claimed the bodies of the three men were buried. However, subsequent searches yielded no evidence of remains. In 2018, the FBI acknowledged receiving a letter supposedly written by John Anglin. In the letter, John claimed that his brother Clarence as well as Frank Morris had passed away. He expressed willingness to surrender in exchange for medical treatment. However, the FBI couldn't verify if the letter was genuine and they never heard from the writer ever again. The FBI officially closed the case in 1979, but the U.S. Marshal Service plans to keep it open until 2030, when all the men would be over 100 years old. While the idea of buried treasure seems like a child's fantasy, the Oak Island treasure is a real pursuit that many adults are going after. However, nobody really knows what the treasure actually is. All they know is that it is worth potentially millions of dollars. Oak Island had a relatively quiet start to its history. European settlers made their way there in the mid-1700s. The tales of hidden treasure didn't emerge until the 1850s. On August 8, 1857, J.P. Forks penned an article in the Liverpool Transcript. He said certain hardworking individuals have buried substantial amounts in attempts to unearth even larger sums believed to be stashed by the famed Captain Kidd. They've put their money into it but have left holes exposed. In the year 1862, J.B. Macaulay shared a story suggesting that the legends of Captain Kidd had their roots among the settlers. According to this account, a dying former crew member of Captain Kidd purportedly revealed to the settlers that they had buried around £2 million worth of treasure on Oak Island. Despite limited evidence supporting Kidd's involvement in the region, the tale gained popularity. In 1864, the colonists reported a potential breakthrough in locating the treasure. Towards the end of the 1790s, a teenager named Daniel McGinnis reportedly stumbled upon peculiar carvings on an oak tree and an unusual depression in the ground nearby. Captivated by this discovery, he sought help from his companions, John Smith and Anthony Vaughan. Having heard the tales of Captain Kidd, they decided to embark on an excavation. As they dug, they uncovered a shaft with oak platforms spaced every 3 meters. The excavation came to a halt at 9 meters when they encountered water. Some accounts suggest they stopped due to lingering superstitious fears. This excavation site gained fame as the Money Pit. Various entities, including the Oak Island Association, the Truro Company, the Halifax Company, the Old Gold Salvage Group, and many more, invested substantial sums of money, labor, and equipment in the pursuit of solving this mystery. Well-known figures such as politicians and celebrities like Franklin D. Roosevelt, Errol Flynn, and John Wayne also contributed to the search efforts. But in the end, the vast majority of these treasure hunters eventually threw in the towel. Various search groups did discover additional shafts and intriguing artifacts, but the sought-after treasure never was found. In 2011, the Canadian government enacted the Oak Island Treasure Act, issuing licenses to treasure hunters for excavation. This treasure hunt even resulted in the deaths of several people. In the 1960s, Robert Restall and his son tried to block flood tunnels only to lose consciousness and fall victim to carbon monoxide poisoning, resulting in their deaths. 2 others who attempted to escape also died. This incident eventually sparked the belief that Oak Island was cursed. In 1802, a group called the Onslow Company went to Oak Island and found a peculiar rock. It was a pretty big rock weighing in at about 80 kilograms. Now, what was interesting about this rock were the strange marks on it that were said to mean 40 feet below 2 million pounds are buried. A historian named Edward Snow said he translated these marks after hearing it from Reverend A.T. Kempton, who got it from a friend. The Onslow Company eventually had to stop digging due to the excessive amount of water, although there's no official record of what this company actually did on Oak Island. The rock was last seen in 1919 at Creighton's Bookbindery, but it disappeared when the bindery closed down. Through the years, Oak Island has revealed a fascinating array of objects. Among them is a rhodolite garnet brooch approximately 500 years old with potential connections to Marie Antoinette of the Knights Templar. Additionally, a medieval cross dating about 1200 to 1600 has been uncovered. Over time, treasure hunters have come across silver and gold buttons, a silver Spanish ring, special coins dating back to 15 to 1600, a Knights Templar coin, scissors, gold links, metal spikes, a 17th century axe, a whistle, a stone triangle, a heart-shaped stone, and 5 large boulders arranged in a cross with images of a human face and sword. There were also bone fragments from individuals with European and Middle Eastern ancestry. Enthusiasts cannot fully explain how these artifacts made their way to the secluded island off the Canadian coast. However, these discoveries fuel their belief that there may be more hidden treasures awaiting exploration. Different people think various figures could have hidden treasure on Oak Island, including Captain Kidd, the Knights Templar, or maybe Spanish or British soldiers during the American Revolution and 7 Years' War. There are many people who just cannot believe that there's no significant treasure in the Money Pit. On March 10, 1928, 9-year-old Walter Collins asked his mother, Christine, for some money to watch a movie. She gave him a little bit and he set off, only to never come back. When Walter didn't come home from the theater, Los Angeles police initiated a search, but it yielded no results. However, 5 months later, a child claiming to be Walter appeared in Illinois. Despite Christine Collins asserting that the boy wasn't her son, the police insisted he was. They even forced her into a psychiatric ward when she continued to dispute their claims. The imposter eventually confessed that he wasn't Walter Collins. Around the same time, investigators discovered a horrifying crime scene on a ranch in Wineville, 50 miles outside of LA. There, a man named Gordon Stewart Northcott had been abducting, sexually abusing, and murdering young boys with the assistance of his mother, Sarah Northcott. Even though the police couldn't find any physical proof connecting Northcott to Walter's disappearance, the killer admitted to verbally killing the boy at least once. Sarah Northcott also said she was part of it and got a life sentence for her crimes. Regardless, Walter's disappearance continues to intrigue many people across the US. He was one of several boys who disappeared in the area starting in 1926. A month before Walter's disappearance, which again was March of 1928, law enforcement found another child victim nearby the Lincoln Heights movie theater where Walter was supposed to be going to. Then 2 months later, brothers Nelson and Lewis Winslow went missing in LA's Pomona neighborhood. And it should be stated that back then, the city's police got extreme criticism because of corruption problems, and they were embarrassed when they couldn't find Walter quickly. But to be fair, there was very little information for them to work with in the first place. Walter's dad, who was in Folsom State Prison, thought that maybe a former inmate took his son as payback. This was because part of his job in the prison's cafeteria was reporting rule breaking. At the same time, a gas station worker in Glendale said he saw a quote-unquote foreign couple with a dead boy in their car. The gas station employee identified the boy as Walter when he saw a picture of him. However, these clues didn't help the detectives, and Walter's case went unsolved for a few months. Then in August 1928, a boy claiming to be Walter Collins appeared in Illinois, creating a big problem for the police. Christine Collins endured 5 painful months anxiously waiting for any news about her son. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared from halfway across the country. The boy claiming to be Walter was specifically from DeKalb. Police sent pictures to Christine, but she wasn't entirely sure that this was indeed her son. But surely no one would be as crazy as to lie about being someone's child. So officers ended up persuading her to quote-unquote try out the kid, so they brought him to LA. After about 3 weeks, Christine went back to the police station with Walter's dental records and signed statements from people who knew her son. She insisted that this boy was not Walter and she wanted nothing to do with him. And once more, police already had a very bad reputation at the time, so they didn't want it to get any worse. So in an attempt to cover up their mistake, the police called Christine crazy and accused her of trying to make them look bad. They added that Christine was just trying to avoid her duties as a mother. They even enforced a policy called Code 12 that put the grieving mother into a mental health facility. Then in a shocking turn of events, when Christine was in the institution, the boy who claimed to be Walter admitted that he wasn't. A handwriting expert was brought in to compare his writing to the real Walter's, which proved that they were not a match. This imposter turned out to actually be named Arthur Hutchins. He was 12 years old and decided to be Walter after someone said he looked like the missing boy. His goal was to go to Hollywood to meet his cowboy hero, Tom Mix. So he went along with the false story for as long as he could, which is just such an insane idea for a 12-year-old. And it was around the time when this news was unfolding that the police made another shocking discovery on a ranch 50 miles outside of LA. A man named Gordon Northcott had been kidnapping and murdering boys, and Walter might have been one of his many victims. Gordon started in 1926. He would kidnap his victims, bring them to his ranch in Wineville, California, then assault them before murdering them. This twisted man would later say he did all of these things because he loved them. His crimes were exposed in September 1928 when his cousin contacted the authorities. She reported that Gordon had kidnapped her teenage brother and was harming him. When detectives went to Gordon's property, they uncovered the horrifying truth about the Wineville chicken coop murders. On the farm, detectives found the scattered remains of the boys and axes with blood and human hair caked on their edges. Apparently, Gordon Gordon verbally acknowledged taking the lives of 5 victims, which included Walter and the Winslow brothers who disappeared around the same time. He admitted to kidnapping the boys for his own degenerate desires, and then taking their lives when he lost interest. Gordon added that he utilized quicklime to dispose of their remains. He also asserted that he carried out all of these actions with the assistance of his mother Sarah, with whom he also claimed to have an incestuous relationship with. However, when the moment came for Gordon to formally admit to his crimes, he altered his story. Now he was saying he only killed 1 person. So now there was no tangible proof that connected Walter to the ranch, making the boys' fate again uncertain. But then Sarah stepped forward with her own story. Sarah admitted to being the one responsible for Walter's death. According to her, she fatally struck him with an axe, then buried him close to the chicken coop. She did end up receiving a life sentence for his murder. As for Gordon, he got the death penalty and was convicted in February 1929 for the murders of the Winslow brothers and an additional unnamed victim. But even though Sarah admitted to taking the life of Walter, there are a lot of people that don't really believe this claim. So to this day, Walter's true fate carries around this shroud of mystery. Authorities were never able to discover any concrete evidence proving that Walter had ever been at the property. Around midnight in Louisville, Kentucky, Andrea Knabel found herself in a bit of an irritating situation. Returning from an ER visit, she encountered locked doors at her family home with no response to her consistent knocks. Eventually, Andrea had enough and made the decision to visit her sister Erin's home. At Erin's place, Andrea found her sister on the porch having wine with her friend Michelle. But shockingly, Erin told Andrea that she wasn't allowed to stay over because of the ongoing renovations to the bedrooms. So Erin dropped Andrea back at the family home. But yet again, she couldn't get a response from knocking, so she returned to Erin's house not even 15 minutes later. At this point, Erin was a little frustrated and insisted that Andrea had to find somewhere else to stay. Despite Andrea's clear disappointment, she seemed to accept this outcome, so she left as Erin watched her fade into the night. And this would be the last confirmed sighting of Andrea. And before we continue, it's important to give you a bit more information in regards to Andrea's personal life. Andrea Knabel was a mother to 2 boys aged 6 and 8 at the time. Amongst her friends and family, she was said to be an amazing mother that put her kids ahead of herself. Andrea was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky, and had an immensely strong bond with all of her family members, including her sister Erin. In the months before her disappearance, Andrea faced a challenging period in her life. Andrea had recently lost her job as an analyst and was struggling in securing stable employment. And ultimately, she lost her home in the summer of 2019. Andrea needed to take a step back and collect herself, so she opted to move back in with her mother. During this time, Andrea sent her sons to stay with their fathers. Andrea was also described as a very friendly and outgoing person that had a lot of friends, but her circle of friends also consisted of some people that her family thought were rather sketchy. Apparently, some of them even had criminal records. It was also rumored that the sketchier friends Andrea made were introduced to her by her ex-boyfriend Brian Downey, who was known to be an illegal substance dealer. Now, back to the day Andrea disappeared. August 12th, 2019. Andrea's mother Cheryl had just returned home after ordering Chinese food for the family to eat together, but not long into the meal, Andrea and Cheryl got into a heated argument. Cheryl was commenting on Andrea's poor choices, and it seemed that everyone that was present was in agreement with Cheryl. Andrea felt as though she was being backed into a corner, so she left and went to her room. Cheryl also took note of what appeared to be an affected sore on her face, so she asked a friend of hers to take Andrea to the hospital. She also gave Andrea a Lyft gift card so she had a way home. Andrea checked into the Kentucky Medical Center just before 10 p.m. and left via Lyft at about 11:20 p.m. The drive took about 10 minutes, but when Andrea got home, no one answered the door, which again is what caused her to visit her sister Erin. Then about a quarter after midnight, Erin drops Andrea back at their mom's place. and around 1:30 a.m., Andrea went back to errands since she could not get inside the house. And that was pretty much the last trace of Andrea, besides some cell phone records which placed her in the same area at about 1:45 a.m. Andrea's phone was shut off and turned back on around 6:30 a.m. However, it was only on briefly and investigators were not able to track it down. A search was conducted in the area, but police could not find any trace of where Andrea may have gone. Erin shared that she felt an immense amount of guilt and dread in her heart after refusing to let her sister stay. According to her, she was told to set boundaries around Andrea and to not allow her to do as she pleases freely. Andrea's family seems to believe that she had been abducted. It may have been a person she knew that lured her in with a place to stay, or just a complete stranger. The area where Andrea was walking was regarded as a very safe location, but nevertheless, since it was still dark out, she definitely could have been abducted. Another theory suggests that Andrea simply left of her own free will, although some believe this to be impossible since her kids were left behind. Before her disappearance, Andrea told some of her friends how she felt left out from the rest of her family, almost as if she were a black sheep. While it isn't confirmed, there was some speculation that Andrea may have been battling substance addiction or mental health issues. Andrea's father offered to pay for her rehab, but Andrea declined. And one final theory proposes that she was a victim of a larger scheme. You see, Andrea was an investigative volunteer and worked on several cases with private investigator Tracy Leonard and his group. One of the larger cases they were investigating at the time involved a sex trafficking ring. Andrea went undercover for the case and was able to locate a missing girl. She also pushed for the investigation into a case where a man had supposedly committed suicide. Some believe that Andrea made some powerful enemies who wanted to take her out. Since the 1940s in Greenock, Scotland, there have been stories circulating about a wild man covered in black suit crawling around the alleyways of the town. So just to be straight, this Catman actually does exist. It's just that his backstory is completely shrouded in mystery. Whenever the Catman is spotted in Greenock, he's said to be hunting rats and wanders through alleyways. There are even some rumors saying that the man can't even stand upright. People have different ideas about the man, suggesting he might be a lost sailor or someone dealing with mental health issues. It wasn't until 2007 that there was proof of the Catman's existence. A video recorded on a cell phone emerged showing a man eating a dead rat while crawling near a dumpster. This renewed interest in the mystery, and people started coming up with different ideas about who he might be. There was even a documentary made on him in an attempt to learn more about his story, but the mysterious Catman was never actually located, so the filmmakers couldn't get an actual interview. According to some residents, the Greenock Catman might be a Russian soldier who got lost and stranded in Scotland during the 1970s. Supposedly, he had no way to communicate or get back home, so the story goes, he decided to live beneath the streets of Greenock, adopting a cat-like lifestyle to make it through each day. In a different story, some folks say the Catman used to be in trouble with bad people and got really hurt, making him walk on all fours. Now he hides in the alleys of Greenock, eating scraps and rats to stay away from those who hurt him. There's another proposal that the Catman might be someone who left a place for people with mental health issues and chose to live on the streets instead. People who've seen the Catman think he's not dangerous and they gladly give him food when he accepts it. On September 16, 1920, there was a bombing on Wall Street in New York City, killing 38 people and injuring many more. The incident, known as the Wall Street bombing of 1920, remains unsolved as no group claimed responsibility. Around noon that day, a horse-drawn cart exploded in front of the J.P. Morgan & Co. offices at Wall and Broad Streets. The blast caused immediate devastation, resulting in 30 deaths and over 300 injuries. And then another 8 of those 300 would succumb to their injuries. The explosion's impact was felt throughout Lower Manhattan and across the East River in Brooklyn. Streets were filled with smoke, shattered glass, debris, and bodies. Notable casualties included William Joyce, the chief clerk of J.P. Morgan, and Junius Morgan, a son of J.P. Morgan Jr. Despite being such a high-profile event, event, the perpetrators remain unknown. Investigators revealed that the explosion resulted from a bomb made with TNT and iron window sash weights. The bomb was detonated by a timer after the attackers had left. Since no group claimed responsibility, the NYPD considered various motives. The possibility of assassinating JP Morgan Jr. was ruled out because he was in Europe during the incident. Another theory involved an attempted robbery of the nearby sub-treasury building where $900 million in gold bars was being moved that day. Eventually, the bombing was categorized as an act of terrorism carried out by the Reds, which was a group aiming to disrupt symbols of American capitalism. This theory gained support from a stack of anarchist flyers found in a mailbox nearby. Despite extensive investigations, which included visits to every sash weight manufacturer and dealer in the United States and 500 stables along the Atlantic coast, the culprits were never found. One person that was under suspicion was named Edwin P. Fisher. He was a lawyer and was known to have some mental health issues. Apparently, he was talking about a Wall Street explosion in mid-September with his friends. However, on the actual day of the bombing, September 16th, he was in Canada, leading investigators to dismiss his prediction as a coincidental delusion. Another person of interest was named Pietro Angelo. He was an Italian who was linked to a 1919 bomb plot, but he did provide a pretty solid alibi. Eventually, he was deported to Italy. The Secret Service and FBI interviewed and arrested a lot of different people, but they never charged anyone for the crime. The investigation officially ended in 1940. In the summer of 1969, farmhands were digging on Egypt Plantation in Kruger, Mississippi when they made an unexpected discovery. The backhoe operator unearthed a remarkably old coffin just 3 feet below the topsoil. This coffin was made of cast iron and glass. To the operator's surprise, the contents of the coffin were immediately visible. Inside the coffin lay the well-preserved remains of a young woman dressed in a red velvet gown, white gloves, and square-toed boots. And the shocking part was this body was extremely well preserved and there were no signs of decomposition. The reason this was possible was because the coffin was filled with preservative alcohol and was securely sealed. However, the backhoe operator would accidentally later shatter the glass, which obviously exposed the body to the elements. Historians have attempted but failed to identify the woman, but if they had to guess, they believe that it was about a century old. Clues from her clothing and coffin suggest she died before the Civil War. The Lady in Red was reburied in Lexington's Oddfellow Cemetery with a marker noting her birthday as around 1835 and her death in 1969, which was the same year of her discovery. And just a side note, there are no actual pictures of the Lady in Red, and this is likely because everyone just wants to show her a bit of respect and let her rest in peace. But along with her identity, people aren't entirely sure why her grave was so shallow. Some people seem to think that the coffin may have fallen off of a wagon or some sort of transport with an entirely different intended destination. Late in the evening of March 3rd, 1956, amidst the rain, brothers Billy Howard and Robert Earl Dye, accompanied by their older cousin Dan Brasher, departed a relative's residence in the rural hinterlands of northern Jefferson County. They set off in Billy's 1947 green Ford and headed towards a small location in Alabama called Robinwood. And as you can guess from the title of the entry, this group would vanish. It's said that the group was headed towards a party within Robinwood, so some people think that there was potentially foul play at the gathering. At some point, investigators stumbled upon handfuls of hair strands in an abandoned coal shaft, and that has fueled speculation about their potential dumping ground. But no matter who talks about this case, there is one particular detail that everyone mentions, that being the crucial role that moonshine played here. The rough hills and deep valleys marking the border of Jefferson and Blount counties provided natural cover for many illegal distilleries. Making moonshine wasn't just a way of life for many of these residents, it was a crucial source of income for many local families. It was strictly off limits to mess with anyone's product, and supposedly that's where the cousins made a fatal mistake. There were suspicions that they had stolen liquor from at least one of the local bootleggers. When the brothers and cousin didn't come back home after the Robin Wood party, there wasn't much worry even among their families. They were known for drinking heavily, so the assumption was they were probably sleeping off their hangovers, maybe in a holding cell. But as days went by without any word from them, their cousin, Curtis Brasher, and his family checked jails from Morris to Decatur without any success. That's when the family's concern grew exponentially. They reported them missing to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Now, remember when I said amongst the locals you were not supposed to mess with anybody's moonshine? Well, investigators initially faced some struggles during their investigation since this close-knit community didn't really want to talk. Reports of gunshots on the night of the disappearance began surfacing, and one resident near the Robin Wood party saw the trio and mentioned men carrying containers of water from his outdoor faucet in the neighboring house. This occurred in the early hours of March 4th. One peculiar claim involved a Blount County resident witnessing a bulldozer burying a car at a construction site near US Highway 79. There were a number of other stories that investigators came across, but in the end, they couldn't find any evidence to support any of these stories. Curtis Brasher, frustrated by the lack of interest from county officials, initiated a letter-writing campaign to engage state officials. He also began his own investigation. He made a commitment to solving the case until he passed away in the 1980s. As a result of Brasher's persistent efforts, Sheriff Holt McDowell assigned Deputy Tom Ellison to the case. Around the time Ellison took charge of the case, the Alabama Department of Public Safety began to search US Highway 79 in hopes of finding Billy's 1947 Ford or the bodies. But the search would yield nothing. Despite this, a public fascination with the myth that the three were buried in the Ford beneath the highway endured over time. The families of the three that disappeared attempted to get more attention to the case, but in the end, it did take a backseat to other incidents occurring at the same time. It wasn't until 1972, with the arrival of new Commissioner Tom McClure in Jefferson County, that the case regained front-page attention. Tom held the belief that the missing car was still buried beneath the concrete of US 79. He instructed county workers to commence drilling in the area. 3 years later, Tom sought the assistance of the US Navy, employing their metal detectors to examine the opposite side of the highway. When the detectors indicated the presence of substantial metal pieces below the site, the county commissioner ordered another excavation, but yet again, this search proved fruitless. Deputy Ellison claimed in a 1970s article that Sheriff McDowell took him off the case because he was on the verge of cracking the disappearance. Then another state investigator who was assigned to the case until 1975 also said that he was confident that the men were buried underneath US 79. An investigator known as O.M. Raines proposed a theory that the brothers were killed at the Robin Wood party and Brasher was murdered a few days later. And just like with Ellison, Raines was convinced that the sheriff hindered the investigation due to ties with local bootleggers, though there was no evidence to back these claims. Before Curtis Brasher's death, he let out a prayer. Lord, please shed a little light on this thing, something that will help us find them boys. They've been pitched out somewhere like animals, in a ditch, an old watery mine or someplace. All I'm asking is that we find them so they can be given a decent burial.